Yes, people. Let's start the marathon for setting up of business entities and industrial laws. So, in this, I'll not be covering part B, that is labor laws. This marathon is only for part A. So, we'll be taking until 13th chapter alone. So, setting up of business entities, people. What is the marks weightage? What is the marks? 60? 60 40, So people, I'll be handling only the 60 marks part here and not the rest of the 40 marks. That's what we'll be covering in this particular marathon. Okay, so let's start with setting up of business entities, first chapter only. So whether in terms of exam point of view, is this particular subject, is it how do you rate it, whether it is easy, difficult? I would say it is comparatively easy. There is compared to company law, the subject will be approachable. Indirect questions will be there, but as we have seen in class also, I would recommend to read the question from bottom to top rather than top to bottom, because the questions, whether no matter what story they ask, the last two lines will be the question. That's how this particular paper will be. But I'm not saying just to answer the question based on the last two lines. I'm telling go from bottom to top. You will understand the question better. So keep that as your approach. Okay. So with that, let's start your first chapter, people. Selection of business organization. In first chapter, what will be seeing, people? A client will be coming to you. You as a company secretary, please advise your client what is the best way of doing a particular business, of whatever is his thought processes. He would be wanting to start probably information technology business. He would want to start a grocery business. So they will be asking you as a company secretary, advise which is the best form of business to start, whether OPC, sole proprietor, company, which one will you advise? That's what you'll be seeing here. That's your selection of business organization. That nothing complicated, children, but yes, because it is there, we are seeing it. Yes. So in this chapter, we'll be seeing different business organizations, their nature, their characteristics, and advantages. The first type of business organization, which we all know, is called as sole proprietorship. Now, why do we even recommend sole proprietorship to anyone? Why do we recommend sole proprietorship to anyone? Because they have freedom of doing the business. Everything is belonging to one person, because there is no sharing of profits, and there is sole owner for the entire organization. And what is the best part of sole proprietorship? What is the best part? Best part is, people, there is no law directly that governs sole proprietorship. Everything is indirectly that governs sole proprietorship, but there is no direct law that governs sole proprietorship. So for example, there is partnership. So if you want to do partnership, there is Indian Partnership Act, LLP, companies, society. For everything you guys have an act. Sole proprietorship does not have an act. That's why in India we have sole proprietors so many number. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay. So what are the advantages, disadvantages? Sole proprietorship advantages: no law, simple, flexible, easy to form, easy to dilute, and sole owner of the entire profits, risk reward, everything is his, everything belongs to him. Business decision 100%, he can only take the control, as the case may be. What are disadvantages, people? There is no separate legal entity. If at all this person, if at all he wants to enter into a contract, everything will be in his own name. He cannot enter into a contract in the name of the business. Him or her and the business are not two different persons, they are one and the same. And there is a perpetual succession concept will not be there. So if at all this person dies, the business will come to an end. And what else? Unlimited liability. If at all anything happens in the business, if it's a loss, the complete assets, his personal assets will also be tagged along. Correct? lack of continuity, limitation of management skill, only one person will be there. How much can he think of? What is the process of registration? As I told you, there is no way where you can directly register for sole proprietorship. There is nothing because there is no law at all. Then how do I register as a sole proprietor? Under different laws, you guys can register as a sole proprietor. How is that? Imagine when I start my business, I want to have a GST registration. Now, because I need a GST registration, I'll be applying for GST registration. In that, they will ask me, who am I? I'm an applicant. Am I a company, a partnership, a LLP, a sole proprietor? They will ask you there. There, I will click as a sole proprietor. So that's like a legal recognition given to you in spite of not having a direct law. But in some certificate, you will be written as a sole proprietor. Now imagine you can apply for MSME certificate. You'll be seeing what is MSME and all. So there also, they'll ask you, who are you? You can say sole proprietor. And imagine intellectual properties, trademarks, patents. You can say that I'm a sole proprietor, and that's how it goes. Clear up? Yes, Sam. Okay, shops and establishment, and as the case may be, we'll be seeing in the industrial part. So that's about sole proprietor. Next one, sir, partnership.
Sir, in future, can this have an act, sir? Sole proprietorship?
No. Yes, Sam. Next one, sir, partnership people. Types of partnership. What is partnership, sir? Two or more people come together to drink coffee, and lot can happen over a coffee. Yeah. Why do they come together? To form a business, to share profits and losses. Losses, na?
Yes, sir.
Yes, if you share. No.
To share profits, people, losses is not there in the definition. Sharing of losses is not mandatory. Sharing of profit is mandatory. So partnership people, partnership at will. What do you mean by types of partnership? Partnership at will means there is no fixed period or there is no fixed tenure. You have not fixed how you will wind up your partnership firm. In such cases, people, you will call it as partnership at will. Any one partner intimates or gives his notice of winding up the partnership firm. That will act as a sufficient evidence, people. You can wind up your partnership firm. When there is no way fixed to determine what type of partnership it is, by default it becomes a partnership by will or partnership at will. Whenever one partner says let us wind up, you can wind up. Clear up? Next one's particular partnership. Particular partnership means what, people? Whenever you are forming a partnership for a particular business, it's called as a particular partnership. Next one is called as partnership for fixed duration. Fixed duration means, people, you have clearly said will be valid for 5 years, 8 years, as the case may be. So, sir, can sole proprietorship be identified as body corporate? No, it is not a body corporate, because body corporate will be given only when you have a separate legal entity concept. You should be recognized under the law. Here you are not recognized, so no, it will not be considered as a separate legal entity. No. Clear? Yes. Okay. Next one, sir. People, one more thing. We are combining some parts of chapter 7 also in this chapter only. So in chapter 7 we will not be having much. Okay, next one. Types of partners, people. One is called as active partner, the one who actively involves in the business. Whenever an active partner resigns, it is his duty to give a notice of resignation. Until he gives notice, people, he will be liable for any of the business losses or debts until he gives a public notice. Next one, sleeping or dormant partner. Matthew is a sleeping or dormant partner. So the person who is not actively involved in the business decision of the company is called as what? Sleeping partner. Sleeping partner upon his retirement need not intimate the public, because public never knew that this person was there in the partnership. Next one is called as, people, nominal partner. What do you mean by nominal partner? The person who just gives their name to the partnership.
Does not involved in any activity.
They may or they may not involve, but yes, a person who just lends his name, they will be generally like a celebrity or a person who is having some reputation in the society. So if they are coming as a partner, they will be called as nominal partner. Yes, they are liable for losses. They may or they may not take profits, but they are liable for losses. Next one is called as partnership by holding out. What is partnership by holding out? To the world, if you keep telling yourself as a partner in front of the partners only, but in reality you are not a partner, and such person becomes a partner by estoppel or partner by holding out. A and B are the partners. C is a manager working in their partnership firm. B specifically introduces C to Mr. D that even C is a partner in our firm. When you are specifically introduced to the world as a partner, you will be called as a partner by estoppel or a partner by holding out. Why? Because C had an opportunity to say, no, I'm not a partner, I'm a manager. But did you say that? The answer is no. So to the world, you will be considered as a partner. So what does happen? Any profit that you derive from this contract you entered with the D, C will also be eligible for sharing the profits. Any losses you incur with Mr. D, even for that losses also Mr. C will be liable. Clear? Yes, sir. This is only called as partner by holding out. Any doubts, sir? No. Next one, sir, partnership registration. How do I register partnership, sir? First of all, is registration of partnership mandatory? The answer is no. Registration of partnership is optional. Agreed? Yes, sir. But if at all you do not register your partnership, there are some consequences. And the consequences are, people, you cannot file a suit in the court. Firm cannot sue the third party in the court, correct? Imagine if someone, we have entered into a contract to supply raw materials. Someone said we will supply raw material. That person did not supply raw material. Can I file a case on him? The answer is no. You cannot file a suit on the third party in the court. But can the third party file a suit on us? The answer is yes. A partner cannot claim set off. What do you mean by set off? We generally say, right. Now imagine, people, long back, you had given me 10 rupees. Today I gave you 20 rupees. Now, after 5 days, you have to settle my money. How much will you settle? You will give me 10 rupees. Now, this is called as what? Set off. I have to give you something, you have to give me something. Let us set it off and net I will give you. Correct? This option is not available for partnership. Next one, sir, partner cannot file a suit against a firm or other partners. So, amongst you guys, you cannot do anything. Sir, is registration of partnership mandatory, not under Partnership Act, but under Income Tax Act, it is mandatory. Sir, how do I register partnership, sir? Now, if I have to register my partnership, sir, the partners, they need to file an application, that is Form 1, along with some documents required. It can be like deed, name of the partner, types of partnership, the details of the partnership, address, everything you will give it, people, and you will forward everything to the registrar of firms of that area. If at all he is satisfied, people, he will enter your name in the register of firms and issue a certificate of registration. And from that day, you can write the words registered in front of your partnership name. So you'll be considered as a registered partnership firm. Clear, Ram? Yes, Ram? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, done. Next one, sir, HUF people. What is HUF people? Hindu undivided family. Generally, what is HUF? It's a family run business which is run by Hindu law, and whenever there is, we'll be covering that. It's a family run business which is run by Hindu law. In a HUF, technically, there will be 3 types of people. One is called as Karta. That's the eldest person of this particular family. It can be a male or female, both are recognized to be Karta. And the other family members are called as co-parceners. These people will be the children, it can be the daughters and son. And the next one is called as members. Members are people who walk into the family. Example can be wives. So once a son gets married, the wife will be called as a member of HUF. Yes, sir. And in a HUF, people, how is it run? All the business decisions are taken by Karta only. That's why the liability of Karta is unlimited. And what is the name of a HUF people? Generally, the name of the HUF will be, generally it will be the name of Karta only. Whatever is the name of the Karta, that itself will be the name of HUF. I told you the example of one thing called as Chauhan and Sons. Chauhan is Karta. So that's how the names of the HUFs will be. Yes, sir.
There is a HUF, sir. They are Muniappa and Sons.
That's how. Generally, it will be like that. Yes, sir. So, management is with them. Membership people, how can I become a member of HUF? It is only acquired by birth. Of course, adoption is also recognized. But you cannot become a member by agreement. That is not possible. But adoption, you can become a member. Next one, liability of Karta will be unlimited. Permanent existence people, death, lunacy, insolvency does not affect the existence. Unlike partnership, minor can also be a member. Correct? He can also be recognized in HUF. Implied authority. Karta can do anything, people. All the co-partners will be liable. Registration of HUF, how do we do it? You have to create a HUF deed. Sir, should it be in oral or should it be written? It is always advised to have it in writing, but there is no a strict rule which emphasizes on that. HUF deed consists of name of HUF, name of Karta, name of co-partners and members of HUF. It is on a formal document on a stamp paper and should be notarized. Register the HUF deed and you can obtain PAN. Correct? Huh? Okay. And taxation of HUF people, what is the best part? The HUF is considered to be a separate entity. So, in the eyes of law, you are also recognized to be one person. Whatever the tax slab will apply to this HUF also. Correct? Yes, huh? Okay.
Sir, here in HUF, sir, we can take the example of Reliance Certification Bank.
It started as yes, but today it has been into a company. But is it possible to run as HUF? Yes, possible. Yes.
Take that example.
Yes, possible. And anything else, people? Key ingredients of partnership, registration of partnership, consequences of non-registration. We saw HUF, limitations of HUF, formation, taxation. Okay, factors governing. So when I'm governing, what are the different factors I need to keep in mind to advise my client people? First one, nature of business activity. If the nature is small, people, you will always refer something like a sole proprietor, partnership, or as the case may be. If it's a little bigger in nature, then you can suggest company or LLP as the case may be. Scale of operations, people. Now, for example, there can be a grocery shop, but the scale can be very huge. So you cannot always define everything by nature. Grocery, you will always think it's a small, but DMart also can be grocery shopping. So sir, scale also matters. So scale, if at all you are thinking of very huge, then you can go for company. If at all you do not think it is to be very huge, then you can go for OPC, sole proprietor, partnership, as the case may be. Capital requirements, minimal requirement, one person is sufficient, go with OPC and small. Bigger, go with company. Managerial ability, if one person can manage everything, then keep it with the sole or OPC. If you need more and more, OPC, you can go with LLP, partnership, or company form of business. Degree of risk and liability, if at all you think I do not want risk in my life, always go with limited liability or separate legal entity concepts. If no, then you can go with partnership and sole proprietor. Stability of business, people, if at all even after the death, if you think that nothing should happen to your business, then go with permanent or separate legal entity. If no, go with again sole proprietor as the case may be. Flexibility of administration, as I told you, sole proprietorship and partnership, very minimal intervention by government. There is no law only. So flexible, go with this. If you want, no sir, flexibility also okay, go with company. Division of profit, if you need everything, OPC, sole proprietorship. If at all you are okay to share, go with partnership or company. Tax implication, LLPs and companies are taxed at a little higher slab when compared to sole proprietor. Sole proprietor is like you only. So whatever your individual slabs are, that rate you will be taxed. Correct? Company, even if you earn 1 lakh tax, 1 lakh profit, you need to pay tax. Sole proprietor, up to 7.5 lakh, there will be no tax. No. Sir, geographical mobility, meaning if you are thinking of expanding, then consider company. If not, sole. Transferability of ownership or sole proprietorship cannot. Partnership also there is restriction. Public company, absolutely no. So you can, based on that, you can take your decision. Managerial needs, if you need, what is that? More and more, subject matter experts, specializations in marketing and all. One person, how many areas you can, prosper. So take it basically more people so that you guys can split your responsibilities. Secrecy, one person, more secret. More people, no secret. Correct? Public company and private company, so everything is going and sitting in public domain. Independence, people, in sole proprietor, maximum independence because very less government intervention, no regulations, no regulators intervention at all. Correct? Yes, sir. That's all. That's your first chapter. Done. Okay, let's go to the next chapter. Okay, corporate entities. Again, people, if you guys watch company, this is nothing. Again, same thing only will come. What are different types of company and all? But yes, still let us do it. So, different types of companies, people in corporate entities. First one, classification of companies based upon incorporation. I can classify the companies into statutory companies, registered companies, and chartered companies. What do you mean by statutory companies? These are the companies which are directly formed under the act of the parliament or state legislature. Example can be LIC, RBI, SEBI, ICSI. All these are statutory companies. They have passed the law. Because of the law, people, the company comes into picture. That's called as statutory companies. Next one is called as people registered companies. What do you mean by registered company? Companies Act 2013 says that a company means a company which is registered under this law or under any other previous company laws. So that is called as what? Registered company. If at all you are recognized or registered under this law or the previous company laws, 1996, 1913 as the case may be. Next one is called as chartered companies. Chartered companies, today we do not have. Chartered companies just means people. Earlier the charter means people nothing but the kings and queens. Based upon the royal seal, they used to form the companies. Such type of companies is called as what? It is called as charter companies. So charter companies today is no longer recognized. One of the example I can give you is East India companies. Next one, a company based on liability, a company can be classified into unlimited company, limited by guarantee, and limited by share. Unlimited company where the company itself, the shareholders themselves will say, we do not want the limited liability. We have must money. We will pay. What's your problem? Such type of companies is called as unlimited companies where they are only denying the fact of limited liability. Next one is called as company limited by guarantee. What is company limited by guarantee? When the company starts, they will say, we will not bring in the capital. They may or they may not. Initially, they will say, a company you start functioning. There are two shareholders or two subscribers. They tell a guarantee in the MOA. In MOA, they will give a guarantee saying that on the date of liquidation, I will pay 50,000, I will pay 50,000. Now, these people will not bring in the money on the day one. They will start the company. Company will start its business. Company will start functioning. On the last date of liquidation, now company has to repay some liabilities. Company will first use its money, reserves, and all to repay the liabilities. If the company's funds are not sufficient, that time people, whatever is the money you guys have given on guarantee, that money will be paid on the last day. Such type of companies can be called as company limited by guarantee. So next one, sir, is called company limited by shares. For example, company limited by guarantee, the best example I can give you is your ICSI only. It was first started as a company limited by guarantee. And later on, around the year 1980s, is when it got nationalized. That's when it became a statutory company. So initially it was registered as a Section 25 company under Companies Act 1956. What is Section 25? Is nothing but today's date Section 8 company. So ICSI was formed as Section 8 company, and it was a company limited by guarantee. And later on it became a statutory company. So if you even today, if you see your ICSI websites and all, if you search for ICSI certificate of incorporation, the certificate of incorporation you will get is that only. The first certificate you will get it. Clear? Clear? Sir, what if the members die before liquidation? Their assets will continue to be liable. They need to pay, right? Their assets will be there, right? That assets will be liable. Sam, okay. Next one there, company limited by share. Whatever is the extent you guys have purchased the shares, to that extent you will be liable. Based on number of members, the company can be classified into private company. Private company means what, people? A company which by its articles of association has three things. Meaning in your articles of association, you have to mandatorily write these three things. What is that? The first one is called as people. There is a restriction to transfer the shares of the company. Restriction means people. Imagine there is A and B who are the shareholders. If B wants to sell his shares to C, B has to first ask Mr. A. If A says I don't want it, then only you can transfer it to C. Directly you can't transfer it, that is the restriction. Next one is people, it limits the number of members to 200. So a private company cannot have more than 200 members. The maximum number of members in private company is 200. In that joint shareholders are treated as one. Imagine if 2 or 3 people are holding more than one share or one share, whatever the case may be, together. If 3 people are holding it. So when I'm counting it, I cannot count them as 3 people, I have to count them as one only. Next one, sir, the past and present employees are not counted in this 200. If you have given ESOPs or whatever, do not count them, they are excluded in the count. So whether you allotted them, they left the company, still they are not counted in the count. Next one, sir, prohibits invitation to the public, meaning you cannot do IPOs, you cannot issue the shares to the public. Such things are prohibited in a private company. Next one, sir, public company. A public company is nothing but a company which is not a private company. So very simple, the restrictions, whatever is there in the AOA will not be there in the public company. Not even one restriction should be there. That can be an exam based question. Can a public company in its articles of association restrict the transferability of shares? The answer is no, you cannot. A public company, the shares are freely transferable. Agreed up. And sir, a subsidiary company of a public company will also be considered as a public company only. Even though if it is a private company, it will still be considered as a public company. Meaning there is XYZ Limited. There is XYZ Limited. It has a subsidiary called ABC Private Limited. Because it is a subsidiary of a public company, this will become a deemed public company only. Name will be private limited, but the functions and the aspects will be as per the public company. Meaning when you are seeing company law, you will see in various places that this section is not applicable to this company. You'll be seeing such provision, but that section, whatever the exemptions you saw, that will not be applicable for this private company. You can't claim exemptions. But functionality will be as per private company, meaning your name will be private only. The number of directors will be 2 or 3.
3, sir. Private means it will be changed to public company.
So remember here the number of directors will be 2 only. That is you will function as a private company only. But whatever are the exemptions and all, that you will be following as per a public company. Functionality will be private company only. If not, then why we should have the word private in my name? Correct, yes, okay.
Sir, and what you said about ICSI, that incorporation. So in 1956 there were separate amendments, and when it came to 2013 it was separate amendments. So certificate of incorporation, there were any changes, sir?
So the people who were registered then, they continue to have the same certificate of registration unless they are changing their name or any such thing where they get a fresh certificate of incorporation. Until that happens, they will continue with the same certificate of incorporation.
So at present there is the old one only.
Correct, yes. Yes, sir. We do not want swing,
No, sir.
Wait.
What is it here?
We're feeling got there.
Fine either way, but if
No.
Yes, okay. Next one, sir. OPC people. What is OPC? 1% company. Eligibility to start a OPC people. You should be a natural person. You should be an Indian citizen, and whether you are a resident or otherwise. Correct? So resident means people, a person who has stayed for at least 120 days. A minor can be. Can a minor be a member? The answer is no. Can a minor be a nominee? The answer is no. A minor cannot be a nominee also, a minor cannot be a member also. Sir, can one person be a member of 2 OPCs? The answer is no. One person cannot be a member of 2 OPCs. Can one person be a member of 1 OPC and a nominee of 1 OPC? Yes. The answer is yes, possible. However, if because of some reason, wherever I am a nominee, Imagine that member dies, and if I have to become a member,
You give up your nomination and be a member.
I'll have to give up my membership and I have to appoint someone else within 180 days. Remember. Next one, sir. OPC cannot be incorporated or converted to a Section 8 company. That is, the OPC should be used only and only for doing business. No charity, no such non-profit organizations, such things cannot happen. OPC cannot carry on NBFC activities. OPC can convert into any other kind voluntarily. There is no limits and all. Earlier it was there. A person can be a member, we saw, if this condition is breached, 180 days. The OPC should mandatorily have the words OPC in its name. Remember that. Next one, other forms of company, sir. Section 8 company. What is Section 8 company, sir? It's a company which is formed for commerce, art, science, education, whatever you guys can do after your 10th, right of everything. A profit shall be applied for promoting its objects only, meaning you can earn income, but you cannot use that to declare dividends. You have to put it back into the purpose what you started your company for. Next one, sir. So prohibits payment of dividend. OPC cannot function or convert as Section 8 company. Same thing there also, no? Even Section 8 company also cannot be OPC. It shall not alter. Now remember people, whenever you want to alter anything your MOA or AOA, this is what you will see in conversion. You have to do it only with prior approval of central government. Now sir, if at all I want to start my Section 8 company, I need to do it under a special license. The special license will be given to me by CG. CG has delegated that work, his power to ROC. So today when you file your incorporation form, along with certificate of incorporation only you will get license. Both will be given to you by ROC only. The CG has delegated the power to ROC. So the words private limited, limited, OPC, all such things need not be included in the name of a Section 8 company. Just out of curiosity, I am asking you, is Section 8 company a public company or private company?
Cannot use those words.
Correct. They need not use the words. But my question is, what will you treat them as? Is it a public company or is it a private company, a Section 8 company?
What is the what you say, characteristic of?
See, there are only two types of company. Either you can be a public or you can be a private. What type of company are you?
It can be a public.
Public? Remember, a Section 8 company can be a private company also, public company also. So even if I am a public company, I need not use the word limited in my name. Even though I am a private company, I need not use the word private limited in my name. That's why they are saying that usage of those words are exempted. You can be anything, but you cannot be a OPC. Then what will be the name? Best example is Reliance Foundation or Federation or Association or as the case may be. Correct? Now, whenever I am registering, I need to pay some stamp duty. That stamp duty is generally exempted for a Section 8 company. Special license by CG, power delegated to ROC. Can CG revoke this license, people? Yes. When, if company contravenes the provision or certificate of registration will be given with some conditions, all of that if at all it is contravene, people, then I can revoke the special license given to you. So if I take back the license, then what will the Section 8 company do? Because without license you cannot function. In such cases, people, they will either pass any of these two orders. One is, I'll say, hey, wind up you and your, why do you have to even work because you did not do the work properly. After settling all the liabilities, people, amount remaining shall be transferred to another Section 8 company or a insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Yes, sir. So if there is any other similar Section 8 company, I will transfer the money to that. Or if I don't find any good, such companies, people, I will transfer everything to insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Next one, people, for amalgamation, I can even find out any other similar kind of Section 8 company in the society. I will amalgamate this with that company. Then now, yes, sir. This can be that mergers and amalgamation order passed by CG. Yes, sir. Okay. Incorporation we'll see together. Okay, NBFC will be seeing later. Okay, what is a subsidiary company, people? A company can become a subsidiary company when one company controls more than
51%.
when one company controls the composition of board of directors, meaning majority of the directors, whom to be appointed, whom to be removed. This control is with one company. In another company, this company will be a holding, this company will be a subsidiary. Next one, when one company controls more than one half of the total voting power, more than one half of the total voting power, which shares as voting power? Equity. So generally we take it is equity. So if A company is holding 51% shares in B company, I will call them as holding a subsidiary, either on its own or together with its subsidiary. What do you mean by that? A holds in B 51 percentage. There is one more company called C. B holds in C 20 percentage. A holds in C 31 percentage. C will also be called as a subsidiary of a company A.
Deemed subsidiary.
No. There is B. Now A holds in B 51 percentage. B holds in C 51 percentage.
Okay.
C will be a deemed subsidiary of company A. It will be a subsidiary of company B, but it will be a deemed subsidiary of company A. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay. Section 2, subsection, subclause. Section 2, clause 87 is called subsidiary company. Associate company, when one company holds significant influence in another company. What do you mean by significant influence? Significant influence means people minimum 20 percentage can go up to 50 percentage. It includes a joint venture. So when two companies A and B together come and start a third company called C, this third company, let us imagine, is a joint venture. Sir, this company will be an associate of company B also, associate of company A also.
Oh,
Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, done. Next one, sir, a small company. What is a small company, sir? A small company means people, a company which is having a paid up capital not exceeding 4 crore and turnover not exceeding 40 crores. Yes, sir. Small company can never be a public company. A small company can never be a holding or a subsidiary company. Yes, sir. Meaning what? Say, for example, there is Flipkart. Flipkart subsidiary is Myntra. Let us imagine Myntra's paid up capital is 3 crore. Myntra's turnover is 30 crore. Technically, if you see, their limits are within 4 and 40. But can Myntra be called as a subsidiary company? I mean, what is that? A small company? The answer is no. If you are a subsidiary of someone, you can never be called as a small company. In the same way, let us imagine Flipkart's paid up and turnover is this. Can you become a small company? The answer is no. So a public company cannot be a small company. Holdings and subsidiary company cannot be a small company. A Section 8 company can never be called as a small company. And next one, sir, a statutory company can never be a small company. All four, remember. Yes, sir. In exam, pay maximum attention to the names of the company. Yes, sir. Pakka na. Okay. Next one, sir. Government company. What is government company? In a company, when minimum 51 percentage of the capital is held by central government, state government, or central and state, or states together with other states. Sir, in such case, that company is called as a government company. A subsidiary of a government company is also called as a government company. Next one, listed company. What is listed company, people? Listed company means a company which has listed any of its securities on a recognized stock exchange. However, it does not include these companies. Which one? A public company which has listed its non-convertible debentures and non-convertible preference shares, which is issued on a private placement basis. What do you mean by that? Imagine a company, a public company which has issued redeemable preference shares. Now I've listed this on a recognized stock exchange, NSE. Now my question is, now when I'm reading company law, you'll be seeing what is that reference given to listed companies in many places. For example, appointment of women director. Every listed company should appoint a women director.
top 1000.
Huh?
Top 1000 district.
Women director.
Yeah.
That is independent women director. Normal women director. Section 149. It says what? A listed company and a company having a paid up capital of 100 crore or more or turnover of 300 crore or more should mandatorily appoint a women director. Now it's a listed company because I've listed my redeemable preference shares. Correct? No? Now you tell me that listed company, I'm listed only. Should I appoint a women director? Is it required? Should I appoint a women director? They are telling you no, not required. Because as per the listed company definition, if at all if you are listing any of your non-convertible debentures or preference shares, is it convertible to equity? No, but I've listed it. Now, is this considered as a listed company? The answer is no, provided these securities are issued on a private placement basis. Meaning, I have not gone for an IPO. I've listed them on a private placement basis, meaning I've given it for 50 people, 100 people, 150 people, 180 people, as the case may be. But I've listed them on the stock exchange. They are not considered as listed company. Clear? Next one, sir. Equity issued in a foreign jurisdiction. This is nothing but section 23, subsection 3. There is a public company, but which has issued equity, but not in Indian jurisdiction. It has listed in the foreign jurisdiction. Should I consider them as a listed company? The answer is no. Next one, people, private company. Whoever has listed, it's a non-convertible debt, which is issued on a private placement basis. Even that private company is also not called as a listed company. Clear? Yes, sir. People, is my voice breaking up for all of you, or is the voice clear? Is the voice breaking? The voice clear? Audible? People?
Recently, Swiggy has gone for it.
Yes, yes.
But it's going down.
Ah, that was expected. It's clear? Okay. Yesterday, Zomato has posted a very good tweet on Swiggy,
Right.
putting the hand on them and showing the stock exchange. Yes, a good gesture. Next one, sir, foreign company will do off here only instead of doing it again there, BOPO. What is a foreign company, people? Foreign company means, people, what is a foreign company? A company which is incorporated outside India and has a place of business in India. It can be physically or through an agent or through an electronic mode. And you have a business activity as well. So, what is a foreign company, people? A company which is incorporated outside India and has a place of business in India and carries on a business activity in India, whether through an agent or whether it is directly or through electronic mode. Agent means, I told you, can book your flight tickets by some Make My Trip. You're present here through an agent, third party. Even that is also called as foreign company. Or imagine your Alibaba, your website is accessible in India. That is sufficient for us, you are considered as foreign company. Understood? Yes, sir. Sir, what if I'm a foreign company? They're telling you when a foreign company comes to India, we'll see this only in BOPO chapter. When a foreign company wants to come into India, how can they come in? They can come in the form of BO branch office, PO project office, LO liaison office. Correct? So when I'm coming into India, what are they telling you? Within 30 days of you coming into India, you need to intimate the registrar here, sir, I've come into India. And you need to give some documents to the registrar. And what is the documents, we will see. Understood what is a foreign company? Pakka, imagine there is a company ABC, which is incorporated outside India, INC, ABC INC, that's how they call it. Sir, is this a foreign company or not? ABC INC, it's incorporated outside India. Is this a foreign company or not? Outside India, imagine America.
No.
Is it a foreign company or not?
No, because it's a foreign company, but it doesn't have its.
So remember, general parlance, when we generally discuss, it's a foreign company, but as per company law, it is not a foreign company. Because to be called as a foreign company as per company law, you should be registered outside India, correct? But do you have a place of business in India? That I did not tell.
Yeah.
So I cannot call you as foreign company. Yes, sir. Pakka na? 100%? Okay. So a foreign company which establishes business in India must within 30 days file with ROC the following documents for registration. What and all? First one is charter documents. Charter documents, MOA, AOA of your principal office, the foreign office. Sir, what if I am from China? Everything will be in Chinese. So translate it to English. You have to file a certified translated copy. Right? Next one, address of principal office. Where do you stay there? Address of office in India. Where do you stay here? List of directors and secretary of your principal office. There. Who and all are your directors? Who and all are your secretaries? Next one, details of person residing in India authorized to receive notices on behalf of the company, meaning at least there has to be one person who is designated in India to receive any notices. Tomorrow if they screw up something, have to file a case, Noda. Have to send notices to you, Noda. Correct or no? Now, whom should I send it to? They're telling you have to nominate at least one person in India whom I can send notices to. If at all he is, if we send it to him, that means we have sent it to the company only. That's the meaning. Details of opening and closing of business in India on earlier occasions. In the past, have you come to India? If yes, give us the details of when did you come and when did you go. Declaration by the director of the company and authorized representative in India that they were not debarred from formation of company in India or abroad, meaning they have not suspended us, they have not debarred us. In exam, they will ask you, once they have asked, a secretary has been debarred from forming any of the companies. Can the company form a foreign company in India? Can they form a? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, they can form. Why? They have clearly given a declaration by director and authorized representative. Where is secretary involved?
Okay.
Word by word. When they read the questions in between the lines, this is how the questions will be. They have asked it once. Clear, huh? Next one, a foreign company shall file balance sheet P&L every year with the ROC. Correct, huh? And they will also file annual return, no? Which form?
AOC.
Correct, FC4. Section 379. What does section 379 say? If at all the paid up capital not less than 50% of paid up share capital, whether it can be preference, equity or both, of the foreign company, if it is held by one or more Indian citizens or Indian body corporate together, such company with respect to its Indian operations shall comply with provisions of the Companies Act as if it were an Indian company. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by this? You know what do you mean by this? Let us imagine there is A, B, C, INC incorporated outside India. Who are the shareholders? Let us imagine it is incorporated in US. Who are the shareholders? Sir, 40% of the shares is held by US people only. Sir, rest of the 60% is held by Indians. It can be company or individuals. Indians hold 60%. Now, sir, this ABC INC, they are coming into India also. They are starting their branch office. Now, technically, for this branch office, is entire Companies Act applicable? Does entire Companies Act apply? The answer is no. The entire Companies Act does not apply generally. But what they're telling you, because your parent entity, the majority are Indians only, 60% is held by Indians only. Then they're telling you, AU branch office, for you, the entire provisions of Companies Act 2013 shall apply. Understood?
Indians are already more than 50%, then Companies Act will apply for them. Branch of it.
Correct. Yes. At least 50%. Clear?
At least 50% should be there.
It should, if it is held by Indians, then they're telling you for the whatever the foreign company, whatever its Indian operations are, the entire Companies Act shall apply. Clear?
That should be in the parent office.
In branch office.
Okay.
No, you are saying the shareholding.
Yes.
Shareholding is in the parent office. Yes, Sam. Pakka na. Because in branch office you can never hold shares. Pakka na. Understood, Matthew? Sure, okay. Now, sir, the next one, sir, let us start with the Nidhi rules. A Nidhi company, which is nothing but a mutual benefit society. Agreed, okay. Just give me 1 second.
No, no, the time is hot. Cold, no?
Don't drink usually hot water, cold water. That will not affect.
Hot water you try to drink.
I had fever, joint pains and headache. So couldn't cope. I was drinking hot water. Just 1 second. Did you understand that the foreign company?
Yeah, I didn't use the correct form. I was thinking of AOC 4,
There is FC4.
FC4. AOC for
Annual returns of foreign companies FC4.
FC4. And FC7 was that statements.
Yes, financial statements.
Bro, my entire story is full of guys with going out, this, that, and girls with some.
Yeah, even mine is there, but I'll study it.
See? Girls. Yeah. But anyway,
What's
not a big deal.
What is the IPO of Swiggy? Just check it out.
It's just gone down. Yesterday it went down by 11 rupees.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, I was silly. Only company fishing IPO.
See, 430 rupees.
What? 430.
See this.
Oh,
Yes, and then it's 480.
280.
Yeah. This is 1 week. You can go by that period also. Five.
Yeah. Yesterday graph has fell down. It is decreased by 5%, 5.55%.
Problem is that their food delivery service is very horrible. Swiggy.
Yeah. We can check with Zomato.
Zomato is okay, but bit pricey.
What, Matthew?
So we're discussing about that IPO. Swiggy IPO.
Now it's 430.
Huh.
Yeah.
You've invested, is it?
No, I'm not interested. Because Swiggy has a very poor delivery service.
Swiggy, is it?
Yeah. Like Ola, but as a food delivery.
And invested in Zomato, sir. There was no profit.
Zomato shares, is it?
Yes, sir.
Huh.
There was no profit at all, sir.
Huh.
I just said off.
Hmm.
20 or 30 rupees is the loss.
Hmm.
It was 260. They are doing pretty good.
Hmm.
That was a month back.
Back it was very bad.
Yeah.
Sold it at what price?
It was around 240 or something.
251, right? It was in November like that.
50 to 51.
Okay. Yes, people, let's continue.
Okay, Nidhi rules people. Okay, in Nidhi rules people, what do they say? What is a Nidhi company, people? A Nidhi company is a company which is formed with an objective of cultivating a habit of thrift and savings amongst its members. It accepts deposits from its members and lends it back to the members only as loan. So it's nothing but a mutual benefit society or like a self-help group. So in a Nidhi company, how does it generally work? Imagine if there are any rural places, the group of people there, they come together, they start a company. Now imagine it's 100 people who are there. So if 60 people have money, they will deposit money with us. We will pay interest for them. And if at all there are 40 people who need money, we will give this money only as loan to them, and we will take interest from them. So in this way, you guys are trying to facilitate the scenario where you do not have the bank or any such thing in your place, but still you are able to manage it amongst yourself. That's why we call it as mutual benefit society. This can happen in many other ways also. One of the ways your credit cooperative societies. That is also one of the way. Correct?
we see in usually in villages. Most of
Correct.
sanghas they have.
Correct. Yes, yes. Sir, now Nidhi rules 2014. Of course, there has been some amendments also here in class which we have covered in detail as well. Correct? Rule 3B people. A public company to be declared as Nidhi shall apply in form NDH4 within 120 days of incorporation if it satisfies the conditions. What is that condition, sir? The conditions is that you should have minimum 200 shareholders, net to own fund of 20 lakhs. Correct? Yes, whereas earlier it was 10 lakh rupees. That was rule 5. What is rule 5 and rule 3B? Rule 3B people see generally says rule 3B does not apply to a company incorporated before commencement of Nidhi Amendment Rules 2022. That is 19th April 2022. If at all there is any company that is registered before that, then rule 3B will not apply. For them, there was something called as rule 5 that was further amended by rule 3A. But technically today what is there? Today rule 3B is there. Agreed? Yes, sir. Sir, a company shall also attach a declaration in NDH4 that all promoters and directors are fit and proper. In PDF, we saw what is it fit and proper and all. You should not be, you should be a person of good character, willful defaulter, economic offender, all those things you should not be. So that conditions to be satisfied. If a company does not file NDH4, it cannot commence its business and you need to file a copy. Generally, you will file this certificate of commencement of business 20A within 180 days of incorporation. They are telling you if you do not file this form NDH4, you cannot commence the Nidhi operations at all. And when should I file this NDH4? I need to file it within 120 days of incorporation. Correct? Yes, Sam. Hello. So, Rule 3B does not apply to a company incorporated before commencement of Nidhi Amendment Rules 2022. What are the Nidhi Amendment 2022 rules, people? Simple. Within 120 days of incorporation, you need to have minimum 200 members and your net owned fund should be minimum 20 lakh rupees. That's the requirement. Rule 5 today does not apply to you because it is for those Nidhis which were incorporated prior to 2022. And that also was amended by one more rule called as Rule 3A. That is also no longer applicable for us, so you need not worry. Clear? Okay, what are the general rules with regards to Nidhi companies? Nidhi companies, people, it shall be a public company mandatory. It should have a minimum paid up equity capital. Why, people? A Nidhi company cannot have a preference capital. Sir, of 5 lakh. This has been amended. Today it is 10 lakh. Okay, next one, sir. It cannot issue preference shares, not to have any other object. Your only object in your MOA should be cultivating the habit of thrift and savings amongst the members and accepting deposits from members and giving it back to the members only as loan. However, Nidhi can still do one more activity. What is that, people? Renting of lockers. You generally give note to keep your gold and all. Locker facility. That can be done by Nidhi company. It is allowed. Provided, people, they are telling you, if all the rules are complied, then that means everything is taken care. Then people, Nidhi may provide locker facilities to its members, provided the rental income shall not exceed 20% of your total income. Whatever your total income is, from that the locker income cannot be more than 20%. Clear? Yes, sir. It should add the words Nidhi Limited in its name. Mandatory. Next one, sir.
Give any example of that rental income shall not be related to 20 any company like that.
They will not have. For example, this banks and all, they will be giving this locker facilities. You have this locker facilities in banks, but they are telling you Nidhi that cannot become your primary income. Your primary income should always be lending and accepting only. That should be your primary income. 80% should be that. Locker can be not more than 20%. So next one, sir, rule 5, minimum net number of members and net to own funds. Technically, even if you skip this also, it's okay because today it is no longer applicable. But in between whatever the rules are, that I am taking it up. What is it, sir? A company shall have minimum net, unencumbered term deposits of minimum 10% of the outstanding deposits. What do you mean by unencumbered deposits, people? No charges, no pledge, no one should be having a say over it.
It should be free from any of collaterals. Such charges in your company should be at any given point of time 10% out of your total outstanding deposit should be unencumbered. Meaning, imagine the amount I need to repay is 100 lakh. In this 10 lakh people, I should have it in such a way that it is unencumbered. Meaning, it should be free from any of the charges or any of the collaterals, as the case may be. Net owned funds people of to deposit not to be more than 1:20. What do you mean by that, people? What do you mean by net owned funds is to deposit? What do you mean by that? What is the maximum deposits I can accept? They're telling you if your net owned fund is 1 lakh, you can accept deposits up to 20 lakh. If your net owned fund is say 2 lakh, you can accept deposits up to same thing 40 lakh. As the case may be. Understood this one now? Clear on this part? Okay, that is what is given in rule 11. I'm only taking up those things. These and all, it's okay. It is done and dusted. You need not worry. Next one is people, rule 6, restrictions on Nidhi. Nidhi cannot do certain things with Sims. What is that? You cannot carry on chit funds, insurance, what is that? Housing finance, lease finance. You cannot acquire securities. You cannot buy other securities, other companies' shares. You cannot do it. You cannot issue preference shares, debentures, etc. You cannot open current account, acquire another company, not possible. This is not there. Earlier it was there, it's an amendment. Earlier, if you pass a special resolution and RT approval, you could have acquired. Now, no. Directly, no. Not possible.
So, sir, the flowchart should be giving it on Tuesday and on Tuesday.
Updated.
This will be all.
Yes. Updated, yes. Carry on any other business exception locker. Correct at 20%. You cannot carry any other activities. Next one is people accept deposits or lending it to other than members. You cannot accept deposits from anyone other than your shareholders. You cannot give loans to anyone other than your members. It only should be between your members. Unlike bank. If you want to open a savings account in bank, they will ask you, sir, are you shareholder of our company? The answer is no. But in a Nidhi company, to open an account, you should be a shareholder of Nidhi company. That is mandatory. Pledge assets of the members. You cannot take the assets pledged by the members. You cannot take it and pledge it somewhere else. Enter into partnership, not possible. Issue advertisements for soliciting customers. Soliciting customers means attracting. You cannot have it like a hoarding, like a big pamphlets. All that not possible. But private circulations amongst you, okay. You can have the scheme. Speaking about your scheme, you can have pamphlets in your office, but it cannot be distributed keeping inside the newspapers.
Can it be displayed?
In your office, yes. Inside your office, yes.
Inside, not like all the.
No. That becomes advertisement. Yes, no.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt, sir.
You
said the members of Nidhi company should not enter into partnership.
No. Nidhi cannot enter into partnership.
So, okay, for example, if you take A and B are both partners, sir. B is a member of Nidhi company. Can it be okay? Sir?
That is possible. Nidhi cannot enter into a partnership with some XYZ Limited. That is not possible.
Company cannot
Correct.
enter into partnership.
Not the members.
Members can enter.
Yes. Pay brokerage for mobilizing deposits like insurance. We pay brokerage for insurance agents. That job, see, it's a completely like, I cannot say it's a non-profit, but it's like you do not have a commercial motive completely. Correct,
It's a social motive based.
You will have profits to run the income. Income will definitely be there. Nidhi can also declare dividends. So it is for profit, but not too much commercial also. Correct, So you cannot keep on attracting someone. I'll pay you good brokerages and all. It becomes a commercial venture.
So it cannot give dividends to all its members. Nidhi company.
Correct. Nidhi company can give dividends to its members, not exceeding 25%. Yesterday only we saw, no? That only.
No. This director.
Yes, sir. Next one, a body corporate or a trust cannot be a member of Nidhi company. A company cannot be. It only can be individuals. A minor shall not be a member. Correct? Okay, that is your rule 8. And rule 8, one more thing also it says. What is that, people? Whenever there is if at all you have any loan going on there, then people, you cannot liquidate more than 50% of your shareholdings. Imagine if I am holding 100 share. If I have a loan with Nidhi company, I cannot sell more than 50 shares. Correct? Minimum I need to have it. Maximum I can sell is 50%, not more than that. But however, imagine I have only, say for example, 15 shares. Can I sell away 7 shares, sir, or 8 shares? That is not possible. Why? For a Nidhi company, a minimum number of nominal value has to be 10. Each deposit holder should at least invest rupees 100. That means what, people? 10 shares of 10 rupees each should be your shares to become a member of Nidhi company. Is this part clear? Any doubts?
So that minor cannot be a member, you told. He can be represented by any guardian or nominee, sir.
That is possible. Yes, sir. This is clear. Each deposit holder. Imagine if I have a FD there. Then people, I need to hold minimum 10 shares of rupees 10 each. But sir, if I'm having a savings account or if I'm having a RD account, then I just need to have one share of 10 rupees each. Sufficient. Clear? Yes, sir. And what did I say, people? Whenever I have a loan, I cannot sell more than 50% of my shares. That is minimum I need to hold 50%. Now imagine if I had only 15 shares. I have an FD. Now can I sell off 50% of my shares? Imagine, can I sell off 8 shares? No, not possible. Your FD, if you are holding, your shares cannot go beyond 10. It has to be minimum 10. You should hold it at any given point of time. Okay, next one, sir. This is done. Deposits, sir. Tenure. What is the FD tenure, people? Minimum is 6 months, maximum is 60 months. RD minimum is 12 months, maximum is 60 months. If it is RD relating to mortgage, it shall correspond to the period of loan. What do you mean by that, people? Imagine if I have taken a loan, if the loan period is, say for example, say 6 years, my RD will also be 6 years only, because I have given RD as collateral for my loan. Then my RD can be similar to the tenure of my loan. Okay, next one. Interest, people. Savings account, maximum balance I can accept is 1 lakh. Interest maximum 2% above the nationalized banks. If nationalized banks are paying now 7%, you can pay maximum 9%, not beyond that. For FD and RD, people, you cannot exceed the maximum rate prescribed by RBI to NBFCs. How much can NBFCs pay rate of interest? RBI has told you cannot pay beyond 10%. They're telling you even you also cannot have more than 10% for your FDs and RDs. Savings bank account, you can have 2% more than what is prescribed for nationalized banks. Clear? Pakkana? Okay. Rate of interest on loans to members. So this is, people, rate of interest given on the deposits. Now they have taken loans, we have to collect interest. No. How much can we collect? They're telling you it shall not exceed 7.5% above the highest rate of interest on deposits. Imagine, people, if I'm collecting, if I'm paying deposits, if I'm giving it 7% as interest, the maximum interest I can collect from you for giving loan cannot be more than 7.5% more than what you are paying as interest. This is on your deposits. The maximum I can charge to you on loan cannot be more than 7.5% over your deposits. So your rate of interest on your loan cannot be more than 14.5%. Clear?
Only for members, no, sir. That is just
Members only. Reducing balance methods are meaning every year the principal will go down, interest will also go down. Same interest for all. You cannot have different rate of interest for each of the people. And the rate of interest should always be displayed on the notice board. Director, sir, he shall also be a member. Correct? Term up to 10 consecutive years. Reappointment after expiry of 2 years. Need to have been and comply section 164. 164 is disqualification and all that. So next ones are loan provisions, people. It is given only to the members. No non-member cannot get it. What is the limit, sir? Total deposit of Nidhi and maximum loan given to one member. If total deposits that a Nidhi has, people, is less than 2 crore. Correct? Yes or no? Technically speaking, here this clarity is not there. If you remember, I told you in the class. They have given
because the limits were
up to 2 crore. They have given 2 to 20 crore. They have given 20 to 50. In our provision itself, they have not clearly written whether it is less than or more than or nothing. Yeah. So this limit itself is not there. Correct? Yeah. Yes, sir. So it is 2 lakh per person. If at all the total deposits with Nidhi is up to 2 crore, I can give 2 lakh per person. If at all the total deposits with Nidhi is 2 to 20, I can give 7,50,000 as loan per person. If 20 to 50 is my total deposits, I can give 12 lakh per person. More than 50 people, I can give 15 lakh per person. Clear? Sir, what if Nidhi has not made profits for 3 consecutive years? Meaning in the last 3 years, it's losses only. Then whatever I can give will be 50% of what is given here. So imagine if my last 3 financial years have been losses, or I have not made profits in the last 3 consecutive financial years, they are telling me the maximum dividend I can pay, the maximum loan I can give shall be 50% of whatever is the eligibility here. So instead of 2 lakh, I will be giving 1 lakh. As the case may be. Clear? Pakka na? Okay, next one, sir. Dividend. Can I give a dividend for Nidhi? Yes, possible. But remember, maximum is 25%. What is the additional thing and all? Earlier it was there. Now it is an amendment. It is removed. So do not worry. So today the maximum dividend you can pay Nidhi is 25%. Auditor, an individual can be 1 term of maximum 5 years. Audit firm people 2 terms of maximum 5 consecutive financial years. Reappointment after expiry of 2 years. There it is 5 years. Remember, important. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay. Can you just give me your book once, sir?
This one, sir.
No, that. Net owned funds provision I told you, right?
Yes, sir. That 10 lakhs.
Sir, to take a loan from Nidhi company, is it mandatory to deposit money? No, need not be. You need to be a shareholder. You need not have an FD as such. You need to be a shareholder. That's all.
We want to be a shareholder that 10 shares, what you told as example, that should be.
Correct. Yes. So the minimum share capital, if at all you have a FD and all, then you need to have 10 shares. If you have savings or RD, you need to have at least 1 share. Correct? Minimum net owned funds I told you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. We've covered everything almost in Nidhi. Anything else pending?
No, sir. Only rules and the definition.
Okay. With regards to Nidhi people, what is one more thing with regards to Nidhi? Can Nidhi have branches people? It can open branches only when Nidhi has net profit after tax. If Nidhi has net profit after tax people for 3 consecutive financial years. If Nidhi has net profits for 3 consecutive financial years, then can I open branches? Yes, sir. Up to 3 branches you can open. Provided all 3 should be within the district.
So we can open within state, no, sir.
It is within district. If at all you have up to 3 financial years, if you have profits people, then up to 3 I can open within the district. Sir, if I want to open more than 3, if I'm going more than 3, meaning if I want to open more than 3 branches, it is within district only. Meaning imagine we are in Bangalore. Within Bangalore only we want to open the 4th branch. Or if I want to open a branch anywhere outside the district but within the state, outside the district, even if it is one outside the state, outside the district but within the same state, remember you can never open a Nidhi company branch beyond your state. It has to be within your state. So if it is more than 3 within the district, or even outside the district, even if it is one, but it has to be within the state. Can you do it, people? Yes, possible. How, people? You need to take prior RD approval. Correct?
Yes.
And you did it in NDH 2, if you remember. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay, this was your Nidhi, the closure of branches and all. Remember. Correct? Okay. So we have seen that amendments and all. So this was your chapter 2. Any doubts? No. Okay. Let us do it of chapter 3 also. Chapter 3, people, LLP. Now what is LLP, people? LLP stands for Limited Liability Partnership. What is LLP, people? Generally, in the year 2008, they felt there is a need for having some, we can take some characteristics from company also. We can take some characteristics of partnership also. And what did we do? We put it in a mixie jar and we did Gia. And whatever came outside only was called as LLP. So what is a LLP, people? Limited Liability Partnership, which has some characteristics of a company also, which has some characteristics of a partnership also. That's why we have taken the name. LL has been taken from the company, that is limited liability, and partnership has been taken from the partnership. So what is the best thing of what is the best thing of LLP, people?
Legal entity.
It's a separate legal entity. It has limited liability. It has unlimited number of partners. There is no limit as such. It is flexible. It is as per your LLP deed.
There's the separation of.
There is a separate legal entity concept. There is a perpetual succession concept, and there is also government intervention. You are supposed to file all your forms with ROC, and all your, there is what is that, annual filings are there. Here also balance sheet and P&L accounts will come, annual returns will come. All those things is mandatory. Can a foreigner invest in LLP? The answer is yes. You can invest. Allowed. Provided 100% FDI is allowed, provided it is under automatic route. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay. So it is governed by LLP Act. It is a limited liability, separate legal entity. It has perpetual succession, hybrid organization of company and partnership form. It should consist of minimum 2 designated partners and 1 shall be a resident in India. Yes, sir. Pakana.
So can foreigner be designated partner, sir?
Yes.
Foreigner be a designated partner.
In India, but.
Yes. One has to be a resident in India. That's the main condition. Yes, sir. We have written this also, no?
Yes.
Just pass on your book once. Did I give you guys what is that? Any printout here?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Only we just checked some topics in the printout and you gave us
The only notes you are given, the printouts of you are not given.
only.
Okay.
Even company law you have given printout.
The ventures part, that amalgamation, inquiry, inspection, and
Yeah.
amalgamation. Only that
Two
part.
are there.
Okay, we'll see that. Okay. Yes, sir. So you should have at least minimum 2 designated partner and 1 shall be a resident in India. It is not 182 days, it is 120 days. Correct? Okay. And to start up LLP, people, you need minimum 2 partners and you need minimum 2 designated partners. The partners himself can become a designated partner as well. What do you mean by a designated partner? A designated partner is nothing but a partner has been given an extra duty of taking care of the legal compliances inside the LLP, like filing of IT returns, filing of taxes, filing of forms. All these things, the responsibility will be of the designated partner. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay. Next one, sir. LLP deed. You will have like a partnership deed. You will have LLP deed. Name shall include the words LLP. The firm, private company, unlisted public company can convert to LLP. There is no maximum limit on number of partners. They can be unlimited also. CG may investigate the affairs of LLP whenever it deems fit. Okay. Next one, sir. How to incorporate LLP, people? First you will reserve the name, run LLP, and you will file a form called as Philip. Philip stands for people, Form for incorporating limited liability partnership. Form for incorporating limited liability partnership. You need to obtain DSC for the designated partners. Correct? And prepare form Philip. Fill in all the necessary details and attach consent of the partners, address proof of registered office, subscriber sheet, list of main objects, ID and address proof of all the partners.
What is this subscription?
Subscriber sheet is how which partner is taking how what share. So 50-50, 60-40, that is subscriber sheet. There you will write which partner is taking how much of entitlement. And you need a certificate by a professional, CA, CS, CMA or an advocate. Basically you are authenticating all the details. If something goes wrong, tomorrow you will be liable. Submit form everything to ROC. If any information is missing, the form shall be sent for resubmission. Resubmission means there are some details missing. ROC says please look into it and file it. You need to file it within 15 days. And if everything is correct, sir, you will be receiving a certificate of incorporation and you will also be allotted LLPIN, LLP identification number, a unique number allotted by MCA. Even a LLP also comes under MCA only. Registrar only also takes care of LLP as well. So within 30 days, people, you need to file the LLP deed, which is a form. Within 30 days of incorporation, you need to file LLP deed. Sir, how to prepare LLP deed, people? It shall be printed on the stamp paper. All partners should sign all the pages. 2 witnesses should sign the document and each partner will get 1 copy. Sir, essential clauses, people, you will have a name, you will have address, you will have the object clause, the capital sharing, admission, retirement, resignation, dispute settlement, as the case may be. And this LLP deed will be filed in a form called as Form 3. It shall be filed within 30 days of incorporation of company. Alteration of LLP deed, how to do it, sir? You have to just pass a resolution, majority is sufficient. But if your LLP deed says something else, if you say 3/4 approved, it will be 3/4. That's why we say flexibility. In 30 days, you have to file Form 3 whenever you alter your deed. That's why whatever changes your LLP, even your Form 3 should also be filed. And sir, it will be filed with ROC. And whenever you are filing your Form 3, you will file copy of the resolution, initial agreement as well as your altered agreement. Next one, sir, change in partners or designated partners. You need to pass a resolution whenever you are, imagine it can be an incoming, outgoing as the case may be. And whenever you are changing your partners, you need to file a form called as Form 4. Form 4 is filed for change in partners. It can be admission, it can be removal, it can be whatever the scenario. So in such cases, people, you have to file consent form or secession if at all it is for retiring. Copy of the resolution passed, and if a partner is a company, then board resolution of such company. Authorizing you to become a partner, that board resolution formed passed in a company, that should be attached here. Okay, sir, it should be filed with ROC. And obviously, now the partners will also change. That's why you are also filing Form 3. And as and when you pass a resolution, within 30 days, you need to file it with ROC. So next one, sir, change in the name of the LLP. Can we change the name of the LLP? Yes. One is voluntary, next one is direction from the government. When can this happen? Whenever there is a registered trademark holder or any other company or LLP, they think that the name of the LLP is similar to the already existing company or LLP or an existing trademark. They will file an application to the central government asking for the next formed or the second formed LLP. Sir, their name is similar to our name. Can you please tell them to change the name of their LLP? In such case, people, the central government will order to change the name of the LLP by giving an notice, people. Within 3 months of the notice, you need to change the name of the LLP. If at all the LLP does not change its name, then the central government only will allot a new name. Yes, that is the order of CG not complied, the serial number and year of passing, and that will be the name of the LLP. And a new certificate of incorporation will be issued to the LLP. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay. Answer. So if voluntarily are doing, people, so you have to reserve the name and then you need to file Form 5 to ROC. ROC shall issue a fresh certificate of incorporation. You should again file Form 3 because name again will change, right? Yes or no? Even the LLP deed also you should change your name. That will also gets updated. Sir, change of registered address. Sir, can I change my register office address? Possible. Now it depends upon where are you changing your address from. Is it within the city, or it is within the state, or is it from one state to another? If it is within the state, people from one city to another, should I take consent, sir? Yes, people, consent is required. All the people have to agree. All the partners have to agree. Secured creditors' consent not required. Public notice not required. The form I need to file for shifting of registered office. If it's a company, INC 22. If it's a LLP, it's form 15. So time to file the form 30 days from the date of the change of the address. Clear? Yes, sir. Next one, sir. Within the state from one ROC to another ROC, jurisdiction. Sir, all the consent of partners required, secure creditors not required, and you need not have to give public advertisement. Form 15 is the form filed with ROC, 30 days from the date of the change. Sir, if one state to another, consent of all partners required, consent of secured creditors also required. 21 days before filing form 15, you have to publish a newspaper notice. You have to give form 15. 30 days from publishing the notice, you need to file form 15 with the ROC. Next one, sir, annual compliances. People, every year, LLP shall file annual return, just like your MGT 7 and 7A in the case of company. It's a non-financial return. It will be filed once in a year. It has to be filed within 60 days of closure of financial year. Correct? That is within 60 days of AGM. The 60 days of closure of financial year. It is a summary of affairs of LLP non-financial. It is filed in a form 11. It shall be certified by a PCS if the contribution exceeds 50 lakhs or turnover exceeds 5 crores. The next one, sir, financial statements, people. It is also called as statements of accounts and solvency. Again, it should be maintained in double entry system. LLP has to file form 8 with ROC by when, sir? Within 30th October of each year. The account should be audited. So should I file an audited account, sir? Yes, people, if at all the contribution exceeds 25 lakhs or turnover exceeds 40 lakhs. So next one, sir, IT returns, people. I need to file LLP whose accounts are to be audited. You need to file your IT returns by 30th September. If at all your LLP requires to furnish 3CEB. What is 3CEB? Transfer pricing provisions. Don't worry what is that and all. I need to file it by 30th November. If at all in any other case, people, meaning no audit required, I need to file it by 31st July. That's what is for individuals also. We need to file it by 31st July.
So even for that statement of accounts and solvency, there is a penalty. Is 100 per day.
100 per day, yes.
The 3 CB was that for that between countries, right?
Correct, yes. Transfer pricing provision, yes, correct. Between two different countries, yes. Correct, yes, that's your LLP chapter.
The amendments which you have given is important for example. LLP.
LLP, yeah.
Yes.
Just give me one second, pass it on.
You have given some amendments.
Correct, yes. So in LLP, we'll cover that amendments part only. One was what the people, going forward in LLP, they need to all maintain a register. That register is called as register of partners. Now whatever we were seeing it from the company's point of view, that applies to the LLP also. Going forward, you need to have register of partners, just like register of members. Yes, okay. And next one, people, what is the next thing? This is to be maintained in the form called as form 4A. Yes, just like you maintain it in the company, the form was MGT 1. Here it is form 4A. And next one, people, the entries are to be made in the register within 7 days of any change or a person becoming partner. Next one is, what is that? Details, existing LLP to comply within 30 days. Okay. Next one is, what else we saw, people? We saw the beneficial ownership. Basically, people, section 89 of Companies Act. Whatever you saw with regards to MGT 4, 5, 6, applies to the LLP also. Meaning, imagine if you are a registered partner, but you are not a beneficial partner. Or imagine you are a beneficial partner, meaning your name is not written in the LLP, but the ultimate benefits is taken by you. The registered partner has to intimate it to the LLP that the shares are registered in my name, but I am not taking the benefits. I need to intimate it to the LLP in form 4B. So the beneficial partner who is ultimately taking all the benefits, but his name is not reflecting in the register of partners. He need to intimate it in the form 4C. Correct? You need to intimate to the LLP in form 4C. Now, LLP will take these details upon receipt of it within 30 days. LLP will further intimate it to ROC in form 4D. LLP will further intimate into form 4D, similar to what you had seen in your section 89. Whoever is a registered owner, beneficial owner, you would have seen 4, 5, 6. Here it is 4B, 4C, 4D forms. 4A is register of partner. These are amendments, people, important from an exam point of view, no and go. 4B is a declaration given by registered partner. 4C is given by beneficial partner. 4D is given by LLP to ROC. And the next one also we saw was people, the same provisions applicable to SBO provisions is also applicable here. We have passed a new rules that is called LLP SBO rules 2023. Whatever we saw there, same thing, people. Whoever is a significant beneficial owner, same thing, people. Whenever I am holding 25%, whenever I am holding 10 percentage, and if it's a company holding 10 percentage in an LLP, we need to know who is an individual hiding in this company and controlling this company. We need to know the details of this individual. This individual needs to intimate to the LLP I am the ultimate individual holding the shares in this company. You will file it in the form LLP Ben 1. Correct? Yes, sir. The LLP will take the details and forward it to ROC in the form LLP Ben 2. LLP Ben 2. And the entire details will be maintained by the LLP only in form Ben 3. Like a register. Correct? Sir, what if this individual does not file everything on his own? LLP only should ask him to file all the details, and that will be asked in form Ben 4. Notice seeking ownership. Ben 4. SBO himself will declare that I am a significant beneficial owner in form Ben 1. And LLP will take that form and it will forward to ROC in form Ben 2. LLP will maintain all the details with them in form Ben 3. And if the individual is not giving everything on his own, then we will only ask him for the information in form Ben 4. LLP Ben 1, LLP Ben 2, LLP Ben 3, LLP Ben 4. Correct? Pakka na? So this is one thing, remember, exam point of view, important. Yes, okay, that's the majority parts. And what is a small LLP, people? What is a small LLP? A LLP which has contribution not exceeding 25 lakhs and such higher amount not exceeding 5 crore rupees, and a LLP having turnover not exceeding 40 lakhs and such higher amount not exceeding 50 crore rupees. Correct? This is called as a small LLP. Remember and go. Yes, Pakka na? That's your small LLP. And what else? Anything else? Annual compliances we did. Amendments we have done. Okay. Okay. Have it done. Winding up of LLP. When can the LLP wound up, people? LLP can be wound up by LLP decides that it should be wound up by the tribunal. So mandatory. If tribunal says you to wind up, you have to wind up. If the number of partners goes less than 2 and you do not increase the number of partners to the minimum requirement within 6 months, then again that is also a ground for winding up. LLP has acted against the interest of the nation or state, security or public order. Default is made in filing annual return or statement of accounts and solvency for 5 consecutive financial years. The tribunal is of the opinion that it is just and equitable to wind up the LLP under section 64 of the Act. Just and equitable means people some other grounds. If I feel I need to wind you up, I'll wind you up. Correct, Tom? Yes, Sam. Okay. Filing of statements. Okay. So we have covered everything, Yes, Sam. Okay. You want a break,
10 minutes is enough.
10 minutes, I'll just go.
Okay. Go and come.
Yes, sir.
Be back by 11. We'll again resume. Yes, people. Let's start the next chapter. That is your startup and its registrations. So, what is a startup, people? As I always tell, just by forming a new company or LLP, you will not be called as a startup. You need to file an application with another board or a department called as DPIIT, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. So, what is the evolution of a startup? Generally, for an organization to go through some phases. What is a phases it goes through? The first one is called as it starts with a minimum viable product. That's when you start with a prototype of your idea, and then all the founders, the promoters, they will enter into an agreement that is called as founders agreement. Like who should get how much of stake, we will all link it with targets, and accordingly the ownership will be distributed. The third one is called shareholder agreement. This is where the startup or a company would be formed or registered or incorporated. Once it is registered or incorporated, you will start functioning, and eventually as you start functioning your business, you will need investments. You will raise investments from people. That is when you will enter shareholders agreement. What is shareholder agreement? When a new investor is coming into the company, he will come up with some terms and conditions. So the terms and conditions agreed between the new investor and the company, whatever they agreed, is called as shareholders agreement. The third one, the last one is called as the startup goes through many milestones. So it finally reaches the stage of, generally here one more milestone will also come. That is only called as unicorn. In class we had seen what are the different unicorns we have in India. There are close to more than 100 unicorns that are there in India. What is unicorn? And unicorn is nothing but a startup which reaches a valuation of $1 billion. So a startup which has a valuation of $1 billion. 1 billion is 100 crore. $1 billion multiply into today's rate. Imagine 85 rupees. So it is 100 crore into 85 rupees. Somewhere around 8,500 rupees. If you have that valuation, that is only called as unicorn. And after that, the final stages, you will either go for an IPO or someone will very big will come and acquire you. Big Basket, Tata came and acquired. Zomato went for an IPO. Both are the examples for this and this. Clear up? Today Swiggy also went for an IPO. Okay. Eligibility for becoming a startup. How to become a startup, sir? You should be either a private company, public company cannot happen, or it should be a registered partnership or LLP. Working on innovation, development, improvement of products, or high potential employment with generation of something like GDP, all this employment generation as the case may be. You have to apply online or mobile application to a board called as DPIIT. And what is the criteria you need to satisfy people? And you have to be within 10 years of your incorporation. Earlier it started with 5 years. Today they have extended it up to 31st March 2025. So if you are a startup who is registered on or before 31st March 2025, such startups can claim this particular exemption. Yes, sir. Basically, they have been extending it every year. There's a recent one which came in the month of Feb. If you see your books, it will have a different date. But is this date applicable for us? Yes, because this notification came in the month of Feb 2024. So currently your startup should be registered before 31st March 2025. And the turnover in any financial year should not exceed 100 crore ever since your incorporation. If it does people, then you are no longer a startup. Along with that, you need to give certificate of incorporation and a write-up about the business. Next one, sir, Startup India policy. There are various, policies that has been given to you by Startup India. These are all the unicorns. We had seen a big list of unicorns in our class.
Even there is a note that any entity formed by splitting reconstruction of an existing business cannot be
Okay, yes. You cannot have a startup by demerging or splitting your entities. So if there is already an entity which is already established, you cannot split that and you cannot make it a startup. Okay, Startup India policy, what are the benefits you guys get? Startup India policy has given you various benefits. The first one is called as Fund of Funds. Indian government has set aside 10,000 crores for startups. We'll see. So Indian government has set aside 10,000 crores as a startup fund. So tomorrow, imagine if you guys have a brilliant idea, the government only will invest in you. How will the government invest, sir? The government is so busy. The government has given this funds to a bank called as SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India. The SIDBI will give money to alternate investment funds, meaning they will keep on seeing which startup is doing better work. If at all there is a really good startup, we will be giving this funds to such startup. So if you are a very good startup, you will be eligible for the funds given by the government. Next one is no, depending upon your idea. Next one is credit guarantee fund for startups. What is credit guarantee fund? Sir, not every fund can be given by government only. After a particular point of time, you cannot get funds from this particular government thing. But if you still need more funds, then how will you get it? So government is telling, do one thing, go for a bank and apply for a loan. So a startup said, sir, if I had collateral, if I had all this, if I had someone who could give me surety and all, I would have gone there only directly. Why will I come to you? The government said, don't worry, you go and you borrow money from a bank, the collateral or the security will be given by me. That's only called as credit guarantee fund for startups. Every year, a corpus of 500 crore is set aside. What is the advantage? Day one, money will not go from the pocket of government. If at all the startup makes a default, that is when government will have to pay. If not on a normal day, you need not have to pay money. Okay, Startup India seed fund. Seed fund means people initial capital. So start the fund only if someone is giving you money. That is called as seed funding. That can also be given to you by government. Next one, relaxed norms for public procurement policies, which we have seen this in MSME chapter. So what is public procurement policy? Nothing but the government of India generally is the biggest purchaser of various raw materials. So some percentage is designated for MSMEs. So if you are a startup and MSME, you can participate in the government tenders. That's the advantage. Correct? Relaxed norm means for participating in government tender, you need to be at least having 5 years of experience, meaning you should be at least 5 years old. But if at all, if you are a startup or an MSME, the government is giving you a waiver on that. They're telling you it's okay. Yes, so even if you are freshly incorporated, government can still buy those materials from you. That's the meaning of relaxed norms. Next one is people tax incentives. What are tax incentives, sir? The first tax incentive people is called 80IAC. Under Income Tax Act, what is this 80IAC people? If you are a DPI 80 registered startup, whether you are a private company or LLP, it cannot be a registered partnership firm. On granting of DPI registration, it can avail 100% rebate for 3 consecutive financial years out of the first 10 years of incorporation. How, sir? You need to file an application, people, in Form 1 to Interministerial Board of Certification. So, once I am a startup, DPIT gives me a Startup India registration. After I am a Startup India, I need to apply with Interministerial Board. Saying, sir, I am a startup, can you please give me a tax exemption? They'll give you a tax exemption for 3 years. You can choose which 3 years you want. So, sir, the members of this interministerial board, who sits in this interministerial board? The joint secretary of DPIIT will be the convener, like a chairman. Representative from Department of Biotechnology will be one of the member. Representative of Department of Science and Technology will be one of the member. Clear? So this will be the interministerial board. You need to file your application form 1 with this particular interministerial board. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. See, incorporated after 1st April 2016, but before April 2022. This has been increased to 23, 24, 25. Today's date is 31st March 25. Clear? Okay. Sir, next one people is angel tax exemption. What is angel tax exemption? I told you in the class also. Whenever people, some closely held companies, imagine people, my book value of the company's share, meaning the actual value of the company's share, let us imagine is 80 rupees. But if it's a closely held company, they will do this money laundering. They will sell the 80 rupees share for 200 rupees. Share does not have a MRP, right? You just have a valuation. So you will have an original value, book value, not face value, actual value. If at all anyone is selling the shares beyond its book value for a premium, then the law said people, not for every company, but if you are a closely held company, meaning only group of people who are relatives are holding this, like shell companies and all, at times it can happen. For them, whatever is this premium you have raised, 120 rupees you have raised, no. The company will have to pay tax on that premium they have raised. That is only called as angel tax. If you are a registered startup people, this angel tax is exempted on you. Whatever money you receive over and beyond your book value, it is not taxed in your hands, it is exempted. Provided you should not spend that money for some luxury purpose. Buying land, buying car, buying yacht, up to one value is allowed. Up to 10 lakhs, motor vehicle, you can buy, but not beyond that.
We can buy land in the name of company.
That's what, you are not supposed to. Why we are giving you this money is to put into commercial purpose. If you are buying lands, then how are you starting the business? You cannot buy jewelry. You cannot buy aircraft. So they are telling you, I am giving you waiver so that you guys can do something with regards to commercial production. If you buy a land, that land will just sit there. Then how will you do the business? From where will you get the money from?
So if you do a land, we can build a building and we can start a branch.
So if it's your original, if it's your ordinary course of business, then you can buy a land or building. If it's an ordinary course of business. Now for Arivu, finance is education is our business. Can we buy a land under this angel tax exemption? The answer is no. Clear on this part? Yes, sir. Okay, DPIIT recognized startups are exempt from income tax when startup receives any consideration for issue of shares which exceeds their fair market value of the shares. Correct? To avail this, startup has to file signed declaration in Form 2 to DPIIT. Correct? Yes, sir. Conditions: you should be a DPIIT recognized startup, your paid up capital plus your securities premium after this issue shall not exceed 25 crores. In this 25 crores, few people are not included. Who?
Non-resident.
If you are a non-resident and if you are a venture capital fund
Registered under SEBI.
registered under SEBI, if they are investing money in this 25 crores, they are not included.
Even specified companies.
Some specified companies also, we have given that what is that specified companies as well.
Yes, sir.
And next one, sir, it has not invested or shall not invest for next 7 years from the issue date, meaning you have raised the money. Till today also should have not issued, in the next 7 years also should not invest. What, sir? You should not invest in land, vehicle, aircraft, more than 10 crore, jewelry, shares, or you cannot give it to loans and advances. You cannot invest in capital of other LLPs as the case may be. Okay, next one people, section 54 GB. What is 54 GB, sir? Whenever I sell my any plot, residential house or whatever is the plot, I'll be getting some money. Generally, if you invest it in another land for 3 years, you are exempted from capital gains. Today they are telling you, if you sell any land, invest that money into a startup. They are telling you, you will also enjoy the benefit of the capital gain. You will not be taxed for whatever is the money you get by selling your property. Clear? Okay, see here, Individual sells residential house or plot and consideration received is invested in equity shares of eligible startup. Such capital gains are exempted from tax up to 31st March 2022. Minimum holding has tax to 25%. What is that, sir? That's irrelevant, but just remember this and go. Section 79, sir. Startup can carry forward their losses if any one condition is satisfied. Generally, how long you can carry forward your losses, people?
Continuation of 51% of total voting power.
Provided continuity of 51% of shareholding or voting power, or continuity of all 100% of original shareholders. What do you mean by that? If I have to carry forward my losses every year, whoever were holding 51% of shares in the previous year, the same people should be holding even this year also. Sir, what if new people are coming in? New people may come in, provided at least all the shareholders should be the same. You can take in more people, but at least all the shareholders should be the same in the company. Then I can carry forward the losses. Till how many days you can carry forward? You can carry it forward up to generally it is 8 years, but if you are a registered startup, you can carry it forward up to 10 years. Next one, section 54E, exemption on LTCG if invested in fund notified by CG. Meaning people, whenever I invest in a startup and when I sell away the shares, what I get is called LTCG, long-term capital gain, the profit I made. I need to pay tax. Shilpa Shetty invested in Mamaearth. She sold it after some time, 2 years, 3 years. She made profit, no? She invested some 3 crore or 4 crore. She sold it at some 40 crores, 43, 44 crore. She made a profit of 40 crores, no? Now, is it taxable or not? It's an income only, profit only. They're telling if it is a startup. If Mamaearth was a startup, it is a startup. And later it went into IPO. Sir, in such cases, they're telling you are exempted from LTCG. Here on.
So what is that maximum of 50 lakhs?
Up to what amount you are exempted?
To 50 lakhs, you're
Yes. You have to pay tax. Yes, sir. Okay. Next one, sir. That's your all your startup tax benefits, sir. Next one, people.
fast track patent.
Fast track patent. Now, sir, what is this fast track patent, sir? Fast track patent application, people, nothing but when compared to a normal, whenever you are applying for a trademark, let us imagine, or a patent, generally people, what is the time taken? If at all a startup is coming and other companies are coming, the priority will be given to the startup and then to the other companies. So if there are two different companies standing in a queue for applying for a patent, if at all there is a startup, people, the priority will be given to the startup first. That's a benefit you are getting, and then the priority will be given to the others. So you will save some time. Next one, people, sir, cost. The government has exempted close to 80% of the government fees. So imagine if the application cost is 10,000, government filing fees, 8,000 rupees is directly exempted to you, cost saving. You just have to pay 2,000. Sir, but I don't know how to file. You don't worry, we have nominated someone called as facilitators. They are called as panel facilitators. Or it is called as panel of facilitators. They are nothing but people, professionals, agents, who will help you file these patents and trademarks. Sir, I have to pay for them. No. You get their service done. I will pay their remuneration on behalf of you. From your pocket, even 1 rupee doesn't go. These are the benefits given to the startup. Next one, self-certification based compliance regime. Nothing but people under two things. That is one under Ministry of Environment and Forest, and next one is people under Ministry of Labor and Employment. So basically one under central government, next one under state government. They have said instead of getting some forms certified by some professionals or some gazetted officers, they take some money, right? If you are a startup, they're telling you, I believe in your certification, meaning you only declare. Whatever you declare, I believe it will be true. That's a benefit given to you, time saving, money saving as well. Who says, sir? One is people, if at all it is a Ministry of Environment and Forest, under this 3 environmental acts, air, water, and this cess, water cess. Under all these 3 acts, people, they have said it's okay, you guys do not have to do any of the filings which is certified by a professional, you only sign it. See, water Act, Water, Cess Act, Air Prevention. Under these three, you need not get it certified. Any filings, you can self-declare. Yes, sir. Same thing, people. Ministry of Labor and Employment, they have also said in state governments, I have done it in center. See if you guys also can do it in state level. 9 states have also done it, people, where they have said you guys can file forms under self-declaration basis and not through any professional route. Clear? Okay. Next one, sir. What else is there for startup? Setting up incubators, people. Incubators means what, people? We have set up something called as Atal incubation centers. Nothing but they are what do you call, people? It's like a lab. So generally what happens, if you have a brilliant idea, you come with your idea there, people. We'll give you working place, we give you equipments, we give you money, we give you monitoring, counseling, supervision, everything. A hand holding support will be given to the government by giving you a wonderful infrastructure. You can utilize that. Such centers set up by government is called as Atal Incubation Center. So there are close to 68 Atal incubation centers which is set up in around 18 states. According to our book, that is a number. In reality, it is more than that. Through the 68 Atal incubation centers, people, close to 3,000 plus startups have come out. That's the.
Is there any incubation centers in Karnataka, sir?
Yes, there are. Yes, sir, clear up. Done. Online is there? Online?
There will be any separate office for.
Able to see your online? Yes, okay.
There will be separate office for this startups, sir, in incubation center.
Correct, yes. So you will get a shared workspace where you guys can set up your offices and as a case may be. Next one, we will setting up study centers and technology business incubators. Same thing. If at all the incubator is specifically set up for technology, IT, then it's called as technology business incubator. The last one is research parks. What is research parks? Generally, IIT's people, they set up a research park. Now there will be students who are doing extraordinarily good projects. The project, whatever is there in the school, in the college, whatever you guys do, will be pushed towards a tech park inside the campus only. So your idea, if it's so good, they will only fund you, they will monitor you, they will guide you, they will take you to the next levels. Investments will be given. And until you are on your own, they will take care of you. One of the example for research parks is IIT Kharagpur. If I am not wrong, in shorts, that app is there, no news ad. That is from IIT Kharagpur only. Yes, sir. So that's how they help you. Okay.
Even some small universities are providing these investments for students.
Yes.
Example is the Cambridge University in Kerala. So they are.
Even they do. Christ also does. IIM does. A lot of people does. Okay. Next one, people, exemption under company law for startups. What are the exemptions under company law for startups? First one, people, yesterday only we saw cash flow statements. Under financial statements, you need not have to disclose financial statements. Cash flow statement. Sweat equity share. For a normal company, the maximum sweat equity you can give in your lifetime of the company is 25% of paid up equity capital. If you are a startup, you can give up to 50% of your paid up share capital as sweat equity. ESOP, people, generally you cannot give it to employee who is a promoter or who is a director holding along with the relatives more than 10% of shares the company. This condition is not applicable to a startup for 10 years. So you can give it to your directors also, you can give it to your promoters also. So next one is deposits, people. 73A to E, not applicable to a startup up to 5 years. The maximum limit, meaning if you are a normal private company, you can take up to 35% of paid up share capital free reserve securities premium from your members. But if you are a startup, this limit is not applicable to you. Annual return, people, you can file it in MGTA. If you are also a small company, you can file it in MGT 7A, but it's nothing like for a startup only. And you need not get your annual return certified by a TCS. If you have a CS in your company, you get it signed. If not, director is sufficient. Board meeting, people, at least one in each half of the calendar year, at least 2 board meetings in a year. Minimum gap between 2 meetings should be at least 90 days. Section 446B, what is 446B? In company law, you have seen various penalties. Imagine if at all penalty says 10 lakh. If you are a startup people, the penalty will be restricted to 50%. So the 50% only is coming to 5 lakh. That is too much for me. Then people, the 50% subject to a maximum of 2 lakh rupees. So if penalty is 10 lakh, the maximum a startup will pay is 2 lakh. So that's for a company. What if officer in default? How much should we pay? If you're officer in default people, then the maximum is 1 lakh rupees. That's where your liability is restricted. Clear? Done. Next ones are types of financing in a startup. What are different types of financing? One is called as seed capital. Seed capital is generally brought in by you. If you only bring in the capital, it's generally called as bootstrap, meaning your own money. Or you can even bring in money from your friends or relatives, as the case may be. That is called as seed capital. Next one is called as equity. Equity, you can raise it from venture capital or private equity. You can also raise it from bridge financing. You can also raise it from series funding. You can also raise it from angel investors. Sir, what is venture capital fund, sir? Venture capital, I can further classify it into 4 stages. The first one is called as term sheet. Imagine I am a company, I am a startup. I have a very good idea. I go and pitch it to an investor. If he is interested in my idea, we are still not decided anything. We both will enter one thing called as MOU or term sheet. He says, I am interested today, but if everything is okay, I will agree to invest. If not, I will not invest. So when they agree, people, they enter into an MOU. Now the investor says, I want to check your company, whether your company is genuine, is it certified, you are claiming that everything is yours, is it actually yours? All that will get checked in a process called as due diligence. So whenever a company and an investor has agreed, no, they come to a CS. They come and ask, sir, we are planning to invest money in this company. Can you please check all their documents and let us know whether they are a genuine company or a fraud company? So what will we do? The activity taken up by us is called as due diligence. You will check all the documents of the company and you will say whether it's a good company, you can go forward. If it's a bad company, don't go forward. Don't invest. Every company will have some mistakes. I'm not saying mistakes won't be there at all. So we will give something called as one is called as deal maker. So that means CS is giving a report that, sir, it's a good company, invest. One more is called as deal breaker. One is make, one is break. Break means I'm telling you don't go ahead. It's a landmine. If you step it, is gone. Next one is called deal diluter. Meaning, sir, it's a good company, but negotiate. Because they have some things you have to correct it. That report is called deal diluter. When will that come? Now I get to know that you have some weakness. I will take advantage, right? That is called as deal diluter. Correct? Sir, what are mistakes? Mistakes can be imagined. You have not filed your annual returns or you have not maintained your minutes. Some can be very big mistakes. Some can be very small mistake. Small mistake, I don't worry. Big mistakes, I need to be very cautious. So what will the investor tell? A company, my CS has told that you have all this mistake system. It seems. First to correct all those mistakes. Yes, sir. So sir, the conditions which CS has given. Sir, before you invest money, first tell the company to correct all this. It is called as condition precedent. Meaning before I invest money, I have to first fix all this. One more is, I will give you money. After it, later we will fix everything. It is called as condition subsequent. Again, there are mistakes. Correct it after I invest. Yes, sir. So, now what are the steps that will be involved? First is MOU. Basic commercial understanding. Followed by due diligence. And sir, we enter into something called a share subscription agreement. Meaning, we will agree what is the valuation. How much I agree to give you. How much shares you are giving me. Which security you are giving, all that we will be agreeing in share subscription agreement. And once I invest, I come with my own conditions as an investor, and that will be in shareholders agreement, SHA, whatever we saw previously. I'll say that whenever you need further money, you need to ask me first. Whenever you exit the company, you have to take me also. That's only tag along, drag along. When you go, you have to take me also. I need one director to sit from my end also on your board, nominee, as the case may be. Next one, sir, auditor should be from someone whom I say, not your auditor. All these things are similar things. They will generally emphasize. And ultimately, sir, I will issue them securities. I will file all the e-forms. Which forms you will file? SH7, PAS3 as the case may be. Clear? Huh? Okay. Sir, that's your venture capital or private equity. Next one is called as bridge financing. What is bridge financing? Generally, people, a startup to reach a unicorn, you need support of multiple people. They will keep on raising money. If you have kept on raising money, that is called as series funding. It's called as Series A, Series B, Series C, Series D. Meaning with every alphabet, you are raising funds. One I will raise with Matthew, B I will raise it with Yashas. As the case maybe we will go. This is called as what people? This is called as series funding. Once you go to a series funding stage, your life is almost set. That means you are recognized. People are coming and willing to buy shares in you. But the tough part is surviving the stage until you reach the series funding. How?
You said some period of months, right? 9 months.
How will you survive that period? That is only called as bridge financing. You will raise temporary loans. You might raise temporary equities. So you will survive that period until you go to series funding. That is called as bridge financing. The next one is called as people angel investor. What do you mean by angel investor? Angel investor means people, they are nothing but a group of individuals or professionals who are regulated by SEBI Alternate Investment Fund Regulations 2012. They come under SEBI AIF regulations. They are regulated as per them. Correct? They invest a minimum of 25 lakh rupees. They invest a maximum of 10 crore rupees. And remember people, a angel fund will never invest in a company. First you should be a startup. You should have a turnover less than 25 crore rupees. If it is more than that, no. Angel investors won't come with you. Not promoted or related to any industrial group whose turnover exceeds 300 crore. Meaning, imagine I'm a startup, but I'm coming under the group companies of Reliance. Then why do you need external funds? You take money from Reliance only, no? Yes, no. Next one, shall not have any family connection with angel investors. It will become your relatives, not angel investor. They will give you money in the capacity of relative, not in the capacity of angel investors. Correct, Tom? Yes, hello. Okay. Next one, sir. The last one is called as unconventional method. Unconventional can be two things. One is called as crowdfunding. One is called, okay, we have one more also, debt. Debt people is nothing but loan, bank and NBFCs. We take loans, right? NBFCs, if you remember, asset financing company, infrastructure financing company, they only. Next one is called as external commercial borrowing. You taking loan from overseas market. That's why we call it as external, meaning outside India. Next one is called as credit guarantee. Whatever I told you, take loan from a bank, the guarantee will be given by the government. Next one is called as people unconventional methods. One is called as crowdfunding, one is called as incubators. Crowdfunding is nothing but your idea will be posted on a platform. You guys can invest money in such ideas through that platform. Example I gave you also is one thing called as Tyke. TYKE. It's an unconventional method where an unlisted company will come and they post their idea there. If you guys are invested, you can invest money in that particular companies listed on this Tyke platform. Here, next ones are incubators. Incubators means people
To give hope for the startups to set up an office.
whatever we saw, something like a Atal
At
incubation centers, same thing, IAMs and all. They give you mentoring services. They give you infrastructure. They give you funds also. All this given by one place. It's called as incubations. Nothing but like an office. Correct, Tom? Yes, sir. Shareholders agreement we saw. Anything else in startup? Da? Most of it. That's all. And one more thing, how to incorporate a company, I don't think we saw the process. How do we incorporate a company? No, generally, how do you incorporate a company? You need to file a form called as Spice Plus. In Spice Plus, you will generally have Part A, Part B. Part A is for name approval. You need to reserve a name. Part B is for filing your incorporation details. In Part A, you have to give you have to pay attention to Rule 8, Rule 8A and all. What is that? Care to be taken in choosing the name. It should not be identical. It should not be.
Phonetically
It should not be phonetically same. It should not be what is that, undesirable. It should not be having the words of national emblems or freedom fighters. All those things are not allowed. You cannot directly use the words which require regulators approval. Meaning I cannot use the word insurance, bank and all in my name without taking approval from the
regulators.
appropriate regulators. So I need to keep all that in mind. So next one is part B. Part B is where I will fill all the information. Correct? Huh? What and all? I'll fill the name of the directors, first directors, shareholders, what is their contribution, what is their shareholding, object, everything. So I'll file SPICE. SPICE stands for Simplified Proforma of Incorporating Companies Electronically. Plus, we have added few features. That's why they gave a thing called as plus. Basically, it's an amendment which happened long back. So along with that, I need to prepare EMOA. I need to prepare EAOA. And sir, I should also prepare AgilePro. What is AgilePro? It's a form which you guys utilize to file various registrations. Many people, you can take GST registration, you can take PF registration, you can take ESIC registration, and what is that? You can open a bank account. Correct? All these shop and establishment, all these things will form part of what is that? AgilePro. So SPICE plus EMOA, EAOA, AgilePro, all this certified by a professional has to be filed with ROC. If ROC thinks all the details you guys have given is fair, accurate and correct, ROC issues you a certificate of incorporation. In certificate of incorporation, you will have name of the company, you will have SIN, corporate identification number, you will also have PAN, you will also have TAN. Correct? Yes, Sam. Pakana. So, using the SPICE Plus and AgilePro, the company can get all these services. Name, incorporation, DIN, SIN, PAN, TAN, and all this. GST, EPF, ESIC, bank account opening, and shop and establishment registration, and all this you guys can get it through SPICE Plus. Clear? Pakana. Hello. Okay, that is your chapter 4. Any doubts here? Huh?
So you told that when the startup is incorporated, you will be getting a number now, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So when you incorporate an LLP,
Mm.
you will be getting a number now, sir.
Yes, LL PIN.
That you should.
LLP identification number.
So for that you have to means there will be a logo and name, sir, given for a company, sir, while corporation. In the company, outside the company, you will put that LLP, sir.
Correct, yes.
You should.
Yes, you have to. Yes. Yes.
For startups and all, for normal company, there will be GST number.
GST number and SIN also they will put. As per the rule, they have to put, but not many of them will follow that.
So also one more thing, the Aspire scheme.
MSME?
No.
Aspire scheme.
Aspire. Yeah.
Correct.
You should do life cycle of startups, sir.
Life cycle of startup, yes, we'll do that.
Life cycle of startup and exemptions.
Oh, Pavitra, I didn't say that, is it? I left it. Okay. Okay. Under startup only, which one? I need to do life cycle, no?
The screen is not.
Yeah. Now the electricity. No.
Can you guys see that? Okay, life cycle of startup people. Stage 1 is called ideation and development. This is the stage where you guys will find your perfect team. You'll forget you'll type, you'll get your business model. You'll get to know what is your target market, which audience, age group, and all that. Next is called as validation stage. You will take customer feedback. If everything is good, you will take it. You will test your products. That is when you will know whether your product is being accepted or not. Next one is called as early traction. If your product is accepted, you will get it. So you guys can take it up. If at all something is required, then you guys can go for pivoting. Pivoting means what, people? Pivoting means if some strategy did not work for you, it is time for you to rethink. U-turn, rethink, change something. Your marketing might not be working. Imagine you can give freebies. Imagine you can give something like say for example referral offers. All that will come under pivoting stage. The last one is your last ultimate is your growth or exit. Growth or exit is your nothing but either mergers and amalgamation or IPO. Unicorns out of 1 billion of your what is that, 1 billion valuation of 1 billion. Founders agreement and debt finance types of difference and all. This is and all okay and manageable.
Even that benefits or exemptions to startups and
Companies that we saw, noda. They can ask you this also. Remember, what is the difference between entrepreneurship and startup? What is the difference? To be called as a startup, you should be either a private company or a partnership or a LLP. But to be called as an entrepreneur, you can even be a sole proprietor, you can even be a OPC. You are called a startup only until your 10 years of incorporation. Beyond that, no. Entrepreneur, you will be an entrepreneur forever. Once you are a startup, once you go through the unicorn stage, you are no longer a startup. But once an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur. You are referred to as an entrepreneur only. Yes or no? Yes, Sam. Done. Case study doesn't matter. Okay, done. Next, sir, we'll do of MSME. Yeah. This keeps flickering. Okay, we'll do of MSME. Okay. Micro and small medium enterprises, people, to be called as a micro and small medium enterprises. How do you call someone as a micro, small, medium enterprises? There are three things that you need to keep in mind. What is that? To be called as a micro, people, you need to be either, you can be a manufacturing company or even a service oriented company. If your investment in plant and machinery is not more than 1 crore, that is up to 1 crore, and turnover, people, not more than 5 crores. Both conditions to be satisfied, sir. If it is below this only, then you will be called as a micro enterprise. Sir, next one is into 10. 1 into 10. So, sir, not more than 10 crore and not more than 50 crore. You will be called as a what? Small enterprise. Next one, people, into 5. So your investment in plant and machinery is not more than 50 crore. Your investment in, your turnover should not be more than 250 crore. So into 10 into 5 is what gives you that limit. That's how you become a micro, small and medium enterprise. Sir, if I'm a micro, small, medium enterprise, who will take care of my interest and all, sir? There is a board, people, who is specifically nominated by central government. Under the MSME Act, the board is called as National Board. They will take care of your entire MSME and as such. Composition, you can ignore, it's okay. Next one, it meets minimum once in every 3 months. Functions of the board, what do? Examine the factors affecting the promotion and development of MSME. So that is what they think about MSMEs. Review the policies and programs. Central government has made so many programs. They review it once in a while. If it's outdated, we will make sure we bring in some changes. Make recommendation on matters relating to promotion and development of MSME or any other matter referred to it by CG. So, come up with new schemes. Advise central government on use of funds constituted under section 12 of the Act. Meaning, people, they have some funds. How do you utilize that funds? They will advise the central government. Next one, sir, MSME registration process. How do you register people? An applicant, people, whether you are a sole proprietor, whether you are a HUF, a partner, company, LLP, corporate society, society trust, anyone can apply for MSME. Sir, you need to give Aadhaar number. In the case of sole proprietor, give proprietor's Aadhaar number. In case of HUF, gives Karta's Aadhaar number. Partnership, give managing partner's Aadhaar number. In case of company and all, organization or its authorized signatory shall provide GST identification number, PAN and Aadhaar number. Clear on? Sir, there is no fees at all, people. You will file everything on Udyam registration. MSME registration is also called as Udyam registration. Sir, you will file everything on Udyam registration portal. Remember, no fees. I showed you my own, if you guys remember, MSME. Sir, what are the benefits, people? It's a permanent registration, no renewals required. Paperless self-declaration. Hardly takes 5 minutes. Any number of activities may be added in one registration. Tips to avail schemes of Ministry of MSME, Credit Guarantee Scheme, Public Procurement Policy, PPPA. If you remember NSIC, we'll see what is it. NSIC is here. Additional agent government tender, again we'll be seeing here only. Protected against delayed payment, the last part if you remember. What is that? Sir, whenever there is any person who has not paid me beyond 45 days, you remember MSME Sambandh, Samadhana, MSME Samadhan, Sambandh portal and all. I can go and appeal there. Sir, I have not received payments. They will help you. Correct? Next one, become eligible for priority sector lending from bank. What is priority sector lending? Nothing but RBI has specifically put a criteria that out of your total lendings, a particular percentage has to be given to MSMEs. So that particular percentage has been reserved for you. You will get. That's called as priority sector lending. Clear? Okay, sir. Next one is called as NSIC registration. What is NSIC registration, sir? NSIC enlists micro small enterprises under a single point registration scheme. It's a scheme for participation in government purchases, that is public procurement policy. This is what we saw in startup also. Government is the highest purchaser of lot of materials. So you as a organization can participate in the tender. But what is the problem? For you to participate in a tender, government has to see your track record. You cannot be some random normal person. You need to have at least established track record of turnovers of minimum 500 crores. You should be in existence for minimum period of 5 years. All that is not there for us. But these norms are relaxed for you. And not only that, sir, whenever a government is buying something from you, when you have to participate in a government tender, you have to participate, right? The government will always buy it from a person whoever gives the least tender, least price. Now, what is the advantage of you getting this registration under NSIC? Advantages are here. Issue of tender sets free of cost. For me to participate in the government tender, they are giving me that application form free of cost. Next one, exempt from paying earnest money deposits. Meaning what? You need not give any advances. Others have to give. 25% of the project, 15% of the project, exempted for you. Consortia facility for tender marketing. Consortia means people together. Alone also you can come for tender, you can come as a group also. Next one, tender participating. Now imagine micro or small enterprises. They will participate in tender, correct? Yes, sir. Now what is this L1? Imagine, sir, there are 3 people participating in a tender. A, B, C, A and imagine D. Let us imagine B is a micro and small enterprise. A has quoted 100 rupees per kg for the raw material. B has quoted 110 rupees per kg for raw material. Sir, C has quoted 105 rupees per tender, per kg of raw material. Let us imagine there are these 3 people. The government by default will give the tender to whom? Whoever comes up with the least price. So obviously this MSME lost the tender, no? The law is telling you, don't worry, MSA, whatever is the least tender price, I will consider it as L1. I will allow you a cushion of another 15% over and above the least tender price quoted by the other competitors. So A has come with 100, you have come with 110, which is within 15%. Even I will buy the raw materials from you as well. Technically, if you see the other person has quoted 105, is he a micro small? No. His tender will come to an end. Sir, now when we are buying materials from Mr. B, at what price will we buy? 110 or what price? You will buy it at L1 price only. Remember that. You will not buy it at 110. That means the A will hit you. You can't do that. You are at least getting a priority. A percentage is reserved. We will buy it from you only. But at the price what we are paying to A. Clear? Now in this also there are some reservations. Now see. Now L1 plus 15% shall be allowed to supply a portion up to 25% of requirement at L1 price. So if I have to buy total 100 kgs, 25 kgs will be taken from MSE. And sir, of annual requirement in central department, ministries or public sector undertakings, and people, 4% from units owned by SCST, 4% from SCST and 3% from units of women entrepreneurs. It will be reserved for them. Clear? Yes, sir. Note, to monitor the implementation of above, one can visit MSME what? Sambandh portal. Correct? So how are they buying and all? You will find it in Sambandh. Samadhan is to recover the money. 45 days. Correct? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Done? Okay. Now, micro and small enterprises facilitation council. What is this, people? Whenever there are any disputes, I need money, right? Whenever there are any disputes, you can go to this council. This council will conduct conciliation. If conciliation fails, arbitration that will be conducted by this council for the benefit of the MSE sectors. Now, see, party to whom the amount is due. Imagine Mr. A has supplied the raw materials to Mr. B. A is a micro, small, medium enterprise. Correct? Sir, but this person has not paid the money. A can come to this micro and small enterprise facilitation center. I can file a case, sir. Mr. B has not paid me the money. I can file it to MSCFC. It may either itself conduct a conciliation or I'll ask any other person in the market to conduct conciliation. They will pass an order. Sir, what if conciliation is unsuccessful? I will conduct arbitration by myself or I can ask someone else for arbitration. Arbitration will definitely pass an award. Whenever you pass an award, can I go for an appeal on this? Yes, you can go for an appeal in the court as well. Provided whoever this person is, Mr. B is there now who needs to make the payment. Before he goes for an appeal, he needs to deposit at least 75% of the amount with the court before he goes for an appeal. If not, he cannot go for an appeal. Clear? Yes, sir. Next one, sir. Under MSc people, there are some schemes. What are schemes? Sir, the first one, sir, it's called PMEGP scheme. What is this, people? Nothing but provide Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program scheme. In rural areas, people, instead of people migrating, going somewhere else and all, we are giving them an opportunity to start your own business. Start something, self-employment at least. It's good, right? So that scheme which is given by Prime Minister, that scheme is called as PMEGP. That's what. So what is PMEGP? Now imagine, people, I told you, there are brass makers, pottery makers, or traditional artisans. Your brass making people, what are they called? Welding, Yes, sir.
Somebody online.
Not me, sir. You please forget, sir. You have been tagging with me only on that, sir, for so many days. I feel extremely bad whenever you say that. That to me, sir, how can the Oxford Dictionary itself say wrong English? Correct, no, Matthew? So, sir, so imagine people, there are these traditional artisans who will leave that occupation and they are migrating to different places. We are telling we will give you money, stay back in your places, you continue with what you're doing. Correct? So start your own business, we will fund you. And the best part is people, I will give you the money, you just have to put 10%, 90% will be funded by the government through the scheme. And that too if you belong to SC, ST, OBC, physically handicapped and all that, 95% will be funded by government, you just have to bring in 5%. Sir, what if this fund is not sufficient for me? You can apply another fund that's called second loan, nothing but top up. That's only the second scheme. Clear? Okay. Third one, sir, credit guarantee, which we have already seen in startups only. I have to take loan, I'll take it in your name. You give me the guarantee. Government will give the guarantee to the bank. That is called as credit guarantee scheme. Fourth one, micro small enterprises cluster development program. What is cluster development program, people? They come up with something called as people common facility centers. Like all of us together, imagine there is a storage facility for you required. So I'll go to that place, I will set up a storage facility. Many companies, micro small enterprises set up in that place, they can make use of that storage. Instead of giving money to one enterprise, I'm coming up with a common facility which can be useful for many people. Imagine there is textile industry, there is dyeing that happens. They will release the water wherever they want. They are telling, come here, I am giving you a center. You utilize this purpose. The treatment of water, I will take care. Such things are called as what, people? Such things are called as micro and small enterprises. Cluster development program. Understood? Pakana. Okay. Next one, scheme of fund for regeneration of traditional industries. What is Furti, people? What is Furti?
Traditional industries, the government.
As the name itself says, traditional industries.
The government will fund for them.
That happened in first one only, no? Prime Minister, sir. PMEGPA. Why this again? Spurti is nothing but people. Hey, you are into traditional weaving. If you keep doing traditional weaving, your output might be little less. You are not able to compete with the existing machineries. Your price is becoming high. People might not buy from you. I'll make your prices more competitive. And how is that? I will give you something called as Furti. It's nothing but people, wherever possible, we try to convert the traditional textile industry into modern weaving. We will give you that equipment so that you guys can be sufficient and you can compete with the prices. Increase your production, as the case may be. Yeah. Okay. Next one, sir. Entrepreneurship and skill development program scheme. What is this, people? Nothing but we'll teach you marketing techniques. We'll help you fix your departments in your company. Various departments will be there. We'll help you in the capacity building. It can be your human resource. It can be marketing. It can be staff management. We will help you, sir. This department of yours is very weak. Relook into it. We'll help you develop that. That is called as the scheme. Next one is assistance to training institutions, API scheme. What is assistance to training institutions? There are so many institutions which are giving you, these entrepreneurship programs. They conduct seminars, like a workshop. I'm conducting workshop for you. I only don't have money. They are helping you till now. But help me, help this class. More and more people like you can come and study. So the government is helping these training institutions by giving more and more facilities. By giving you more and more infrastructure, probably projectors, probably softwares, as the case may be. That's called ATI. Clear? Next one, Coir Vikas Yojana. What is Coir? Coir is nothing but from the tender, that peel of the tender. With that, what and all you can use it. We will help you train. We have conducted seminars. We tell you what and all you can use this Coir for. So we try to create a, that's what do you call that Coir? That coconut husk you call? The the peel of coconut. So we create workshops. Now cocoa peat is there. If you remember, I told you in the class, these are all profitable, right? Coconut, you take it off. The coconut is being used. The outer shell is waste only, no? But you can make money. Cocoa peat.
That ropes.
Ropes can be made. People make scrubbers.
Yes.
Loofah. Baking purpose, you guys use it. So do that. That's only called as training to personnel. Tell them, conduct exposure tours, show them this and all can be done. For whom? For farmers. Yes, sir. Next one, procurement and marketing support scheme, PMS. Nothing but what is this? Triple PA, public procurement policy. Procurement and marketing support scheme is nothing but people. We will help you to participate in exhibitions, fairs, where people can come and buy. You will also get exposure. So, for example, this national fairs will be there, exhibition. You come and participate there. Speak to few people like you. So, you will also know what is the price, who is a buyer, what is the competitive market. You will know. So, I will give you access to enter into new markets. You are in Karnataka. I will help you to come to Delhi. I will show your product as demand there. By conducting these fairs, I will give you access. Come. That is only called as our people procurement and marketing support scheme. Sir, this you are doing nationally. Yes, sir, take me to Singapore, sir. Sir. So people, that is only called international cooperation scheme. Whatever you saw here, if it is happening internationally, it comes under JS point. Correct? Yes, sir. See, international exhibition, fair, conference, etc. Next one is National SC/ST Hub Scheme, specifically made for SC/ST people. That's for your entrepreneurs, tribe entrepreneurs. So for them, the funds and all will be given. Next one, people, Aspire. What is Aspire? Nothing but whatever we saw in your startup. Incubation centers will be set up. A scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries and entrepreneurship. So a network of livelihood business incubation centers predominantly in the rural and unreserved areas. So it can be government or private. They will give you funds, go and set up incubation centers in rural places. You are setting up for urban people in startup, no? No, set it up for them also. That's what they are telling. Next one is credit guarantee scheme for subordinate debt for stressed assets. Very detailed explanation if you remember. Subordinate debt and all. What is this? Okay, in short, I'll tell you, if there is a stressed MSME, non-performing assets are there and not able to repay the money. For such MSMEs, we are giving you scheme that is only called as credit guarantee scheme. We will give you money. You continue the business. After everyone takes back the money, I will take back towards the end. Last, I will take the money. Government says. That is only called as stressed MSMEs who are under NPA. Non-performing asset, in the verge of dying. We will take care of your interest. Here. Next one, self-reliant India. What is self-reliant India? It's a part of growth plan. The government of India has set up a corpus. They are telling we cannot identify a prospective company. So we might not know which company to invest. We are entering into a partnership with private people. So I will identify a private person and I'll ask him, you fund. So imagine people, there is a venture capital fund. There is a venture capital fund. What is their sole purpose? They will invest money into some startups or good entities. They will invest money. They are telling this is not there for us completely. If you give 1 rupee, I will give you 5 rupees. You invest that. Returns let us share. But you just give 1 rupee. The rest of the 5 rupees, I will give it to you, venture capital fund. You can give it to that private company. And that is only called as self-reliant India fund. In Hindi, if I have to tell this is only called as Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is only self-reliant India. Understood? De Matthew. Clear? Half-eyed Matthew. MSME Sambandh. We saw what is MSME Sambandh. What is that? Public procurement policy, 25%, 3%, and as the case may be. Correct? Okay. That's your MSME. Clear? Yes, okay. Next, which chapter we'll do? Okay. The next chapter we will is your conversion of business entities. So, whenever you start your business entity, you would have started it as probably whatever you wanted. as you grow, you might want to scale into a different type of venture, or you want to take advantages what the other business entity has. So the option has been given to you to convert into one form of business entity into another. And how do we do it, sir? By following certain procedures, as the case may be. So we'll see that only one by one. First one, sir, private company. If I have registered myself as a private company, if I want to convert it into a public company, is it possible? Yes. Remember one thing mandatory. What is that, people? You need to alter your AOA. Those 3 points, restriction, limit to prohibition. Those 3 points should be mandatorily removed. How? By altering your AOA. That is mandatory. And next, people, you have to increase the number of shareholders, minimum to 7, and the directors will be minimum 3, as the case may be. Correct? If you do this, then you can convert yourself into a public company. Okay, board meeting, people, pass a board resolution for conversion, approve the EGM notice, proposal for increasing number of directors to 3 and members to 7. Call for a EGM, here you will write the entire thing, 21 days notice or explanatory statement given, everything will come as it is. Then pass a special resolution to alter AOA. Why AOA? I hope you understood. Because you are altering those 3 points, you are removing them. File MGT 14 with ROC within 30 days because you passed a special resolution. And in the MGT 14, the attachments will be copy of special resolution, altered MOA, altered AOA, explanatory statement, and notice of EGM. Why we give all this is, it is like a evidence that we have followed everything, sir, your honor. So registrar will also be satisfied, yes, you are a good company, you have followed the entire procedure. Next one, the form which you file for conversion is called INC 27. You file it with ROC along with the minutes of the board meeting and EGM, altered MOA, any other optional attachment. If everything is sufficient, people, ROC will issue you certificate of incorporation. And after that, people, what started as a private company will now walk out as a public company. What are the first things you need to keep in mind? You need to apply your PAN. You'll get new certificate of incorporation. You need to change all your letterheads, billboards, whatever are the other seals of the company, all that, various places. You have to update to all other authorities. You have to update your names every place. Correct? Yes, sir. So remember that. Post conversion formalities I can ask you. Next one, conversion of public into private. Same thing. Again, AOA gets altered. You need to add those 3 points. That's all. Correct? Yes, sir. But one more problem here is, here the number can go below 200, 300. What if I have more shareholders? So remember, people, I need to give a advertisement in the newspaper asking people if you have any objection. If you have any objection, hearing and all will be there. Correct? RD's approval, if you remember. Public company, pass board meeting. Again, same thing. Approve the resolution, call for a EGM, conduct a EGM. Postal ballot, same as above. Within 60 days, people, I need to do 2 things. I need to file form RD1 and I have to give a public advertisement, INC 25A. Format, public advertisement is INC 25A. You have to give it in both the languages, English as well as vernacular newspaper. You should also give individual notice to debenture holders and creditors. Sir, once you give a public notice, sir, now you will be applying to RD. If there are no objections, people, so no one is filing any objection, then if there are no objections within 30 days of application, then what RD will do? RD will go forward. If there are objections, people, then there can be hearing. So I'll call whoever has objection and the company, both of you come. Whatever goes through will go through. So all this we will apply in form RD1. Sir, in RD1, should we give any attachments? Yes. What are attachments? Copy of MOA, copy of special resolution along with the votes. Affidavit signed by CS, if any, and 2 directors. One shall be MD. That the list of creditors and debentures is correct, and the value is also correct. And a copy of list of creditors and debenture holders. And I should also give a declaration. KMP. Correct? Yes, sir. Okay, next one, sir. 15 days of the order, people. Whatever is the order passed by RD, I need to forward that copy to ROC. Sir, you say that if I have to get converted, you need to take RD's approval. I have taken, sir. See, RD has given me approval. I'll forward that approval given by RD to ROC in form INC 28. And once everything is done, I'll file a form for conversion, that is INC 27. If ROC is satisfied, he will issue a new certificate of incorporation. What walked in as a public will walk out as a private. Next ones are conversion of Section 8 company to private or public. One of the most complicated conversions. The reason is when you are a Section 8 company, you would have enjoyed a lot of benefits given by governments or statutory authorities or local authorities. You have taken the advantage. It is your duty to give it back. So now that is what you are doing, people, under this particular conversion. So when you are converting Section 8 company into a private or public, can I convert into a OPC? Yeah? Not possible. Conversion of Section 8 into OPC, OPC into Section 8 is prohibited. Section 8 company people, first you will conduct a board meeting, notice of EGM, explanatory statement. In explanatory statement, people, you need to clearly explain why I am converting Section 8 company into other form of business. What is the main purpose? I have to give that. No, it is the main thing. So, sir, it shall contain the following details: the date of incorporation, main objects of Section 8. What is the main object today? Reasons for not continuing objects under the Section 8 structure itself. Why are you converting? Why can't you carry it under Section 8 only? Give the main purpose. Reason for alteration of objects. Privileges and exemption enjoyed by the company. That imagine you could have got a land at a concessional rate of interest. You might have got electricity waiver. So all that you have got it, right? So give the list. And tax exemption, property acquired like that. Next one, effect of conversion on members. Meaning, sir, if I convert, whatever the surplus left, you will not get it. Whatever the benefits we have received, you need to repay that. All that you need to know, that is a cost on you, that I need to intimate you today. If not, you will not vote at all, no? Okay, now sir, EGM, you have to conduct a EGM, pass special resolution, file MGT 14. File form INC 18 people, why? You are filing a form for conversion with RD, you are taking approval. Application to RD, attachments people, declaration from director that profit shall not be distributed to its members. Certificate from practicing CA, CS, CMA that conditions specified in section have been complied. So whatever the conversions and all, we are complying, we are not doing any non-compliance. Publish a public notice, INC 19, and also on the website, English and vernacular. Send a copy of such notice to all the authorities. So commissioner, income tax, charity commissioners, chief secretary, IT, CG, SG, etc. RD shall wait for 60 days for these people to object. If at all there is any objection, hearing. If no objection, I will give you a approval. When RD has to give you an approval, RD will consider following matters. The company shall give up special exemptions if at all they are enjoying, if any. Imagine like electricity exemption, water, all this if you are enjoying, you have to give away that special status. If property was acquired for free or concessional rate, the difference has to be repaid. Remember, difference as on today, not on the day you got it. If you got imagine that way, 10 lakh land for 1 lakh. Today you need to repay 1 crore. If the value is 1 crore. Clear, huh? Next one, sir. Balance or profits or assets after meeting losses, liabilities, salaries of employees transferred to IEPF. Any money left after repaying everything transferred to IEPF, which we saw it even in Section 8 company license taking back also. If approved, sir, file again MGT 14 people, alter MOA and AOA. People, go back to Section 8 company types of company. We saw, why are we even going to RD here? Because to alter MOA and AOA, you need to first take CG approval. CG has delegated the power to RD. Without the approval, you cannot make any changes to your documents. That's why we first asked their approval. Now we got an approval for alteration of MOA. So I got approval. Now I'll alter my MOA. Now I'll file a form for conversion. INC 20. ROC will issue fresh certificate of incorporation if convinced. Clear? Pakana? Okay. Next one, sir. Conversion of public company into a LLP or conversion of private company into a LLP. How do we do it, sir? A company shall obtain a designated partner identification number. How does the conversion happen? People, simple. If you want to convert a company into LLP, people, first you need to incorporate a LLP. By filing a form, Philip, run LLP, all those things will apply. Take the approval, pass special resolution, file form MGT 14, incorporate a LLP, and file a form for conversion. Form 18. That's all. All your data under companies will reflect under LLP. Clear, huh? See, obtain deeping for those who does not possess the DIN. Board meeting, pass resolution for conversion, authorize any director to apply for name and call for EGM. EGM, pass special resolution. Now file a Philip within 30 days, file form 3. So first incorporate a LLP. Now file a form for conversion. The statement of shareholders, incorporation documents, assets and liabilities, list of secured creditors, NOC from IT authorities, along with the recent IT returns you guys have filed. If everything is given, ROC will give you certificate of incorporation. Clear? Next one, sir, conversion of LLP to private company. Can we convert, sir? Yes, possible. But remember, the form we file is called as URC. In the class, we had gone in detail. Unregistered companies, they are called. Correct? Towards the end, we had seen that URC part. So, sir, consent from the partners of LLP to effect conversion. Name approval, file form URC1. Here also same thing, people. You are converting LLP into company. You have to first start a company. So, first you need to file Spice Plus, incorporate a company. Once you have your company, then you file a conversion form that is called URC1. The form, whenever an unregistered entities are getting converted to a company form of business, you file a form called as URC1. Clear? Yes, sir. So see, URC1 shall have following attachments: list of members with details, list of first directors, details of share capital and subscription, NOC from creditors, newspaper advertisements given, copy of LLP agreement, and see incorporation. After giving everything, people, ROC will issue certificate of incorporation, and going forward you will have to follow Companies Act. Correct? Yes, sir. The last one, sir, OPC to private, and then we have private to OPC also. Okay, OPC to private, people, simple. The conversion form is called board meeting special resolution form MGT 14. So same thing, people, but remember one thing. If at all special resolution, if you are only one shareholder, then you need not conduct a meeting as such. Why will you conduct a meeting when there is only one shareholder? So what do? You open the minutes of the meeting, directly make an entry in the minutes of the meeting. That itself will be a resolution. Correct? Section 122 of Companies Act. Sir, DR 12, because you are converting, right? You need to have more directors. Appoint directors, DR 12. File form for conversion, INC 6. Sir, board resolution, altered copy of MOA, latest financial statements, special resolution, list of creditors. Give all of this, certificate of incorporation of conversion. ROC will issue new certificate of incorporation. Correct? Next one, sir, conversion of private to OPC, people. Can a company convert into OPC? Same thing. Resolution passed, general special resolution MGT 14, same thing. Nothing will change. Form for conversion INC 6. Here, remember, people, you need to file nominee forms. You need to nominate a person. Correct? No. Nominee is important. So, nominee related information will come here. Correct? ROC will issue certificate of conversion. Done now? Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes,
Okay, that is your.
from private to OPC, we had to add another attachment, nominee forms.
Yes.
That's our.
Same. Yes. The form for conversion INC 6 only.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Chapter number only. INC 6. Okay. Next one, sir. We'll start 9th one, na? Or 7, 8. Or we'll finish off 7th chapter only. Non-corporate entities. Easy, we'll finish it off. After this, we can go for a break. Sir, the next chapter will be non-corporate entities. What is it, sir? Non-corporate entities, will be studying about societies here. We'll be seeing about trust here. Multi-state cooperative societies here. Correct? Okay. So the first non-corporate entity, people, here is trust. What is a trust, people? It is an obligation annexed. Annexed means, people, attached with the ownership of a property. arising out of confidence reposed in and accepted by the owner for the benefit of the another. Generally, what is a trust, people? Imagine there is a person, the person has a lot of properties, but this person feel that he will die one day. This person will nominate a group of people, minimum 2, to take care of these assets after his death also, for the benefit of his family, probably wife, children, parents, as the case may be. The person who did this entire thing, this person will be called as an author. You're also called as settler. It can be, I'm just giving you a simple private trust. It can be even companies also. Companies also can create trust. Can they? Yes, they can. Example is your ESOP trust, debenture trust. You can have it. So author, settler, the people who are appointed to take care of the property, this is called as trustees. For whose benefit you guys have formed this trust is called as beneficiaries. Together, all you guys formed something called as trust. Trust can be 2 types. One is called as public trust, one is called as private trust. What do you mean by public trust? Public trust means people, the beneficiaries. Public trust means the beneficiaries are unidentified group of people. You do not know who is taking the benefit. They can be any random person. And it's a wide body of people. It's not narrow. It's not some 10-15 people. Such type of trusts are called as public trust. Private trust means people, you know who the beneficiaries are. Example, people, debenture trustee. I know debenture trust deed. Who the beneficiaries are? All the debenture holders, my people only. Employee welfare trusts. Only my company employees can get welfare. Can outsider come and get welfare? No. Such things are all called as private trusts. What is a public trust? Now imagine these temples. Imagine these religious places. All these ashrams. Where anyone can go. Do you have a count on who is coming, who is going? That is called as public trust. So public trust is wide. Wide variety of people will come. Group of people will come. Whereas in the case of private trust, that's not the case. It's always a narrow group of people. You know who they are. Beneficiaries are identified. Whereas in public, beneficiaries are unidentified. Imagine a college can be a trust. Christ University is a trust. Is this a public trust or a private trust? Public or private?
Private.
Some 10,000 students study there. Is it public or private? Public or private? 10,000 students study there. Is it public or private? It is a private. Why, sir? You know who the 10,000 are. Now I will come and take the benefit. You will allow me inside, huh? Now you are a student of that place. You can play basketball. Can I come and play? Why? Private trust. Understood? Benefit of only you. Identified group of people. It can be even 50,000 people also. Do not go with a number. Understood? Pakana. Okay. Sir, who can form a trust? Any competent person can form a trust. Even a minor also possible, but with the permission of the court. HUF people, permission of the court required. Next one, HUF can form a trust. Association of persons, basically partnership. Women can form a trust. And trust. Trust can be of 2 types, public trust and private trust. Public means people, a large substantial body of public. Interest is vested in uncertain and fluctuating body. You do not know who they are. Larger and wider domain. Here people, it is a specific group of people, definite and ascertained, narrow domain. Correct? How to form a trust, sir? Author or settler? They will form a trust deed. It's a document which is signed by a settler, minimum 2 trustees and minimum 2 witness. Content, all. For what purpose, name, what are the benefits, what are the properties of the trust, everything. Correct? Okay. And everything, trustee 2 copies shall be forwarded to the sub-registrar of that area. The sub-registrar shall retain 1 copy and returns 1. Using that, the trust can apply for PAN and separate bank account. That's how you register a trust. Simple, huh? Tax exemptions applicable for a trust people. First is section 10. Whatever is a total tax exemption for trust doing following activities. Sports, 0, no tax. Education, 0. Scientific research, promotion of khadi, village-based industries, hospitals notified as charitable or religious institution, whatever you do, 0 tax. Next one is income by trust from a property held by trust established for religious or charitable nature. Meaning what people? Imagine people, Isha Foundation. They are not Isha Foundation, okay? Or take for example some temple is there or some religious place is there. Now you guys can conduct marriages in your religious places. They charge some nominal amount, no? That will come here using the trust's property. Sir, that income, should I pay tax on it? They're telling you no, not required. Correct? Shall not be included in the total income and hence it is not taxable provided you are a religious or charitable nature. Clear? However, there are some exceptions. If the trust is a private religious nature, meaning only for you, only for a particular category, then you cannot enjoy tax. This is what all our babas and all do. Entire income of trust established for a particular religion, community or caste. Such things cannot have. Correct? Next one, section 12. Income excluded from taxable income. Some income is excluded from taxable income. Income derived from trust property, whatever we saw in the previous section. Income kept aside to the extent of 15% of total income. What is this, people? Now imagine this year as donations or as whatever charity or you guys are receiving total 1 lakh. You are receiving it to spend only, no? What if I am spending only 30,000? Rest of the 70,000 is my bank account only. They are telling no, that is not how it can happen. Maximum you can retain in your account is 15,000. Every year you have to spend 85,000 at least. If 15,000 is there in your bank, that will be non-taxable. If this becomes 20, it will be taxable. Yes, sir.
We can keep it less than 15%.
If you keep less than 15, meaning if you have 20%, that is possible. If you are carrying forward only 10%, possible. Income obtained from trust created before 1st April 1952 for charitable purpose and spent outside India. Meaning people, all this was part of migration of independence time. That time they said we were spending money even outside India also. Whenever a law is made, we can never make, not never, generally a law is always made prospective. You can never make retrospective, not never, generally they won't make retrospective law. So they said going forward, if you are spending any money outside India, I will not give you tax exemption. But for those trusts who are established before 1st April 1952, you are spending outside India, you can still enjoy tax exemption. Voluntary contributions, nothing but whatever donations, hundis, whatever you guys get, it is exempted from tax. Trust created for benefit of socially, economically backward castes, exempted from tax. Taxation of private trust. If at all it is a discretionary trust. What do you mean by discretionary trust? The author or settler has not written in what proportion should the benefit be distributed in the private trust. So the discretion is the trustee. Trustee can decide A will get 40% of the income, B will get 50%, C will get the remaining part. It is left to me. Such type of trusts are called as discretionary trusts. If it's a discretionary trust, people, the taxation of the trust will be at the highest rate, that is around 30%. If it's a non-discretionary trust, the author itself has clearly written, a trustee, you do not use your brain to distribute the money. I am only writing in the deed, A should get 5%, B should get 20%. Trustee does not use it. He is not distributing at his discretion. He is just doing whatever the author has told him. And this will remain constant. So in this case, the taxation will be in their individual hands, not in the hands of the trust. Clear? Yes, sir? Okay. Next one, sir. Society. Group of people united together by mutual consent for implementing some common purpose, like charitable societies, science, literature, sports, museum, libraries, etc. Benefits of forming societies. Registration under 12A, basically exemption from tax. 12A and 80G. The person receiving donation, society is also exempted from tax. The person giving a donation, ATG, can also claim it as tax benefit. ATG. So receiver is also exempted from tax. The person giving also can claim as tax exemption. Yes, Sam. Next one. Section 12 registration is lifetime. You need not keep on renewing it. They may receive grants from government. Ensures wider participation, scope for involving inventor. All is like okay. Formation of society. I can file an application either if it is at state level. I can file it with registrar of society. If it is at district level, I can file it with district magistrate or local office of registrar of society. Where I file, it is my discretion, it is my complete option. So, sir, the procedure is 7 or more people shall file an application for registration along with the letter requesting registration, basically a cover letter. Why you are writing this letter for, like an envelope, and MOA signed by all the members, contains objects to society, witnessed by a notary public or a gazetted officer or a CA. Don't write of CS by default. Third one, ID and address proof of members, proof of registered office address of the society. AOA contains rules and regulation, ways for dissolution, rules for taking up membership, declaration by proposed president that he is willing to hold this office, like a director. All of this will be filed with either your registrar of society at state level, or it can be district magistrate or local office of registrar of society, as the case may be. All documents will be provided in 2 sets. One will be kept, one will be given back. From that day, you will be considered as a registered society. And from the day you become a society, you are considered and identified as a separate entity. Kera? Yes, sir? Okay. Company we already seen, LLP we already seen. The last one, sir, is called as multi-state cooperative society. Cooperative society means people similar to Nidhi only. It's a mutual benefit societies. There are different types of cooperative societies like credit cooperative societies, milk dairy cooperative societies, real estate cooperative societies. Group of people. What is a dairy cooperative society? Amul is the best example for cooperative societies. Nandini, KMF is also cooperative society, as the case may be. So what happens? We have a hub. We all give our, say for example, milk to this dairy. They brand it, they sell it. We get a good price when compared to an outside market. Yes, Sam. Next one, sir. Can trustee be a relative of settler? Possible. There is no such thing that you can be or you cannot be. Possible. Yes. Sir, okay. Meaning it facilitates incorporation of corporate societies whose benefit and objects and functions spread over to several states. So difference between cooperative society and multi-state people. Cooperative society means something which is present in one state. Multi-state means people more than one state. Types of MSCS. This is not there for us. Examples: agriculture, dairy farm, real estate, credit cooperative society, as the case may be. Key points: their bylaws shall provide social and economic betterment of their members through self-help and mutual aid. It should be there. Their bylaws. It is a body corporate with a limited liability. Invest societies fund only in recognized securities. Only net profit and no other funds will be distributed amongst the members if you want to declare something like dividends. Annual audit by auditor is mandatory. Contribution to political parties, loans to non-members, borrowing from external sources are prohibited. What do you mean by that? I will take from someone and I will give it to you. That such type of things are not allowed. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, benefits, sir. Provide loan at a reasonable rate of interest even to the poor. Similar to Nidhi only, no? But a different act, that's all. Multiple branches in India, low compliance cost. No compliance only. What low compliance? Members are the owners, creates belongingness amongst them. Procedure of formation people. The group of people shall file Form 1 to the Central Register of Cooperative Society, New Delhi. Okay, to be filed with them. Okay, certificate from bank stating credit balance in favor of proposed MSCS. scheme which proves it is a viable unit. So you need to prove that whatever your idea is good and it will sustain. 4 copies of bylaws, proposed area of operations, and signature of members. Remember, if it is a credit cooperative society, you need to also get NOC from Registrar of Cooperative Society. Whichever state you are coming from that state you need to get a NOC from that Registrar of Cooperative Society, a certificate from Registrar of Cooperative Society that the credentials of chief promoter is verified, to be given by the state where MSCS is proposed to be registered. Correct, Tom? Sir, now signature. How many people have to sign this, sir, bylaws and all? It depends upon who the members are. If the members are individuals, the bylaws will be signed at least by 50% from each state. So, if at all you are coming from 2 states, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, 50 from Tamil Nadu, 50 from Karnataka should sign. If members are cooperative society from Tamil Nadu, cooperative society from Karnataka is coming. Then the link signed by authorized representative on behalf of 5 societies that are not registered in the same state. So if only cooperative societies are coming together, we need at least 5 cooperative societies in such a way that they are from 5 different states. So into 5 states. Clear? So if members are multi-state cooperative societies and cooperative societies, by authorized representative of each society, whoever is there, everyone has to sign, such that at least 2 cooperative societies shall be such that they are not registered in same state. So imagine if 3 cooperative societies are there, they are telling at least 2 people should be from 2 different states. Pakana. Okay, next one, sir. If members are cooperative societies or multi-state cooperative societies and individuals, so sir, what is it, sir? If 50 individuals from each of 2 states, they are telling you people, what if the members are individuals and a cooperative society, or individuals and multi-state cooperative society? They are telling, if it is individuals, then we know 50 individuals from at least 2 states. That is mandatory. And if the member is a cooperative society, then at least 1 cooperative society each from 2 states. Or if the members are individuals and MSCS, at least 1 MSCS. They shall sign the form. Clear? Pakana. Remember and go, they may ask you a question from that. So this is what we saw here. Non-corporate entities. Did we see anything else here?
Benefits, key aspects of MSC. Yes.
That we saw. Anything else?
Benefits and credit risk we have.
That's all, no?
Yes, sir.
Finished.
Finished, sir. That's it.
That's all, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, chalo, you'll go for a break and come on. Be back by 1:15?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, go for a break and come. Yes, people online able to see here now? The next chapter, people, chapter 8, Financial Services Organization. Chapter 8, Financial Service Organization. Yes, sir. Now, under this, what are the different types of financial services in India? We'll be studying about most of it. Yes, we'll see. The first one to start with, people, is called as NBFC. What do you mean by an NBFC? It's a company registered under Companies Act, and which is doing the business of loans and advances, hire purchase, chit business, acquiring securities issued by government or local authorities. So if any company is doing these businesses, you are considered as a NBFC. NBFC does not include the following objects: agriculture, obviously, industrial, purchase and sale of goods, purchase and sale of immobile property, obviously will not be considered as NBFC. Very simple thing. A company's financial activity will be considered as principal business. Now, for example, we are saying that there has to be your principal business, it has to be finances. Then only it will be called as non-banking financial company. How can I say that? Now imagine, for example, Arivu. Arivu might have Education as its one of its business. We can start something as study center. We can have cafeteria. Now, don't you think all of this is also considered as main objects? It should be there in the MOA. Now, how can I consider education only as my prime business? I have study center also where students can come and study. There is cafeteria also. How can I say that education is my primary business? Like that in NBFC, how can I say that the finance is their primary business? They might be doing other things also. Now, Nidhi company, locker facilities was there. Like that, how can I say that your principal business is finance? They're telling you there is something called as 50-50 test. What is my 50-50 test? Out of the total assets of the NBFC, it has to have more than 50% of its total assets as its financial assets. Meaning it can be loans, it can be investments you have made. So your assets more than 50% should be financial assets. Feeling cold, huh? wait, I'll do it, wait. No, okay,
Yeah, that's okay.
Direct hits you. Yo, Matthew. Yes, sir. So out of my total assets, now I have land and building, I have machinery, I have plants, I have cash, I have loans, I have investments. So they're telling you, out of my all the assets, the finance related assets has to be minimum more than 50%. And both has to be satisfied. Out of my total gross income, more than 50 percentage has to be coming from that financial assets. Meaning I give loan, I get interest on it, right? I invest in securities. Imagine I invest in debentures. I get interest on it, right? They're telling such things wherever you are investing in this financial assets, the income coming from that should be more than 50% of your total income. If you have satisfied that, then it is called as a principal business. It's a 50-50 test they can ask you. Difference between NBFC and bank. Difference between NBFC and a bank. What is the difference between NBFC and a bank? First of all, the act under which they are regulated. Correct? It is regulated as per Banking Regulation Act and RBI Act. This one as per Companies Act as well as RBI Act, NBFC. The scope people is limited to what is given under section 6(1), meaning what a bank can do is always regulated and restricted. No such scope in NBFC. Registration and licensing people. Now imagine today ICICI opens. Can ICICI just like that transfer their ownership to someone else in the market? It is not easy. It will be stringent. There are restrictions. In NBFC, there is no such thing. Next one. Loan sanction process comparatively stringent, here easier, faster. I told you, right? I mean, we would have seen in the classes, CIBIL score and all will be considered in bank. NBFC, little favorable only. I'm not saying they'll not consider, but they'll be favorable. Restriction on business, non-banking activities cannot happen. Here itself is non-banking only, no? Yes, sir. But it cannot give you check facilities and all that. There is no guarantee facility. I told you one more thing also, credit guarantee. Tomorrow if your bank fails, you guys will get something like 5 lakh rupees as a credit guarantee. If you had your amount there, up to 5 lakh rupees you will get it back. Of course they were saying it will be increased. I didn't see again what happened there. But yes, that is also there. But in NBFC, no such facilities. If NBFC fail, it fails. That's all. It's gone. Next one, overdraft facility. OD facility is available in a bank, but is OD facility available in NBFC? Not available. Privileges people, you are covered under SARFAESI. We'll see what is SARFAESI when you are doing ARC. That is not there here. Foreign investment up to 74%. Here 100% foreign investment is allowed. Meaning foreigners can come and invest directly a whole-fledged NBFC in India. But a whole-fledged bank is not possible. Meaning you need to do at least 26% with a local person. There has to be some joint venture. Maintenance of reserve ratio, cash reserve ratio, CRR, SLR, no such things. There are some things but not CRR, SLR. But other things are there. Priority sector lending is applicable here. No such thing is applicable here. What is priority sector undertaking? We saw that. Priority sector lending. when you're seeing MSME, some percentage has to be given to MSMEs or the underprivileged people. No such things apply to NBFC. A company to commence NBFC activity, it needs to get registered under 45 IA. Minimum net owned funds of NBFC, how much people? How much? 25 lakhs is the minimum net owned fund of NBFC. Net owned fund, there's a formula which we have seen that also. You can follow that. This, I'll again re-give this. NBFC whose asset size is 500 crore or more is also called as systemically important NBFC. Certain NBFC is exempted from registration under RBI to remove dual registration. What do you mean by that, sir? Generally, people, if you are an NBFC, you will also come under RBI. You have to write an application. Your application has to be approved by RBI only. But there are some NBFCs, meaning, see, what did we say? If you are not a bank, if you are into finance business, that means you are an NBFC. That was the first point we saw. But some companies are such that, now imagine if there is insurance company, you are already regulated by IRDA. Why do I again have to come under RBI? So you are exempted to be registered under RBI because there is IRDA for you. Why is this? This is to avoid dual registrations. So if two people are regulating the same business, then again, of course, I cannot do the business properly. That's what they have given here. A venture capital fund or a merchant bank or a stock broking or a CIS, they are telling that these companies need not come under RBI registration again. Why? They are already registered with SEBI. Why do you again have to come under RBI? Insurance company, IRDA. Nidhi company, Companies Act. RD and ROC will take care of them. Chit fund, we have it, state government and registrar of chits. Housing finance company, we have it, National Housing Bank. So they are all regulated by their own independent regulators. Why do I have to again come under a particular regulator? So to avoid dual regulation. Benefits of NBFC: competitive interest rate when compared to banks, quick processing. Banking is considered to be traditional, they are quick. Less rules and regulations comparatively because RBI does not, regulate them as much as they regulate a bank. Loan availability for individuals with poor credit rating, it is allowed. And how do we incorporate NBFC people? First, you need to be a company. So SPICE, that is as it is. You need to apply online, people. The entire registration is online. Basically, this is where is a website, cosmos.rbi.org.in. You will file it with the registered office of RBI. You will file this particular application online. Once you file an online application, you will get a number that is only called as company application reference number. So you need to download the relevant form from this website. Because there are various types of NBFCs, you need to select the relevant form which is apt for your business purpose. Fill it, apply it on the same website. Upon filing, you will get a acknowledgement number that is only called as company application reference number, basically to track the status. The company then has to submit hard copy of application form indicating CRN along with supporting documents to the concerned regional office. Now I have applied online. The supporting, I have to take the application, have to mention my CARN number. Along with that, supporting documents also I give. That is certificate of incorporation, certificate of commencement. This is for the existing companies which is already there. So whatever they had got it, that you will file. Here you have not yet started. So this will not be there for a new company. This can happen when a conversion is happening. Imagine Arivu wants to become NBFC. That one. MOA, director's profile, director's CIBIL data, statutory auditor's certificate certifying that yes, the minimum net owned fund is there. That is 25 lakhs. Board resolution that we will not carry on the NBFC activities without or until the RBI gives its approval. Until that, I will not start. Company has formulated fair practices code as per RBI guidelines. That is what and all to be done, what shouldn't be done. We have a fair code. We have not accepted deposits in the past. We will not accept it in the future also without RBI's approval. If company already in existence, the audited financial statements along with the director and auditor's report for a period of existence or 3 years, whichever is less. What is it, sir? I told you, for a company which is already existing who wants to become an NBFC. So basically, I'm already an existing company who is converting into NBFC. They're telling me for whatever is the number of years I am present or 3 years, whichever is less, I need to submit my audited financial statements. This happens only in the time of conversion. Okay. So that is your NBFC, and we'll see the types of NBFCs here only. Huh.
The CAR
No, it's like an acknowledgement number. Like your DL, you get a DL as a final certificate. Before that, you get something called a CARN number, basically your LL. That is something like that. Correct? Okay. Now there are types of NBFCs. The first type of NBFC is called as people asset finance company. What do you mean by asset finance company, people? Whenever you want to buy any asset, these type of NBFCs, they are going to finance you for the assets. Sir, I want a car, sir. If they give me loan to buy a car, is it called as asset finance company? No. These NBFCs give you loans to buy assets, provided they are used for commercial organizations. For example, imagine there is a company who wants to buy a JCB, a earth mower, or bulldozers, a crane. So these companies will give loans to buy assets for commercial purpose, generators, or it can be even cars, but for a company they will give. So a company which is giving you funds, loan to buy an asset for a commercial purpose is called as asset finance company. So generally the main purpose is it has to be a economic activity. For that we will give loan. Is this clear? Yes, sir. Okay. So the principal business will be considered as asset finance. Same thing like 50-50 test. Here it is 60-60 test. Out of your total assets, 60% should be financing of the assets supporting economic activity. And out of your total income, 60% has to be from the assets that you have financed for the economic activity. Clear? Example, Mahindra and Mahindra Services Limited. Investment company is nothing but those who are actively involved in acquiring securities and selling them. It's called as investment companies. Something what they do, the financial institution carrying on its principal business of acquisition of securities. I buy the securities. It can be HDFC Asset Management Company, something similar to mutual funds. Loan companies, people, what do you mean by loan companies? Those people who give you loan to buy something is called loan company. So asset finance company also did the same. No, does not include an asset finance company. For example, asset finance company does not give you loan for your buying any personal assets. Loan company will give you. That's the difference. Correct? Huh?
asset finance company will buy the asset. Or
No, imagine if our economic activity, we need some assets. Now say for example, we might need AC. You might need this TV. Now you also need TV. It's for residential purpose. This is for productive purpose. They might give for this, but not for you. Loan company will give you to buy, money to buy TV, but it's for you, individual, not for commercial or economic activity. Clear? Next one, sir, infrastructure finance company. What is IFC? Infrastructure finance company. Infrastructure finance company means people nothing but out of the total assets, 75% of my total assets, I give infrastructural loans. What is infrastructure? Probably city development, bridges, layout developments, or highways, or it can be, those metros, or, urban development, as the case may be. And it has a minimum net owned funds of 300 crore. It has a minimum credit rating of A or equivalent. So good company. CRAR, for now leave it. It's okay. Example, L&T Infra Finance Company Limited. The next one is called as people systemically important core investment company. What do you mean by systemically important core investment company? Means
When you face the
so systemically important core investment company means people. Now whenever there are companies, now what does this company do? Imagine there is a company called as company A. When will this company A be called as systemically important core investment company? To be called as systemically important, I told you already, people, the asset size of any NBFC, if it is 500 crore, you will call such NBFCs as systemically important. Meaning, if this NBFC fail, it is going to have a very big effect on the market of India. The entire GDP will fall. We cannot afford for such companies to fail. Such companies, we call them as systemically important NBFC. So, sir, so you are systemically important, meaning your asset size is minimum 500 crore. In class, we have seen there are companies with 3000 crore of asset size, 3 billion crores of asset size. It's seen, Aditya Birla Capital, 3000 lakh crore is their asset size. That's an example. Correct? They have an asset size of 3000 billion. That's nothing but 3 lakh crore. That's the value. Okay. So, sir, now what do? It holds not less than 90% of its total assets in the form of investment in equity shares, preference shares, debt or loan in group companies. Example, Aditya Birla. What they do, people? Aditya Birla company is a systemically important core investment company. It's a CIC. Now, what do? They do not give money to the people. Instead, what they have done, they will start various other entities under them. XYZ Limited, DEF Limited, says for example MNO Limited. Now, what does ABC do with whatever money they have in total? They have 3 lakh crores. They give some money to them. They give some money to them. They give some money to them. How? In the form of equity, or in the form of debt, or in the form of preference. And what do? They do not do anything, people. They will invest that money in these companies and they will go to Samadhi. They will not trade, but the business will be done by them. Why will a company follow this method? Imagine if something happens in this XYZ, it is not working. They will just cut down this wing. That's all. This will be cut down. Overall balance sheet of a company will not be affected. What if I only do all these three? If one business is profitable, one is loss, one will affect the profits of the another. So this is the advantage in this particular method. Okay, so they do not trade. Okay, next one, sir. Its investment in the equity or anything convertible shall in group companies constitute not less than 60% of total assets. So they're telling, sir, out of my total assets, 90% should be in investment of securities like preference or equity, debt, and at least 60% should be in equity. 60% of not 90, 60% of my 100. Okay. Next one, sir. It does not trade in its investment. That is, you cannot sell it whenever you want. But you can make a disinvestment, people, by doing a block sale. Disinvestment means, as I told you, imagine this XYZ is not a profitable one. I'll hive off. I'll cut off. I'll sell it off to someone. That I can do. But I'll not sell my shares every day. It does not carry on any other financial activity. As I told you, they just buy, they just keep, they go to Samadhi. But if they want, they can buy money market instrument or bank deposits, government securities for the rest of the 10%. 90% is into the group companies, 10% they can do other things. Its asset size is 100 crore or above. It accepts public funds. Yes, sir, because it is a deposit taking NBFC. That's your CIC. Next one, infrastructure debt fund. Even these people also same thing, people. They finance infrastructure projects only. But remember, whatever we saw, infrastructure finance companies, they only start infrastructure debt fund also. And next ones are NBFC microfinance institution. What is a microfinance institution, people? Microfinance institution means those companies which are formed with a net owned fund of minimum rupees 10 crore. And it is registered under Companies Act, people, as a Section 25 company or a Section 8 company. So basically, by now you should understand they are generally non-profitable. So the main purpose is giving loans to micro or basically the poor people. Yes, sir, what are the advantages? And we will see. So you are giving funds, you should have a net owned funds of minimum 10 crore. You should have not less than 85% of its net assets as qualifying assets. Meaning, out of my total assets, people, my 85% of my assets, 85 should be considered as net assets. I mean, out of my 100% of net assets, 85% should be considered as qualifying assets. Now, what do you mean by qualifying assets? Meaning, people, you should be investing or you should be giving loans to the people who are recognized under this particular rules. If you give it to them, it will be considered as qualifying asset. If you don't give it to them, it will not be considered as qualifying asset. Now, who are they, sir? See, loan is dispersed to people having a household income, annual income, not exceeding 1,25,000 or 2 lakh. 1,25,000 if you are in rural, 2 lakh if you are in semi-urban places. If your household income per year, your annual income of your entire house should not be more than 1,25,000 if you are in rural, 2 lakh rupees if you are in semi-urban. So you should be giving loans to such people. Only then it will come under your qualifying assets. If not, no. Loan amount does not exceed 75,000. So maximum I can give loan people is 1,25,000. In the first installment, I cannot give entire 1,25,000 at once. The first installment I will give 75k. The next installment I can give 50k. Total indebtedness does not go beyond 1,25,000. Minimum tenure of the loan is 24 months. For amount exceeding 30,000. Less than that, people, you can have your own maturity. Collateral free loans, that's the best part. There is no security required. A person having an annual income of 1 lakh annual income, what will he come and give you as collateral? Minimum 50% of the aggregate amount of loans for income generation activities, meaning I'm telling 85% should be in qualifying assets, and they're telling me minimum 50% of the loan should be given to income generation activities, meaning for farming, for buying some say pesticides or manure or whatever it is, or a tractor, whatever you can call it, or something. It's the income generation activities. Flexibility of repayment, you can pay it monthly, weekly, fortnight, month, or however you want. Next one is called as NBFC factor. What do you mean by factor, people? A company sold some materials to B on credit basis. Now, A has got a promissory note or a bill of exchange that B will repay the money after 3 months. But A wants immediate payment, immediate money. So what he can do, he can go to some NBFCs who are called as factor. What will they do? They will take your bill of exchange, they will immediately settle the money to you. And at the time of maturity, we will go and collect the money from B. For doing all this, we charge some percentage as commission. The people who are doing this is called as factor. Clear? In factoring also there are different types, not required for us, so leave it. Recourse, non-recourse and all are there. Mortgage guarantee company. Mortgage guarantee company is again nothing but people. There is mortgage. Now what is mortgage? I want a housing loan. Imagine if my house value is 10 lakh rupees. On that I will be eligible for 7 lakh rupees as loan. But if I need more, now what do? So certain companies are there where in addition to what your eligibility of loan is, they will come and tell you, give him the loan. So 7 lakh you took the risk. You give him another 2 lakhs, the 2 lakh risk is on me. Such type of companies are called as mortgage guarantee companies. Mortgage, you already have a loan. On that they give you guarantee. They charge some commission. This rate of interest will be very high. NBFC, non-operating financial holding company, CIC can come here also. Answer is same. Aditya Birla will come here also. Systemically important, 500 crore and above. Correct? Done. Okay. This is your NBFC. Yeah? Done. Next ones are asset reconstruction company. What is the asset reconstruction company? Generally what happens, people, generally what happens, imagine there is a borrower. The borrower takes money from a bank. Whenever a borrower does not repay the money to the bank, this loan for the bank will become a non-performing asset, popularly called as NPA. It's a loss for the bank if NPAs increase. It's not a good thing to have in your balance sheet. People will judge you. So what will they do? There are some companies specifically incorporated called as ARCs. ARC stands for Asset Reconstruction Companies. What do? Now bank could have taken some collateral, imagine land or something, and they could have given loans. The bank will transfer the loan and the collateral to this ARC. They will transfer it. Immediately the ARC will give the money to the bank. So this type of companies are called as asset reconstruction companies. The companies which buy NPAs from the banks and they settle the immediate payment is called as asset reconstruction companies. Now, how will the asset reconstruction get money from? Where will they get money from? They will get money from people. They issue something called as security receipts. Whom will they give it to? They will give it to someone called as QIB, Qualified Institutional Buyers. What is the instrument they issue? They issue something called security receipts. They give this, they raise money. And that money only they will give here. And ultimately, whatever is the profit made, that will be distributed to QIBs. Yes, sir, this is what ARC does. Sir, how to start the ARC, sir? They are covered under SARFAESI, whatever I told you. I told you when we are doing difference between bank and NBFC. This is a difference. Bank is covered here. NBFC is not covered here. Sir, registration process of NBFC, sir. How do I register NBFC people? First, you need to be a company. It can be a private or public. You have to have a minimum net owned fund of 100 crore. Apply for registration and application. 2. Chief General Manager in charge, Department of Non-Banking Regulation, RBI. You have to apply.
So here you are given 300 crores, sir. Minimum net worth.
For asset reconstruction company, right? 300 crore. There is an amendment here. Yes, sorry. It's a 300 crore thing. An asset reconstruction company which obtains license can carry both securitization and asset reconstruction. Securitization, asset reconstruction means people. One is converting the NPA into money. Next one is raising money by issuing security receipts. You are raising money also. So both the activities you can undertake. An ARC shall commence business within 6 months. You can also ask for an extension which can go up to 12 months. Within that you have to commence the business. Sir, what are the functions of ARC? Acquiring financial assets, takeover of management. Imagine the loan is given to a company. If they do not repay, I'll take over the management. Settlement of dues payable by a borrower. Whatever the borrower has to pay to the bank, we will pay, no? Enforcement of security interest. Whatever collateral you have given, we will sell it. Rescheduling of debt. Meaning, I can give more time and I'll try to recover the money. Benefits. Relieving banks of burden of NPA, non-performing assets. Allow banks to focus on their core business, not real estate. Restores investor confidence. They maximize recovery value. So if I sell it, I'll get, say for example, 7 lakh. If they sell it, they know the contacts. They will get 9 lakhs. Plays an important role in developing the capital market. That's your ARC now. Next one is called as people housing finance companies. What is housing finance companies? Their main objective is to give loans to the housing projects, various projects, but main purpose will be that housing finance. Various. They also have something called a 60-50 test. We'll see. It is a company registered under Companies Act. NBFC primarily engaged in home loans and many more. Correct? What is many more? What and all I can give? We had seen that, if you remember. Pakka house development or kacha house. It can be even given to a company also to build quarters, apartments for your employees. Loans to individuals. Loans to individuals to construct old houses, new houses. Loans given to individuals for purchasing old and new units by mortgaging the existing their houses. Loans given to purchase the plots, meaning land. Okay, next loans to individuals for renovation or reconstruction. That is also possible. I have it, I'll destroy it, I'll again renew. Lending to public agencies, including state housing boards, for construction of residential dwelling units for their employees. They'll give no. Loans to corporates or government agencies for employee housing. Correct? This bank colonies will be there. Loans for construction of educational, health, social, cultural and other institution centers which are part of housing projects and which are necessary for the development of settlement or townships. What do you mean by that? So for example, imagine I come up with a very big township. Now in that township I have to establish a school also. I have to establish a hospital also. That loans also will give you. Imagine this big societies will be there. Big apartment houses. We'll give you loan to start schools also there. It's not house, but it's forming part of the project. Next one, loans given to slum improvements, Adani. You can also come here. Lending to builders for construction residential dwelling units. So I'm saying you can give loans to all these people. Okay, how sir? Under section 29A of National Housing Bank Act, to carry on the business, you need to obtain certificate of registration under National Housing Bank. You need to have minimum net own funds of how much? 20 crore. And if it's an NBFC whose financial assets in providing finance for housing should constitute 60% of the total assets. So the purpose of you giving loan, out of your total loans, 60% should be going to housing loans. And out of the total assets people, minimum 50% should be by way of housing finance for individuals. Yes, sir. Next one, registration process people, net own fund of 20 crore. Apply for registration with National Housing Bank. It shall be in a position to present pay. So they will consider all the factors and they will give you certificate of registration. And next one is called as microfinance institutions. Something similar. These MFIs only, these are in very small stage. Eventually will get converted to NBFC MFI. So characteristics of MFI, it offers financial services to low income population. Size of loan is very small. Repayment period is short. No collateral. It can mobilize resources both internal and external. What is internal external? I can raise money from say for example RBI can give me money. I will take that and I will give it to these people. They give money to self-help groups, women development, such places. Transaction cost is low due to group lending. If each of us have to apply for a loan, the commission will be more. Imagine 100 people can apply together. Self-help group like that only will happen, no? Indian microfinance is dominated by self-help group. End use of loan is flexible. You can use it for whatever you want. Unlike asset finance company, infrastructure, you know for what you should give. Housing finance company, it should be for house only. Here, it is anything. House or a registered company, public or private, apply for registration with RBI along with certificate of incorporation, MOA, board resolution, same as NBFC. Meaning, I will not accept until you give me an approval. I have not accepted as the case may be. Bank certificate in support of NOF, you need to have minimum net own fund. For companies in existence, audited balance sheet and P&L account, certificate of highest educational and professional qualification of all the directors, experience certificate in any financial service sector in respect of all the directors. Have they worked? Give their experience certificates. So next one is called as payment banks. What is payment banks, people? Payment banks is again a new age era banks where no much infrastructure is involved, but everything is happening over digital medium. Example was Paytm Payments Bank. Now they are closed. The other examples you can have is Airtel Payment Banks, and as the case may be. So we can open an account within 5 to 10 minutes in our own app. You can accept deposits. Initially it was 1 lakh. They can take up to 2 lakh rupees. They cannot give you loans or credit cards, but you can pay with this. You can pay your utility bills, as the case may be. You raise what is that? You cannot use it for credit purpose and all, not possible. Correct, Tom? Yes, Tom. Okay, see, meaning it is a new model banks conceptualized by RBI to commence on application to be filed with RBI in Form 3 under Section 22 of Banking Regulation Act 1949. Try to remember, important. They'll ask you payment banks. It should have a minimum capital of how much? 100 crore. For the first 5 years, the promoter stake should remain 40%. Mandatory, meaning the promoters cannot sell. Maximum deposit customer is restricted to 2 lakh. Previous date is 1 lakh, which can be increased by RBI, so it is up to 2 lakhs. These banks cannot grant loans or issue credit cards, but you can give debit card, you can pay net banking facilities, utility bills and all can be paid. Majority of directors should be independent directors. 25% of their branches should be in the unbanked rural areas, wherever the banks are not present. It must use the term payment bank in its name, mandatory. It will always be a public company. The voting right of any shareholder is capped at 10%, meaning promoter should hold for the first 5 years up to 40%, but his voting rights will be 10% only, even if he holds 40%. If RBI wants, they can increase it up to 26%. Clear? Yes, sir.
Cannot form subsidiary.
Payment banks cannot form subsidiary companies. Yes, correct. So, sir, these are your payment banks. Important, they can ask you a direct question, learn and go. The last one in this chapter called people Mudra. What is Mudra, people? Mudra is not a bank as such. Mudra is like a refinancing agency. What is refinancing, people? Some banks or some NBFCs. Now, when I want a loan, I will apply to a bank. The bank will forward this application to government. Government will give money to this bank. Bank will forward this money to me. So Mudra bank as such, you cannot find it anywhere because it's like a scheme. Now imagine I'm an entrepreneur. It's not for personal purpose. It is only for commercial purpose. For me to start any commercial venture, the government will support me by giving Mudra loans. Now imagine I want to set up a very small, probably a fruit shop or a pani puri, golgappa, angdi or momo shop. I need how much investment? 50,000, 1 lakh maximum. Or I want to start a printing shop, printer. How much I want? Within 1 lakh. So I will apply for a loan under Mudra scheme. I need to apply through a bank only. Bank will forward my application. There will be no filing fees, nothing, no processing charges at all.
Will forward to RBI, sir.
We'll see. Government basically. So sir, there is 3 types of loan that you can get here. One is called as Shishu, one is called as Kishore, and one is called as Tarun. So based upon my amount I need, if my amount requirement is up to 50,000, it's called as Shishu. If my money requirement is up to 5 lakhs, it is called as Kishore. If my money requirement is up to 10 lakhs, it is called as Tarun. The purpose of loan here, people, is always for commercial and business purpose. Personal purpose you will not get. I want to buy one cycle, I will not get. I want to buy a bike, I will not get. But I want to buy it for Rapido, Uber, Ola, I might get. Commercial purpose is only the thing they will give it to you. So it is only for the small business owners. There will be no processing fees. They will not take any collateral from you. Clear? Yes, sir. And what is the best thing about it? Now imagine if you are eligible for a loan, they will not give you a loan directly. They will give you a card called as Mudra card. You can use that card to withdraw the money in ATM or directly make the payments also. Directly go and swipe. As and when you swipe, interest will start. No processing fees, no collateral. Reasonable rate of interest? Correct. Sir, the repayment period will be up to 5 years. Such type of loans are called as Mudra loans. Clear? Pakka na? Public or private sector bank, Mudra portal. Clear? Application Shishu Kishore Tarun based upon your amount. Only for small business, new business, available for commercial and business purpose. No defaulter, you should not be a defaulter in any bank, you will not get. No processing fees, no collateral. Correct? Such type of loans are called as Mudra. Okay, that's all. That's your chapter 8. One of the most important ones. Remember and go. Exam point of view, important. Just 1 second, I'll just come.
Will try my bike. Sorry.
Use. Oh,
Shut up.
oh, okay. But I would rather have it tried safe. When you go to PTM. What's that? Oh, see.
No. Yeah. Understand Kannada? Can you read?
Read no.
Nothing.
It's like when you do all this.
Here on. We will start with the next chapter. The next chapter is which one? We'll do of business collaboration, na? Okay, the next chapter, people, business collaborations. Okay, just 1 second. Yes, sir. Business collaborations, chapter 9. Now, what do you mean by business collaboration, sir? Now, whenever there are two companies coming together, they might come together to enter into one contract, they might come together to enter into a new company, they might come together to take up one particular assignment. So, these are called as business collaborations. You can come in to start a new company, or you can come in to just do one particular activity. It's called as business collaboration. Now, a business collaboration can be of various types. One is called as what people horizontal collaboration. What do you mean by horizontal? This is meaning of horizontal. Whenever two companies in the same level, if they come together and if they do an activity, it is called as horizontal collaboration. Imagine if two Zepto and Blinkit, both of them in a same supply chain, they come together and they share a go down. If they are entering into a contract for that, it is called as a horizontal collaboration. Correct? Huh? Yes, sir. What is the vertical collaboration? People in two different supply chains, if they come together, meaning in two different levels you are there in supply chain. Supply chain means what? You're either a wholesaler, manufacturer, retailer, you're coming, or you're a distributor. There is a contract between someone in this supply chain. That is called as what, people? That is called as vertical collaboration. Example, seller entering into a contract with a distributor. Flipkart entering into a contract with the delivery agents. It's called as what, people? It's called as vertical collaboration. Intersectional collaboration means, people, diagonal. I am and me and you are from a different areas. We are not from the same areas. For example, a bank will come and say, in Amazon Big Billion Day offer, use my card, you will get benefit. I will come and give it to you exclusively. Now all the banks are doing it. Even I also applied yesterday. Some HDFC Swiggy card it seems. So HDFC is saying, if you buy anything on Swiggy, 10% straight cashback. That is called as what? Intersectional collaboration. Next one is called joint venture, whatever we'll see. Next one is called equity, which you already seen. When one company buys some stake in another company, it's called as equity collaboration. Now joint venture. What is a joint venture? When two or more business entities, who are those business entities? It can be two, excuse me. So imagine it can be one partnership, one LLP. It can be two partnerships. It can be two LLPs, one company, individual, whoever it is. So these people can come together. So they are coming together. How are they coming together? One person can be bringing assets. One person can be bringing patent. One person can be bringing trademark. And one person can be bringing capital. And one person can be bringing services, meaning labor. That's called as what, people? It's called as contribution, what you're bringing. And form a new business entity or an enterprise. Meaning, sir, Vodafone Idea, they are coming together. It is horizontal collaboration belonging to the same supply chain, and you are coming together. It's a joint venture. Sir, Vodafone Idea, correct? And you will form a strategic alliance and a corporate arrangement, or it can be a company or a LLP or a partnership. Sir, whenever I form a joint venture, sir, I can form it in two ways. It can be an equity based joint venture or it can be a contractual based joint venture. What do you mean by that? Equity based joint venture, when two people come together, they feel that they need to form a new entity. They will form a equity based joint venture. For example, Tata Starbucks, together they form Tata Starbucks. Vodafone Idea, together they form Vodafone Idea. Hero Honda, together they have Hero Honda.
Now it is split, sir.
Correct, huh? Maruti Suzuki, they came together, they formed Maruti Suzuki. These are called equity based joint ventures. Either together they can form a new entity, or one company can buy in another company some shares. That is also possible. Example, Zomato purchased shares in Blinkit. They made them their wholly owned subsidiaries. Now this is also, it can also be a equity based venture. Possible. Correct, Tom? Yes, Sam. Now see. Equity based, where a separate legal entity is created, you want it. Key characteristics, agreement to create new entity or join into the ownership of existing entity. This can be your Blinkit. And you share P&L, you share responsibilities, you share ownership, you share management. So should I share everything? It can be all or anyone. Correct? Huh? Remember this attempt, June 24th, I have asked this question only. If you remember when we were discussing, I told you, equity based joint venture, this only. So next one, contractual. Where established of separate entity not required. Sir, when will we enter into joint venture? Contractual based joint venture. Temporary period, people. Or you think that there is no separate entity required. When will contractual based joint ventures come, people? Contractual based will come whenever there is, what do you call this? Have you heard of franchisee agreements? Heard of it? Franchisee agreements, license agreements. Now imagine, people, today someone wants to start Arivu in, say for example, Hyderabad. We will say, we will give you franchisee. Name will be ours. Investment will be yours. Now we have a market for us. Now imagine today, Matthew goes and starts an academy in Hyderabad. Matthew professional courses. Now how many students will come on day one? You only start, but start in our name. How many students will you get on day one? Will there be difference?
Yes.
Yes, maybe. I'm not saying pakka macha, you will not get it all. Maybe some difference. Name is ArivuPro only, na. Now me and Matthew, should we enter into equity based joint venture or contractual based joint venture? We do not need a separate entity. He will continue in the name of Arivu only. That becomes a contractual based joint venture. Example is franchisee agreement. And I will charge a royalty for Matthew. Understood? Yes, Sam. So key characteristics, two or more parties having common intention of running business. Each party will bring some input, can be money, material. See, he brought money, I brought service, or I brought whatever it is, name. Both have some control, long-term relationship. Clear? Okay. Next one, sir. Following entities are allowed when there is a joint venture between Indian and foreign. Sir, now you are saying that Vodafone idea came. Together you are saying that they can start a new entity. Vodafone idea. Correct? Sir, this, how should we start? It should be a company. Can it be a sole proprietor? What should it be? They're telling it can be a company. It can be a LLP. It can be a venture capital fund. It can be a trust. Yes, sir. But remember one thing, whenever foreigners are coming, joint venture is between Indian and a foreigner. Then you have to keep one thing in mind. What? A foreign venture capital investor is allowed to contribute up to 100% in Indian venture capital fund. Allowed. We don't have a problem. Sir, trust. A foreign company cannot invest in a trust. Correct? But there are exceptions, sir. Exceptions are 3. What is that? Real estate investment trust, infrastructure investment trust, and alternate investment funds. AIF, angel investor. Sir, investment REIT. One of the thing I told you, Nexus is a REIT. What do? They take money from lot of people, they invest into physical assets, real estate. And with whatever money they make, that money, they will, that income, it will be further distributed to the investors. You can start REIT InvIT. Foreigners can invest in that. But imagine Christ Trust. Owners can never be the foreigners. Prohibited. Understood? Got it? What if Christ is a REIT? Foreigners can invest. Christ is an educational institution. Foreigners cannot own it. They can give donations. They cannot own it. I hope you are getting the difference. You're getting the difference, huh?
In that venture capital fund, you told that foreign venture capital investors are allowed to contribute up to 100%.
Hmm.
Sir, means you are given a note that any other form of business entity is prohibited.
Ah.
So what is that?
So, if at all there is a foreigner coming in, and if you are starting a joint venture, you cannot start it as a. If you want, you can start as company. If you want, you can start as LLP. If you want, you can start as venture capital, trust for REIT and all that. Those three allowed. Now, if at all a foreigner is coming in, you cannot start a fifth type of entity. Can I start partnership? Not allowed.
In these
So when a foreigner is investing, Vodafone Idea can be company, or it can be an LLP, it can be venture capital or REIT. But it cannot be a partnership firm. Additional restrictions under FDA policy. Pakistan citizen or entity can invest only after GOA approval, Government of India. Correct? Yesterday only I told you, land border. And remember, defense, space, atomic energy are prohibited. You can't invest at all. NRI in Nepal and Bhutan, or citizens of Nepal and Bhutan, they are allowed. They can invest on repatriation, meaning they can take back also. But you need to invest in free foreign exchange, euro, dollars, allowed. Banking channels, cash not allowed. Foreign institutional investors, FIIs. This is, see if we have written this. FII is not there, don't worry. It's not there in our syllabus. Foreign venture capital investor, this entire thing I was doing, 2 days. It's it to be streamlined. Probably another 2 days. This setting up of facilities summary book will be ready. Another 2-3 days.
Then next week you're going to
You guys can place an order anytime to be safe. You can place it anytime after. I would recommend 20th, or at least like give it some space. 18th or 20th. This is 20th of November. You guys can order. I'll just correct these things. And do not keep checking, sir, now is the book updated. Until it is updated, it will not be available at all. Because as of now, there is no material that is uploaded yet. So the first copy you will be seeing, it is a corrected copy only. Now don't start one chat on that only. Next one, foreign venture capital investors. Meaning, sir, I tell you Sequoia, Axel. Can they come and invest into India? Yes, possible. They can buy shares in Indian companies also, or they can come and open Sequoia India Venture Capital Fund and they can further invest. That is also possible. Both are possible. Clear? Yes, okay. Special purpose vehicle. The next one is called as, one more thing, you have something called as joint venture. You need advantage and disadvantage. No, that is manageable, right?
yes, sir, manageable.
Yes, sir.
It is manageable only, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope it is still there only. Okay, next one, people, SPV. What is special purpose vehicle? Whenever you are opening any company for a specific purpose, it's called as special purpose vehicle. What is my specific purpose? For example, when can we use this? I told you in the class also. Indian Railway Finance. Now, for example, people, now imagine there is a company called XYZ. I need debt. But according to the Companies Act and according to various other financial professionals, what they say that if a company is good, you should not have a debt more than 1:2. Meaning your equity can be 1, the debt can be maximum 2 times of your equity. If it is more than that, it's bad. But I need debt. Now, how do I do? What will people do? They will borrow in the name of one company and they will give it to its subsidiaries. So the debt will be in the XYZ's name, but they will in turn invest in their subsidiary company as a equity or as the case may be. So what is the effect? The balance sheet of ABC company will always be clean. Debt will never be reflected here, but the entire thing will be here. Sir, is it illegal or legal? Legal only. It is recognized. That's why we are reading it as special purpose vehicle. Sir, where else, when else people will do? This is the first purpose where they will use a special purpose vehicle. When else they will do? Second one, sir, whenever a company wants to try out a risky venture. Let us imagine we saw ARC, asset reconstruction companies. Now, am I sure that asset reconstruction companies are always beneficial? I don't know. ICICI Bank felt, why don't I try? Imagine example. So they only formed the ICICI ARC. Whatever NPAs their asset, I mean their bank has, they transferred all that to their own company ICICI ARC. Why? They wanted to try it out. Why should we give it to someone else? Let us only try it. No, we can save some commission. Yes or no? Now, sir, this is a risky venture. You never know. It may work, it might not work. Sir, now if at all I had tried it directly within my company for the world, if it did not work, it would have been shown as a failure. And that losses would have affected my profits. So to try out that risky venture, I will try ICICI ARC. If it didn't work, I will hive off. Aditya Birla Capital. I started 3. Something didn't work. I hived off. This is a special purpose vehicle. Correct? So a special purpose vehicle is nothing but people. Something which is formed for a particular purpose, which is dependent on its own and which is formed for that purpose only. You cannot change your object class. You cannot keep on doing other activities. Such type of entity is called as special purpose vehicle. Clear? Yes, any doubts in SPV? No? Okay, next one more thing I think we did was foreign collaboration. We did it right? I think foreign collaboration we wrote it. Okay, what is foreign collaboration? People remember, whenever there is a collaboration between India and foreign, meaning it can be an entity or it can be an individual as the case may be. Now from foreign we are getting something. What are we getting? Let us imagine from foreign we are getting money. From foreign we are getting money. So this route people will come through RBI route. It can be approval or automatic. Correct? As the case may be. You would have studied in the class. Automatic route or approval route. Sir, imagine, sir, foreigner is not bringing money. He is bringing in some technical aspects, IT. Sir, this will come under DPIIT route. Yes, so money will come through RBI route. Any other thing apart from money, technology and all will come through DPIIT route. Clear? Yes, foreign collaboration also people, types of foreign collaboration. The first one is called as financial collaboration. So people can bring money. So foreigner can come and invest money in your equity. It's called as financial collaboration. He can come and invest money in your, he can give you loan or he can give you credit facility, meaning you buy an asset from me, but repay me the money after 3 years. It's a credit facility, not a loan directly. This is called as financial collaboration. Second one is called as technical collaboration. Whatever we saw, inflow of technology or softwares or hardwares as the case may be. The third type of foreign collaboration is called as marketing collaboration. Marketing collaboration is where people, I agree to sell your goods. See, you are bringing me to your country. I'll take you also to my country. I'll give you a new market access. I'll promote exports. Such type of contracts are called as marketing foreign collaborations. And the fourth one is called as people management consultants, management consultancy collaboration. So what I will do here, I'll take care of your one department. It can be product management. You are not knowing how to do. I can take care of your marketing. I can take care of your HR. I'll come, I'll give or I'll take care of that one particular department. That is called as management consultancy collaboration. Clear up? Yes, Sam? Okay. This is your what, people? This is your SPV, foreign collaboration, and your whole chapter. Clear up? Any doubts here? Business collaboration, no? Okay. The next one, people, let us start your Bopolo. So setting up of branch office, liaison office, wholly owned subsidiary. I have told you people, whenever a foreign company wants to come to India, you can come to India people in any of these 3 ways. Actually, you can come to India people in 5 ways in total. The first one is called as people, there is Google. Google comes and sets up one wholly owned subsidiary of Google. It's called as Google India. That's the first way. It is allowed. It is through FDI policy. Next one is people JV. You will bring in some percentage. I will bring in some percentage. You cannot bring in the entire 100%. IT entire 100 you cannot be held. Best example Google, Microsoft, Adobe, bank maximum 74% is allowed. 26% has to be Indian. 26 should be Indian. You cannot hold the entire 100%. One more also I told you, multi-market retail trading, multi-brand retail trading. What is multi-brand retail trading? Imagine the Spar market is there. Star supermarket is there. Star is a Tata Star product. It's not a complete product of the foreigners. You cannot start it. So you have to come through JV. You don't have a choice. Yeah. Correct, huh? Yes, huh? So this is the second route, JV. Third route, sir, I do not want to set up an entity at all. Then you will come as Bo, Po, Lo. Sir, what is the meaning, sir? Bo means people, your branch office. Arivu has in Bangalore, Arivu has extended its branch office to Chennai. So this is called as what? Branch office. So your main entity will be there. Here operations will take place. This will happen. But for example, people, now you guys have, now imagine it can be imported cars. I will bring my imported car from some country. But where do I get it serviced? You open a service center here. That is allowed. That is branch office. Are you getting my point? Now, I do not come directly and form a company. There are some restrictions, but I will do some limited activities. That's called as branch office. Project office, you might be taking up some project. Example, one construction is happening, one building construction. After construction, you will go back to your country. So if you are coming for that purpose, that's called as project office. The third one is called as liaison office. Liaison office means people you want to do some research in this country. You do not know whether your project is going to work here or not. You will come here and you will form yourself as a liaison office. Yes, sir. In liaison office, people, you do not undertake any business activities. Sales do not happen, earnings do not happen. You are completely dependent upon your parent company sending you money. That's your liaison office. Always here. Foreign entity can open office in India as a wholly owned subsidiary or a joint venture or as BOPOLO. First one is branch office. Eligibility. An applicant is to be a body corporate. The name of BO to be same as parent office. What is the example we saw in our class? Citibank, Wells Fargo. Why do they come here? Now Wells Fargo, whatever is called outside is called with the same name here also. But are they doing some business here? No. But what are they doing? They are taking the advantage of labor, cheap labor. They get it done at a very minimal cost. We will work here for them from here. Branch office example. Net worth of BO should be minimum $1 lakh. Parent company should be profit making in immediately 5 financial years. If not satisfied, then letter of comfort from parent company that the company satisfy the limit. Basically, the group company, if at all this does not satisfy, at least they need to satisfy. Okay, next ones are permitted activities. It shall carry on activities in which parent company is engaged. That is, you can export, you can import, you can render services. See here, professional or consultancy, IT and development, technical support to products supplied by parent company. Car. Correct, service you give. Representing parent company in India and acting as buying and selling agent. Representing foreign airlines or shipping company. Carrying out research. You can do all this as BO. Correct term. Sir, manufacturing or processing activities allowed provided it is carried out in SEZ with the purpose of exporting and to set up SEZ 100% FDS to permitted. What is it, sir? If you are set up in SEZ, people I can even manufacture. But if you are set up outside SEZ, you cannot manufacture anything. If you are a branch office. Correct? So remember that. Okay, what is liaison officer? As I told you, they do not do any business activities as such. Eligibility same thing as BO. Net worth of $50,000. Profit to be 3 years. If not, letter of comfort from your parent company. I will satisfy. It's okay. Let him go. Activity, what and all they can do. It acts as a channel of communication between head office and entities in India. Imagine they have more than 5-6 branch offices. They will coordinate with the branch office through liaison office. Yes, it does not undertake commercial or trading or industrial activity. People, it is basically people know before I come and enter to this market, I do not want to directly venture it out. I do not know. So what I do, I will first come as liaison office. I'll see, I'll do my research, I'll go back, and if I think it is good, I'll come and again set up my entity. If not, I'll just stay there. So a company can never stay as a liaison office forever. Yes, remember that. They come with a validity period. It maintains itself out of inward remittance received from abroad. It maintains itself out of inward remittance received from abroad, meaning your parent company should take care of you. You cannot have any of your own earnings. Permitted activities, what and all you can do. You can just represent the parent company or group company in India, attend meetings, okay. Promote export or import, promote export or import, promote export or import. Technical or financial collaboration between parent and Indian company acts as a communication channel between parent and Indian companies. Okay, extension of validity period of approval of LO. We'll see this once we see the registration process. Yeah. Can you just give me a book once again?
The project office in my
Oh, is it okay? Give me the match 1 second.
Yeah, project office.
Okay, what is the third one, sir? Project office. Oh, you Matthew. What is this, da?
The next page.
this handwriting is like Dr. Okay.
Okay, yes sir. Next one, sir. The last one, project officer. It is a place of business in India that represent interest of foreign company executing project in India. It excludes a liaison office. So, for example, if there is any infrastructure project you are undertaking, imagine the metro construction is going on. You come here, you stay until the metro project is going on, and you go back. That's called as project office. Conditions. A PO can be opened only if it has a contract to execute in India. Without contract, you cannot come as a project office into India. You should have a contract to take place in India. And from the project has to be funded by an inward remittance, meaning from outside you're getting money, or bilateral or multilateral financial agencies. Imagine World Bank, multilateral financial institutions, they should be funding your money. When can that happen? Imagine slum development, they can give funds. Loan from PFI or bank in India, they are giving funds. Okay, come. Project is cleared by appropriate authority. Imagine some regulatory authorities, they are approving it. So who cares from where the funds are coming? Come in. So if all these conditions are satisfied, you can start a project office. Now, sir, how do I start either a BO, PO, or LO? A person who wants to come into India, people, you need to file an application. Application is FNC1. You will file it with people AD category 1 bank. The AD category 1 bank will forward this application to RBI. RBI will allot you the unique identification number, and you can check the status based on that. Once you guys get it, the RBI will send the approval letter to AD1 bank. AD1 bank will forward the same thing to the BOPO LO, and you get something called as approval letter. The approval letter, people, will be valid for, it shall be valid for 6 months. If you want, if at all reasonable grounds you can justify, an additional 6 months extension can be given. So within the 6 months or additional 6 months, you need to start your BO, start your PO, start your LO. You have to establish your business. Sir, now I have come in as BO, PO, LO. How long can I run as a BO, PO, LO? BO people, there is no limit as such. The project office people until the tenure, that is whatever is your duration of the project. If it takes 6 years, it is 6 years. If it is 1 year, it is 1 year. Whereas if it is LO people, if it is general, if you are coming for a general purpose, then it is 3 years. If it is in the case of NBFC, if it is in the case of NBFC, and if it is in the case of construction, then people it will be valid for 2 years.
Pension also is there.
For?
No,
Okay, we'll see. Is this part clear?
there is no extension.
Is this clear? Pakana. So sir, once you know this, sir, now sir, can I ask for an extension? BO, no extension at all because there is no tenure, fixed period. PO, no extension. LO people, if they want an extension, they can file an application to AD Bank. It may extend for 3 years from expiry only if LO has submitted annual activity certificates. What is that? We'll see. Account of LO is operating as per the terms. Then I can extend you for another 3 years. Provided, remember people, if at all you are NBFC and construction now, then it cannot go beyond 2 years. Whatever I gave you initially, that's all, no extension. Generally, you can get another 3 years extension. Sir, after expiry people, I don't have a choice. I have to either convert myself into a joint venture or a wholly owned subsidiary, or I have to shut down my operations. So the maximum time you can be here is 3, or apply for extension another 3, or if it is NBFC or construction, maximum is 2. Clear?
So you told that for validity of NBFC and activities in development sector, only 2 years.
Hmm.
If we take constructions company,
Hmm.
if they want another 1 year extension, they can get 1 year or they'll get 3 years extension.
Construction, no extension at all.
Only for NBFCs.
NBFC construction, no extension. Any other purpose, you will get 3 years extension. Okay. So next one, sir, remittance of surplus or profit. Sir, whatever I brought in, I made return on it. Can I take back? Yes, BO. You can take it back, people, net of taxes. Meaning pay taxes, you can take back. Approval of AD Bank after submitting audited balance sheet and P&L account. PO, intermittent remittances means, sir, until the project is still not completed, can I now only take it back? Whether your entire project is yet to be wound up or it is yet to be completed, before that only can I take back? It may allow it since still the project is not completed. That's why they are using the word intermittent, meaning in between. When it is allowed after submitting following to the AD Bank. What is that? You need to give auditor certificate that a company has made provision to meet all the liabilities in India. If something arises, I need to pay. And the remittance will not affect the completion of the project. Sir, I am taking back my entire money. But here, that's all gone. So you should make sure that the project here is not affected. Shortfall, if at all there is any. Imagine I take back, but still I might have to make some payments. I'll make sure I will bring the money from abroad. That's called as shortfall in paying liabilities will be met by inward remittance. I'll bring in money and pay. You don't worry. Next one is called as annual activity certificate. Every year you need to give annual activity certificate. If you are a BO or LO, you will give it to AD Bank and you will also give it to Director General of IT. If you are a PO, you will give it to AD Bank. If at all there is any adverse finding people, then the AD Bank shall forward it to RBI. Correct? Huh? Yes, sir. If you have multiple officers, then you need to file one. It will be filed by a nodal officer. Meaning one has to be filed. That's all. Next one, extension. Repeated same thing. LO we already seen. Correct? Huh? Closure of BO, PO, LO. Can we close it? Yes, sir. Give your application to AD Bank and give your approval letter given by RBI when you came in. Auditor certificate indicating how did you arrive at this number that you want to take back this number. Confirming all liabilities are met. Income accrued outside India is repatriated. Meaning whatever I have earned outside India, you cannot keep it there. That money has to be brought back. Until then, we will not allow you to take back the money from Indian Indian land. No pending legal proceedings. Ensure annual activity certificates, whatever we saw, is filed. Sectoral registration approval or sectoral regulators approval shall also be given to approve such remittances. If at all any required, give that approval also. Clear? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Done now.
We will start book of company law and setting up in ArivuPro.
Not app. That's what you. But it's not for your download.
Yes, sir. We have to buy that.
Yes. It will be available. Yes. So next one, sir. Chapter 11. People setting up of business opportunities outside India and issues relating thereto. I can classify this chapter into part A and part B. Part A and part B. Part B speaks about various countries' law. Part A speaks about when you are making investments, what is that you need to keep in mind. So focus on part A, part B is okay. Sir, important definitions, even in the summary chart, part B is not there. Only part A is there. Foreign Exchange Management Overseas Investment Rules 2022, Regulations 2022, they have superseded or suspended the previous regulations. Now what is that, sir? What do you mean by basically overseas investment, people? Anyone from Indian market is going and investing money abroad. We will call it as either overseas investment, overseas direct investment, or a financial commitment, as the case may be. Now, how and all we can go and invest, sir? First one is called as a financial commitment. The first thing is called as a financial commitment. Correct? Now, what do you mean by a financial commitment, sir? Financial commitment means, people, it's an aggregate of investment by a PRI, by ODI, plus a debt, plus a non-fund based other than OPI facilities. Non-fund based other than OPI, correct? Is called as financial commitment. To understand that, first understand what is ODI. First of all, what is ODI? Whenever an Indian is buying something outside, what is he buying? Acquisition of equity in an unlisted foreign entity. It's an unlisted foreign entity and I'm buying shares in such company. It will be called as what people are telling you, it is called as ODI. Even 1% you buy, it is called as ODI. Sir, subscription to MOA of foreign entity. Meaning, sir, I am only going and incorporating a company there. That's when you use the word subscription. That's when, even if I'm investing 1 rupee, I'll be called as I'm making a ODI. Investment of 10% or more of equity in a listed foreign entity. If it is a listed company, unlisted means even 1 share is okay. Unlisted means at least 10% I need to invest. Sir, what if investment is less than 10% in a foreign entity, listed foreign entity? Sir, less than 10 only, but I have a control. If Mukesh Ambani is investing, even let him invest 5%. But the people over there will value him, his words. That's when, even if your investment is less than 10, you will still have control. Correct? Control means, people, I can appoint the majority of your directors. I can control your policy decisions. Whether by a shareholder agreement or by shareholding or by any other manner, it will still be called as control only. Correct? So what is the ODI, sir? If you are buying any equity in an unlisted foreign entity, or if you are buying subscription to MOA in a foreign entity, if you are buying 10% or more in a listed entity, if you are buying less than 10% in a listed entity, but you have control, is called as what, people? It's called as ODI. Imagine, people, subsequently also, if you lose control or if the investment falls below less than 10%, it will still be called as ODI. Once a ODI, it's a ODI only. Correct? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one is called as overseas investment. What do you mean by overseas investment? FC plus OPI is called as overseas investment. What is OPI? Overseas portfolio investment. Means it's an investment in foreign securities, excluding ODI, excluding unlisted debt securities. Listed debt securities, what is a listed debt securities? It will come here. Other than OPI is coming here, no? Correct, huh?
Yes.
Yes or no? So, unlisted debt instruments is excluded. It is not an OPI. So, listed investments, listed debtor will come as OPI. Unlisted debtor will come as financial commitment. Clear, huh? Sir, next one, sir. Security issued by PRI, not in IFSC. Security issued by PRI, not in IFSC means imagine that an Indian company. You are buying the shares of the Indian company only. It cannot be called as a overseas portfolio investment. But if you are buying a company's share which is set up in International Financial Service Center, you are buying a share in that company. It can be considered as OPI. Correct, huh? Yes, huh? So see sir, what is FC? ODI plus see excluding unlisted debt. Unlisted debt will come here. Correct, huh? And sir, non-fund based. What is the non-fund based? Guarantee. So if a person is giving a guarantee from here, that if my entity there does not pay, I will pay. That will also come as a financial commitment. OPI means people, any investment in a foreign security, excluding ODI. What is ODI? We saw that 4. For example, imagine people, I am buying a 5% of shares in a foreign listed company. But if I do not have a control, what should I call it as? You will call it as OPI. If you are buying 5% in listed company, but you have control, you will call it as ODI. No control becomes OPI. Understood, huh? So finally, sir, OI means people, FC plus OPI. So everything put together will be called as overseas investments.
So in ODI, sir, if any one condition satisfied, it will be ODI.
Any one to be satisfied will be ODI. Clear, huh? Okay, non-applicability of these rules, sir. These rules will not apply to investments made outside India by financial institutions in IFSC. So if any financial institutions are making any investments, not all these rules shall not apply. Acquisition or transfer of any investment outside India out of RFC account. What is RFC? I told you, resident foreign currency account. When there is a NRI, imagine non-resident Indian who is working in India for the last 5 years. He has made some good property assets. When he is coming back to India, he sold all his shares. He comes to India, he opens one bank account to keep all that foreign currencies. So being in India only, you can open one account. That is called as RFC. So whenever you are making any investments out of these funds, it is not taken from Indian land. It is taken from there, earned there, being put there. These restrictions, these rules will not apply to that account, RFC account. See, why do we monitor all that people? RBI does not want you to take the dollars so easily. We are very conservative. We want our dollars. Dollars are precious. Foreign exchange reserves defines the strength of the country. If you want to go and invest just like that, I cannot let you invest whatever you want. So there are some restrictions. Understood? Huh? Okay. Foreign currency resources outside India by a person employed in India, duration of which does not exceed 3 years. By a person employed in India, meaning what people? There is a person, let us imagine a foreigner who has come into India, working in India, but he is working in India for not more than 3 years. Such person is generally told in the class also, is called as resident but not permanent resident. Basically, a foreigner coming and working in India. Imagine some coach, some foreigner who has come to coach our Indian team. He is make all the money. He will take back it to his country. Why will we keep here? Now, can we impose restrictions? They are not possible. So, not applicable. And as per section 6(4) of the Act, investment in security or immovable property when he was a PRI or inherited from PROI. What is this, sir? Imagine people, there is Priyanka Chopra. Now, or imagine there are so many people, our NRIs who has gone, who has settled there. Now, imagine any random person, some XYZ, that person dies. The person in India, their family members, if at all there are anyone in India, if they inherit the property. Now, sir, for that property, these regulations will apply? The answer is no. Because you earned it or you got it through inheritance. You did not use any of your Indian currencies to buy it. So my restrictions will not apply to it. You do anything out of that asset, my regulations will not apply. Clear? Okay. Next one, restrictions and prohibitions from foreign investments. Prohibitions in foreign entity engaged in. You cannot invest any money in a foreign entity which is involved in real estate. You cannot buy the shares. Okay, but does not include development of township. Imagine like Prestige, Brigade, all that is allowed. But if at all your that company is into real estate, proper real estate, you cannot buy. Gambling not allowed. Dealing in financial products linked to Indian rupee without RBI approval, meaning they are coming and they are raising some securities and they are raising Indian rupees without RBI approval, you cannot invest. Restrictions are ODI in startups. So there is a startup outside India. Can I go and invest from here? Yes, that's possible. Provided if you are a company, you have to invest it out of your internal accruals, meaning out of your earnings, not out of loans. Because startups are always unpredictable, right? It may work, it may not work. So don't take loan and all and go and invest. If you are an individual, you have to invest out of your own funds, but not out of borrowed funds and etc. Next one, sir, no financial commitment in foreign entity that has invested or invests into India, resulting in a structure with more than 2 layers of subsidiary. Example, if you remember your companies at people, imagine there is a foreign company. If I am investing outside India, this becomes a foreign company, this is an Indian company. This foreign company again comes and invests in Indian market again. If at all this layers is going beyond 2, then they are telling you, you cannot invest into such foreign company, it is restricted. However, this rule shall not apply to, you have seen it there also. It shall not apply to banking company, systemically important NBFC, insurance company, government company. You would have seen this in subsidiary company also. Correct? Okay. Sir, no objection certificate people. Now, whenever you guys want to go and make a overseas investment, if at all there are some cases or you are not a regular person, you need someone's approval before you go and invest. Whose approval it is here? A person resident in India who shall before making a financial commitment or disinvestment, if at all this person has a NPA account, meaning I have taken a loan but I have not repaid the debt, I am that person. Or I am a willful defaulter. RBI has categorized me as a willful defaulter. Or I am under an investigation by any of the authorities like CBI, Enforcement Directorate, SFIO. Now before I go and invest, earlier people, all these are amendments. Earlier, such people cannot invest at all. Now they are telling you can invest, do one thing, first apply for an NOC. You are having an NPA, right? Someone has given you loan, right? Let the bank only give you NOC. If yes, go and invest. Regulatory body, meaning sir, wherever your thing, now this one, willful defaulter, let them only give you NOC. Investigation agency, that is your CBI, SFIO, ED, let them give you NOC, then you can go and invest. We don't have a problem. Clear? Earlier we did not used to allow it. Now we are allowing it based upon the approval route. Take an NOC and go. If at all I apply, sir, they do not reply. Within 60 days, if you do not reply, it is considered as deemed approval. Next one, sir, reporting requirements, people. All reporting is to be made through AT Bank. Whenever a person resident in India, if he makes financial commitment, you need to intimate to AD Bank. Then, sir, whenever you make the time of remittance or making a financial commitment, whichever is earlier. Correct? Meaning, if at all I have given a guarantee, I am paying the money after 1 year. I need to intimate at the time of me giving the guarantee. Correct? I need to tell the AD Bank, sir, I have made a overseas investment. Next one, disinvestment. Sir, I am selling away the shares there. I need to intimate to the AD Bank within 30 days of receipt of money. Sir, I had an investment, I sold it off. Next one, restructuring. Meaning, sir, I had an investment there. We underwent a corporate restructuring, meaning people something like capital reduction. I need to intimate within 30 days. Sir, PRI other than resident individual making or transferring OPI. Sir, here it is. We are seeking from report making from FC made from us. PRI making it. Other than resident individual making or transferring OPI. You need to make a report within 60 days from the end of half year. Note in case of ESOP, imagine there is any foreign company that has given us, a Indian, some shares. The foreign company only should take care of the reporting requirements, not the shareholder, not the employee. The third one, sir, PRI acquiring equity. I need to submit something called as annual performance report for the foreign entity by 31st December every year. If the financial year only ends by 31st December, then I need to submit it by next year 31st December. What is this annual performance report? Now imagine as an individual, I have invested in say for example Tesla, Netflix. I have invested in some 10 shares. Every year I need to say what is happening to these companies, what is happening to my company's share. I invested 1 lakh, how much is it today? I need to give an annual performance report for every company separately. I've invested for 10 companies. I need to give this report for all the 10 companies. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Delay in reporting, people, they will collect late submission fees from you. You can still file it. Now they told you to file it within 3 years. So I did not file it within 3 years. They'll give you some time period. You can still file it, people. That is, they'll collect some extra fees to you. But the maximum time given to you is 3 years. Clear? Yes, sir. Pakana. So this is your OI part. Remember this and go, more than sufficient from this particular chapter. Yes. Okay. Let's take some 5 minutes break up before we start the next chapter.
Yes, sir.
The last chapter.
This and then the 12th one is there. Sorry, 13th one is there. We'll just see it from the book only. So, just take some 5 or 10 minutes break, come back. Audible? Yes, okay. Chapter 12, people, we have not written anything. Even in the PDF also, you will not find anything on chapter 12. The reason is there is nothing to mention in chapter 12. They have just given you the list of laws. So even in my chart book also you can find it like this only. Refer PDF. Because what does the book say? We'll see how does the book say. How does it have the format. So what is chapter 12, people? Whenever a company needs to function, depending upon what type of business you want to start, we just see what are the different types of laws that are applicable to them. Correct? The first one we have already seen till now. How do you form the company? How do you form the business structure till now? From first chapter to 11th chapter, whatever you have seen, the same thing. There is nothing here. Capital investments, control, parameters for deciding the business sector. That was first chapter only. No, that's what we saw. And see, formation of company, applying business license, everything we have seen in the previous chapter only. Adhering to labor laws is nothing but your part B. So if I leave everything, net what I will be left with is, people, your this part, laws relating to industries, specific laws. In your exam there will be a direct question. If at all a company wants to start as a trading and retail industry, for them what and all are the laws applicable? Now you tell me, what do you put in the chart book? I will have to just give again the same thing, which doesn't serve the purpose at all. So I am not given anything under chapter 12. Remember that. So sir, if I have to do it, people, now I will not explain all this. What I will tell is, better, if possible, read and go. One question will come. In June 2024, they have asked. Housing finance, they have asked. That to look at the question they have picked. That's the only place where you guys don't even know one law also. Rest and all you have reference for something or other. They have picked up a question from that only. So you're lucky also, because the question is already asked. Unlucky because they know that such questions can directly come. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what I can explain here, you just have to read and go. What are the laws applicable? What I would say is, I'm just giving you a tip. Try to see, make a point of all the laws that are commonly applicable. Write it down in one place. And that first by heart it. Yeah, it can be coming to some 5-6 points. First, by heart that. So, irrespective of which they ask, you should be able to write that. And then we will see what we can do. Yes, but I hope I cannot do anything much here. So, I'm going directly to the next chapter. Yep. So, last chapter, sir, in part A, chapter 13, various initial registrations and licenses. So, whenever a company is formed, now you want to start a company is registered, what are the other licenses you need to take? The first one, people, the first thing you need to do is PAN, which is governed by IT Act. It's a vital document for taxpayers. It's a 10-digit alphanumeric number. It is mandatory for person who has income exceeding an amount it's not mandatory. A person whose income exceeds an amount not chargeable to tax. If it is going beyond that, it becomes mandatory. If no, it is not mandatory. It is not mandatory. Correct? In charitable trusts, person carrying on business or profession whose total sale turnover receipts is likely to exceed 5 lakhs in a year, every person who enters into a transaction in quoting of PAN is mandatory. Non-individual resident, if financial transaction during financial year exceeds 2.5 lakh, sir, for them it is mandatory. It is mandatory. The first one around is not right. It's a wrong grouping. Yes, sir. Charitable trust. So for these people, it is mandatory. Yes, sir, because they'll be claiming their IT benefits, right? Any body corporate doing business in India requires PAN, whether you are Indian or foreign. What is the application? Where will you file? If you are an Indian, you will file under 49A. If you are a foreigner, you will file under 49AA. Where will you file it? You can file it with, you can go through an agent, or you can file it on NSDL portal or UTI ITSL. You can even go there as well. If you do not have PAN, then a withholding tax at a rate of 30% will be charged on you if you do not have PAN. Clear, Ram? Yes, Ram? Okay. Next one is people, TAN, tax deduction and collection account number. Technically, whichever are the people who are under an obligation to deduct TDS. For them, they need to mandatorily have a document. That document is called as TAN. I told you now, before Arivu pays me my remuneration, they will deduct 10% of my salary and then credit my amount. So for doing this TDS, Arivu needs to mandatorily have PAN. If not, they cannot deduct my TDS at all. So whoever are under an obligation to deduct TDS, they need to have a TAN number. Today, if you are a company, PAN and TAN will be a part of your incorporation documents only. I told you PAN and TAN will come with your certificate of incorporation itself. Okay, it's a 10-digit alphanumeric number. It is required to be obtained by person who are responsible for deducting or collecting tax. Form people 49P. Applied with IT department will approve it. Simple, done. Next one, GST. It's a 15-digit number. Single registration for all taxes, IGST, SGST, CGST, UGST. But it is all state specific. If you go to a next state, you need to register your GST there as well. It is mandatory to obtain GST registration depending upon whether you are in sale of goods, provision of services. If it's goods, people, if your turnover exceeds 40 lakh, then you need to apply for GST registration. If at all you are in northeastern states, your 6 states, sister states, Meghalaya, all that part. If turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, then for them it will be GST registration mandatory. So if at all I am provision of services, I will come here. I am giving services, right? Your CS, you will come here. Provision of services, no? When will the GST registration become mandatory? If you are in entire India, apart from the 6 states, then your turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, you need to obtain GST registration. If at all you are in northeastern states, then if turnover exceeds 10 lakhs, you need to apply for GST registration. Business entity shall have GST for one state. If multiple states, then state-wise registration is required. Compulsory registration. You, irrespective of your turnover, you need to apply for GST. When? If the supplier is making interstate supplies, if you are meaning one state to another state, not intra. Intra means within. Inter means one state to another. You are a casual taxable person. Casual taxable person means what, people? Now imagine I'm from Karnataka. In Jaipur, some exhibition is happening. I want to go and showcase my products in that exhibition. I will go and set up a temporary stall. So within India, I do not have a permanent place of business in that Jaipur. I go from here to there to say for example to Rajasthan. I will apply for this casual taxable person. It's a temporary GST number that will be allotted to you. That registration will be valid for a period of 90 days. Before I start my business there, 5 days before I need to apply for it. Who and all will come here? Bombay Circus. They keep on traveling, no, from one state to another. They will come here. Correct? So what if a foreigner wants to come and participate? Same thing. You will come under non-resident taxable person. Again a temporary person who is coming and participating in international tax, say some exhibitions, fairs. They will come under non-resident taxable person. E-commerce operator, Amazon, Flipkart, mandatory. Person discharging liability under reverse charge mechanism. Ultimately, always the tax is to be paid by the person who is giving the service. At times, a person who is taking the service will pay. If you are coming under the reverse charge mechanism, you will only come and pay the GST. Yes, sir. Exempted categories from registration. Supply of goods or services which are not liable to tax, you need not take registration. For example, all your food can come here. Food in the sense vegetables, fruits. Supply of goods or services which are wholly exempt from tax. Agriculturalists, all these people are exempted from tax. How do I do GST registration, people? I'll apply for GST registration in GST registration 1. If at all I do not require to deduct TDS, if I have to require to deduct TDS, I will apply in GST registration 7. On GST portal, PAN, mobile, email, I'll give my cross check, bank account details, Aadhaar number, all these documents I'll give it. If at all GST department wants more information, they will ask it in GST registration 3. If everything is fine, the person needs to reply in GST registration 4. If at all everything is fine, I will get GST registration 6. If not, it will be rejected. That is registration 5. Clear? Pakka na? Okay. Sir, GST recent amendment, that's nothing there for us. Okay, next one, people, shops and establishments. What is this, people? There are some unregulated sectors in India. For example, bakery. For example, amusement park, theatre. Their employees, hotel. Food is regulated. Is the labor regulated? Now, where will all of them come? That's why we have something called as shops and establishments. So, what does it say, people? Now, what is the guarantee for minor is not working there? Where is it all regulated? That's why you come under shops and establishment. That's the whole purpose. But in India, it is not that very well regulated. So here what happens, people, whenever there is commercial establishment, if you start anything, you need to get a NOC from your neighbors. We don't have a problem if this person starts this business here. For example, people, you can have this, right? In your neighborhood, a wine store can come. Are you okay with it? Imagine a truck, this water tankers. Now a person next to me might start that. Am I okay with it? I don't know. Now they will come under this. They will have to take them mandatorily. Correct. Now tomorrow someone comes and starts a hookah parlor next to your home. You have a right to say, I don't want him. That's what it's called. I do not give you. I object. But not very well regulated in India. Yes. It's a state specific act, different for each state. What is a shop? Premises where goods are sold or services are rendered. It can be retail or wholesale. What is an establishment? It includes a shop, commercial establishment, hotel, restaurant, theatre, amusement park, etc. Why shop and establishment? See, to regulate payment of wages. I told you in our case only. Morning you go, same Anna will be doing tea. Afternoon, same Anna. Evening, same Anna. Night also, same Anna. Hours of work, regulated. Sunday, I don't know. They might not come. Holidays are there, I don't know. They'll be there. So, to regulate that, we have shops and establishment. Factories are not covered here. So, how do I register under shops and establishment? After you set up your business, you need to file within 30 days. You need to file your application to the chief inspector. If satisfied, you need to give name of the employer, address, the number of employees. Depending upon the number of employees, the fees will be decided. If satisfied, they will issue a registration certificate. It must be displayed in the shop and establishment. So whenever you go to any shop, in the background of the cashier, they would have put this certificates. They would have framed. There you can find the shop and establishment. Yes, sir. Such registration is valid for 5 years. In case of any alteration, you need to again file the information to the chief inspector within 15 days. Clear? Huh? Imagine the number of employees increased. You changed. Ownership changed. I sold my shop. You need to intimate all this to the chief inspector within 15 days. Clear? Huh? Okay. Next one, Provident Fund. Registration is mandatory if employees are 20 or more. If less than 20, it is voluntary. What is Provident Fund, people? A percentage of salary will be deducted from your salary. It will be transferred to a fund. Equal amount will also be transferred by the employer towards your retirement. You will get a lump sum with which you can take care of your welfare. That's your Provident Fund. If at all a company has 20 or more, then Provident Fund will be applicable. Less than 20, Provident Fund is not applicable. Correct? Procedure, it's an online registration. The portal is called Shram Suvidha portal. It is an official portal of Ministry of Labour and Employment. For a newly incorporated entities, EPF and ESIC will form part of their incorporation only. I told you ArivuPro. Correct? Okay, next one, ESIC registration. What is ESIC, people? Tomorrow if I meet with an accident, from where will I get money? I don't know if you guys know all this or not. Provident Fund, you are deducting, no? Your own money. You can't get it whenever you want. For example, I was working in Accenture. For around 2 years I worked. I wanted this money very badly. My own money. I could not get it. There are criterias because it is a stringently regulated fund. It is only for your, imagine if your children wedding is there, they will give you. If you want to build a house, something like that, they will give you. But all that you need to submit these bills. And one other thing is you should be unemployed for 2 years or 3 years. Mine I was able to take it after that. So after I quit my Accenture, I joined LLB. By the end of the 3rd year, obviously I was not working then. On those grounds I applied and then I got my money. I hit in the point, your own money. So it's all completely towards your final retirement. Now ESIC, imagine I meet with an accident. It's not for you and me. I hope you guys know all these are like labor laws. A person who is getting 15,000 salary, imagine he meets with an accident and the operation comes to 4 lakhs. Where will he get money? So it's nothing but insurance. The employer will take it on behalf of you. Yes, sir. How do we do it? From your salary, people, 0.75% will be deducted. We transfer it to one fund. 3.25% of your salary I will pay, employer. In total, 4% will be contributed towards ESIC. The government with this, they run various hospitals. Some things are called as ESIC hospitals only. You can directly get admitted. Everything is free. Or you will get a card. Up to some limits, say 30,000, 50,000, you can get it treated somewhere else using this card. Both are allowed. Both are recognized. Sir, every employee is covered here, sir? No. If an employee is earning people 21,000 or less, only then you are eligible. 21,001 rupee, you are not covered under ESIC. That means you are already settled in life, go out. Sir, what if I am a differently abled person, then up to 25,000 you are covered. After that you are not covered. You are not covered under ESIC. Clear? And how does it work, sir? We'll see. Employee state insurance is a self-financing scheme, correct? For Indian workers which cover health and social security. It is regulated by ESI Act. It is governed by Ministry of Labour and Employment. It monitors provision of cash and medical benefits through their network of hospitals. Correct? Applicability. State government has extended the coverage of the Act to shops, hotels, cinemas, etc. having 10 or more employees. Central government has extended the coverage to shops, hotels, road, motor transport undertakings having 20 or more employees. Employees earning 20,000 per month or less are eligible. Correct? Differently able 25,000 you are covered. Contribution employer 3.25, employee 0.75. Registration procedure, the employee soon after you join the company, a factory or a factory or a shop or an establishment, you need to file a form called Form 1 along with your family photo. So your dependents are also covered. I will submit to the employer will forward it to the ESI branch. Within 3 years, I will get ID card. Imagine even if you switch your job, this will get transferred. Same ID number. Employer should also get registered under the portal because he is also contributing 3.25%, right? So log into www.esic, Form 1, Regional Office. You will get a registration letter. That's your ESIC. Any doubts, sir? No. Done. Next one, people, is called as Import-Export Code. What is this? Today, if you want to do any trade in India, in which you are going to export your materials outside India, or you are going to import into India. Now, Matthew says, sir, last week I imported the iPhone for my personal purpose, but I don't have IE code at all. Then how did I do? You are saying for all the exports, imports, you need IE code. Yashash told Matthew, for personal purpose, you do not require IE code. IE code is required only for business purpose. Understood? IE code today is nothing but people, your PAN only. Whatever is your PAN number. Now imagine if I want to export something. My PAN only will become my IE code. Remember, if you do not have an IE code, you will not be eligible for any of the benefits given by the government towards exports. Sir, IE code people, IE code if I need it, where should I apply, sir? It is all regulated by DGFT, Directorate General of Foreign Trade. They will issue the IE code. Meaning it's a different certificate, but PAN only will become IE code. Don't say, sir, I have already PAN, then why do I need IE code? You have to apply for it, but you get a valid certificate. This is called as IE code. Any doubt? Sir, and how do I apply for it, sir? You apply for it, people, through a form called as ANF2A. Ayat Niryayat Form. Ayat Import. Niryayat Export. That's the form. Clear? You applied it to online or offline, you will apply it to DGFT. Correct. That's called import-export code. Any doubt?
Code will be PAN number itself, and for that we have to get certified.
So same PAN number, you will get it on a certificate. Yes, sir.
So that is the code.
So next one is drug license. This is nothing but, people, today in India, if you want to run a chemist shop, a drug shop, whether on a retail basis or a wholesale basis, you guys will have to have a drug license. Sir, how can that happen, sir? The drug license is controlled in India by two people. One is Central Drug Standard Control Organization. Next one is State Drug Standard Control Organization. They will take care of the licenses. Two types. One is retail, one is wholesale. Sir, the retail, to run a chemist shop, there are some requirements. What is that? It is given only to a person who possesses a degree or diploma in pharmacy from recognized institute. If you have it, you will get retail. For wholesale, there is no such requirement. Retail, because they have to sit, right? People will interact with you. The documents required to apply, sir: application form, challan, key plan, site plan of the premise, constitution documents, affidavit, and all that part. In addition, sir, requirements. Area minimum 10 square meter for retail or wholesale. 15 if you are doing both. Storage facility, you need refrigerator as well as AC to make sure you have the sufficient requirement to keep the medicines. To do a retail trade, I need to be a registered pharmacist approved by department. And such person has to be present throughout the working hours, a registered pharmacist, because you'll be interacting. Wholesale, nothing is required. Registered pharmacist or a competent person who shall be a graduate with 1 year experience or even a 10th pass person with 4 years experience, specially approved by Department of Drug Control, can also get a wholesale. You can sit it in that place and you can run a wholesale drug shop. Clear? Okay, next one, people. Banking Regulation Act. To start a bank, people, we had a bank, is it?
Have written it.
We have written it, right? Huh. No company shall carry on banking business in India unless it holds a license issued by RBI. Before granting license, RBI may check for following conditions. What is that? Are you in a position to pay interest? Company affairs won't be detrimental to depositors. Do you have adequate capital structure? What is adequate capital structure? Minimum paid up capital, if you want to be a universal bank, has to be 500 crore. Small finance bank shall be 200 crore. Your subscribed capital should be half of your authorized capital. If your authorized capital is 2000 crore, your subscribed capital should be at least 1000 crore. Paid up should be half of your subscribed capital. That should be at least 500 crore. No one can hold more than 10% of voting rights, similar to payment banks. RBI may cancel license if company ceases to do banking business, fails to comply with conditions imposed. So whenever I give you certificate of registration, I would have imposed some conditions. If you do not satisfy them, I can cancel your license. Any bank aggrieved by RBI may appeal with central government within 30 days. Done now? Next one, people, Food Safety Standard Authority of India, 2024 June attempt, they have asked this question. Sir, what is FSSAI, people? For any person, people, before starting any food business in India, whether packaged or a food or a hotel or a restaurant, people, you need to apply with the government, people, for a license. Your food will be tested and a license will be granted. That is only called as FSSAI license. FSSAI license can be categorized into two. Actually speaking, it can be categorized into three. One is called as FSSAI registration. Next one is FSSAI license, state license as well as central license. So when do I need FSSAI registration? Registration is required if you are a petty food business operator. What do you mean by petty food business operator? If you guys remember, if at all you are coming under, what is that? That slaughtering house, capacity of milk, and what is that? Hawker. You remember, for example, I told you Belpuri. Does Belpuri require registration? Does Belpuri person, Panipuri, Golgappa, does he require registration? Golgappa, one small shop here, this one, what is that? Momos, do they require registration? Only for establishment, see here. Who is a petty food business operator? Manufacturer or sells any articles of food himself, or a petty retailer, small. Hawker means what? I do not have a designated place. I go from one place to another. It can be a food truck, cart, whatever you call it. Itinerant vendor, those people only. Food trucks or temporary stall holders. Correct? All. Sir, distributes food including any religious or social gathering except a caterer, meaning people, all your prasadas. FSSAI license mandatory. Other food business including small scale or cottage or such other industries relating to food business or tiny food business with an annual turnover not exceeding rupees 12 lakhs and whose production capacity of food other than milk does not exceed 100 kg or liter per day If it's milk up to 500 liters per day, if it's a slaughtering 2 large animals, 10 small animals, or 50 poultry bird per day or less. Now these people, technically saying people, if at all my annual turnover is up to 12 lakh rupees, I'll apply for a petty food business operator. Sir, more than 12 lakh up to 20 crore, you will apply with the state. Sir, more than 20 crore, sir, I'll apply for central license. Clear, huh? Yes, huh? Okay, sir, I'll apply for Form A. FSSCI registering authority has to accept or reject within 7 days. Once I get an registration, I need to display it in my office. Mandatory. I have to publish it even on all the materials I sell. If it's a packaged food. Don't ask, sir, on dosa there is no FSSCI license, no sir, written. They won't print it on your dosa. But the hotel is under FSSCI license. Clear, huh?
Sir, Rameshwaram trip is
It's covered. They have to. Yeah. Are you 100%? Yes, sir. State license, central license. If at all petty, Form A. State and central, Form B. The FSSAI license can be valid for anything between 1 to 5 years, depending upon the fees you pay. It is your choice. If you want to get it 5 years also, as the case may be. Clear, huh? Next ones are insurance license people. It is authorized to grant license and registration for setting up insurance business. Functions registering and regulating insurance companies, protecting policy holders, licensing and establishing norms for intermediaries, regulating and overseeing premium rates for non-life insurance, specifying financial reporting norms of insurance companies, registration process. I need to file a form company. Whoever wants to start a insurance company, I need to file form IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, R1 plus documents, MOA, details of directors, insurance business to be carried. How much capital I need, sir? Paid up capital. If it is general or life. General means people non-life. Your bike and all will come under general. Life is your life insurance for death of a person. Sir, if it is a reinsurance, what is reinsurance? Whenever a project that you are insuring is way too high, one company cannot take that risk. So they will give the insurance to you. They will further give that insurance to another company also. They will share. To do that, you need 2 crore rupees. If you want to start a reinsurance company, 200 crores. Sir, FDI in entity is more than 26%, then you need to take FIPB approval. So if FDI means foreign investments is there in your company, more than 26%, you need to take FIPB approval. All of this will be filed with IRDA. They may either reject or accept. Accept people, the license in 12 months should commence the business. What if they reject? You can go for an appeal with SAT. Remember in India, any order passed by SEBI or IRDA or PFRDA, Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority, all this comes for an appeal with a common person. That common person is SAT. That's all. Next ones are industrial licenses, sir. What is this people? Earlier people, if at all a normal person, a private person, if he wants to start an industry in India, people, it was not easy. It was very, very difficult. But in 1990, there was LPG reform. They said anyone can start industries. You do not require licenses as such. So they liberalized it. So today's date, people, license is not required except for a few companies. Only intimation is required. That only is called as information memorandum, or you can call it as industrial entrepreneur memorandum. So intimation is required, license is not required. For few companies it is required. What is it? We'll see. So post 1991 liberalization happened, where they said not everything require registration. License is not required. At present they are exempt from licensing, but they are required to file industrial entrepreneur memorandum. It's just an intimation. At present, industrial license is required only for them who industry is under compulsory licensing. Example, alcohol. Example, tobacco. For them, still it is mandatory. Or if you are in manufacturing of manufacturing items which is reserved for small scale industries. Now imagine I have specifically reserved bangle making for small scale industry. If a big player wants to come and do the same business, you need to take industrial license. But there is one condition. What is that? You need to undertake at least 50% of your production should be exported. If you agree for this, at least 50% of your production should be exported. If you agree for this, then I will give you a license. Next one, if you are proposing to start your business in in locations which attract locational restrictions, meaning what people imagine, if you want to set up a industry within a place, within a city which has a population of more than at least 10 lakh population, and if you want to set up an industry within 25 kilometers of the city, in such case, people, you need to take industrial license. Correct? But white category and all, it is exempted. White category, there is no much population that takes place. Sir, IEM is what people? Industrial Entrepreneur Memorandum. It's an intimation, acknowledgement of unit. All initial undertakings, all industrial undertakings exempted from licensing and having investment in plant and machinery of 50 crore and above, turnover of 250 crore and above, they need to mandatorily file IEM through G2B portal. Department for, basically you will file it with DP IIT. Sir, what if I am a industrial undertaking, I am having my investment less than 50, my turnover is less than 250, then people, even IEM is not required for you. Clear? So the last registration that is called as OSP. What is OSP, people? Other service providers, they generally come under new telecom policy. They are nothing but a service providers who are making use of tele. It can be tele banking, tele education, tele trading, e-commerce, call centers. Basically using telecom resources to do their business. If anyone is using that, they are termed as OSP, other service providers. Your NAPTOL, customer care. Basic is telecom, no? Now to do that, they are telling you need to come and take a registration with Department of Telecommunication dot. OSP license shall be categorized into two types. One is domestic, one is international. Domestic means people, your clients, you are giving the services to the clients located within India. International is you are giving services to the clients established outside India. OSB can be a company, LLP, partnership. So who can take it? All these people. Documents to be submitted for registration: certificate of incorporation, board resolution, power of attorney. If for the person who is signing the registration, MOA, list of directors, present shareholding, etc. OSP license is valid for a period of 20 years. Clear?
Another topic, pollution control board.
We didn't do that, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have something called as a State Pollution Control Board and Central Pollution Control Board. Generally, the industries are categorized into 4 varieties. We have seen that also. It can be red, it can be orange, it can be white category. So, whenever you guys are under white category, then these things will not apply. But whenever you are coming under red category and all, these things will registrations and all will become mandatory for you. Agreed? Specifically,
We have done it at last.
we wrote it at last. Pollution Control Board. So there is something called as State Pollution Control Board and Central Pollution Control Board. So Central Pollution Control Board oversees the policies. State Pollution Control Board is the concerned authority for giving licenses or certificates. So before you set up any industry, there is something called as consent to establish and consent to operate. Before I start up any industry which emits pollution, I need to take an approval or a license from State Pollution Board before I establish, before I commence. The pollution industries can be categorized into 4: red, orange, green, white. White absolutely zero pollution, red maximum pollution. Correct? Yes, sir. Sir, procedure for obtaining NOC from Pollution Control Board. The application for consent to establish and consent to operate can now be made online by logging on to Consent State Pollution Control Board's website. State Pollution Control Board need to reply within 4 months. Due diligence is carried out by the pollution authority of the business premises and pollution. We'll see if everything is fine, we will give it to you. NOC application is either accepted or rejected. If application is accepted for NOC, then a certificate is issued to business. However, if application is rejected by the pollution control board, then applicant need to be intimated with reason for the same. Here all of you? Yes, sir. So that's it, people. Your setting up of business entities part A. Part B, I am not taking it because the main subject also I won't handle it. So I hope this was informative enough. And make sure before you go for your exams, revise sufficient number of times. Refer to whatever are the previous papers applicable. You can even refer to the old syllabus also. And do let me know once you guys get your results.
Yes, sir.
I'll be the most happiest person to celebrate your results with you. So thank you so much. I believe this would be an official sign off for us. And probably let us meet in the second module. Thank you so much, people. See you all. Bye bye.